Chapter 51, Chapter 49, First Class of Defense Against Cursed Spirits, 2. Are you okay, Mione? Rose asked, concerned, observing her friend's pale face. Just shocked by everything, Hermione whispered, looking at the purple blood spreading with a repugnant sound. She knew about cursed spirits, but she had only seen small and insignificant ones until now. Witnessing one Southwest grotesque up close and the bloody scene deeply impacted her. For the first time, she felt that the wizarding world wasn't as bright as she had previously imagined. It was a world based on blood and power, cold and prejudiced against people like her. However, the curly-haired girl didn't let herself be frightened for long. She had the determination to stand firm in this world, and she would. She didn't want to be just another statistic reported on TV and would protect her parents. Rose, have you seen worse? Hermione asked without taking her eyes off the cursed spirits in the cages. Yes, much worse. These monsters are truly disgusting when they're devouring people. Rose didn't hold back and spoke calmly. In her eyes, it was much better for Hermione to get used to the concept of death as soon as possible to avoid accidentally harming herself in the future. Hermione seemed to take a deep breath, clenching her fists as she spoke. Rose, can you help me get stronger? I won't go easy on you, Mione, Rose said, looking at the girl with a smile. No need to go easy, Hermione replied determinedly. Rose smiled and continued to listen to the professor. Each house, form a line and approach the cages, Edward ordered coldly, regardless of the pale faces of the teenagers. In the Slytherin line. Don't you dare vomit on me, Zabini, Theodore taunted his friend with a challenging look. Those are my words, Blaise replied calmly. Boys are so childish, Tracy murmured, rolling her eyes as she watched the two. Beside her, Daphne nodded in agreement as she approached Asterion, seeking some comfort as she leaned her body against his. Unfortunately for her, Asterion simply coldly withdrew and said, Daphne, I understand it's scary, but you must face your fears head-on. Seeking comfort won't save you in the future. Daphne felt abandoned upon hearing his cold words. Although she knew he said it for her own good, she still looked at her future husband with resentment and turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze. Then, Daphne and Tracy muttered quietly to each other, casting critical glances at Asterion. Asterion simply shrugged, indifferent. He wouldn't go easy on her just because she would be his wife, on the contrary, he would be especially demanding of her. Although Daphne's chances of becoming a special grade witch were slim, they were much higher than most witches. With rigorous training and a bit of luck, Daphne would have a significant chance of achieving that status. The first in line from Slytherin was Asterion, who looked boredly at the cursed spirit. Unlike the other first-year students, he was familiar with cursed spirits, especially with the horrible taste they left behind. I heard of your work exorcising special-grade cursed spirits, Lord Black, Edward said, looking at Asterion with hidden admiration behind his stern gaze. Not as good as I hoped, Asterion murmured, staring coldly at the cursed spirit. Suddenly, the image of 20,000 bodies flooded his mind, and for a brief moment, his bloodlust leaked out, drastically lowering the temperature around him. The students around felt a sudden chill and rubbed their arms, puzzled by the sudden drop in temperature. Lord Black, Edward spoke with a tone louder than usual. Asterion snapped out of his reverie and looked apologetically at the men, suppressing his bloodlust. Professor, will these images ever disappear? Asterion asked in a low voice. After that, one by one, everyone faced their fears head-on. Some were terrified, others vomited again at the sight of a cursed spirit up close, while some tried to appear calm, or at least, controlled. But Asterion doubted that any student present would dream of anything good tonight. This was a truly memorable experience for everyone. The class ended with the last person facing the cursed spirits. The next Defense Against Cursed Spirits class will be in a month, by which time you will probably have learned some lethal spells from Professor Flitwick, announced Edward, his voice echoing and capturing everyone's attention. A shared thought formed in the minds of the students. We're going to fight cursed spirits. Yes, it's exactly as you're thinking, you'll be facing cursed spirits, confirmed Edward, as if he were reading their minds, his cold voice reinforcing everyone's concerns. He continued regardless of the incredulous expressions on their faces. Before you go, I'll give you a tip. Instead of socializing and playing with friends, I advise you to study well. Because I'll only help you when your life is at risk, which means I'll remain indifferent to broken bones and fractured ribs. Everyone swallowed hard upon hearing this. They definitely wouldn't die, but the prospect of getting hurt was almost a certainty in the professor's words. It terrified them completely. No one wanted to end up with a broken arm or leg, especially while fighting cursed spirits. Unconcerned with the students' reaction, Edward left without looking back, leaving behind hundreds of students alone with the cursed spirits still in the cages. The atmosphere became even more tense and frightening. The outdoor classroom quickly emptied out, with students practically running outside. Even with the cursed spirits still trapped, no one wanted to be near them without a teacher present. Asterion almost laughed seeing everyone panicked, thinking they would have to face a powerful cursed spirit. He was almost certain they would be grade 4 or 3 cursed spirits, nothing too dangerous, but the students didn't seem to think so. Daph, I'm going to study hard from now on, said Tracy, wiping the sweat from her forehead. She was clearly nervous about the class next month. Daphne beside her also didn't seem calm at all. The news came very suddenly, and she was still processing the whole situation, even though she was almost a grade 1 witch. It showed how lack of experience could affect even someone with some training like her. Even the most talkative in the group, Theodore, was silent, thinking about the next class. Blaise seemed to be the calmest of the group, his expression remaining serene despite the tense atmosphere. They can't do this. If something happens to me, I'll tell my father, exclaimed a loud and fearful voice, causing everyone to look at the platinum-blonde teenager with a strange look. If I were your sister, I'd break off my engagement, Tracy said with a playful tone, the teenager managing to change the entire atmosphere of the class with her sudden outburst. Daphne looked at Draco and shook her head, thanking Merlin that her husband would be Asterion, not Draco. Although Asterion seemed cold most of the time, she knew that behind that icy exterior, he was a lovely and loving marshmallow with his own family. Compared to the spoiled Draco, Asterion was the perfect husband in her eyes, powerful, handsome, coming from a powerful family, and loving, in his own cold way. The other members of Slytherin couldn't help but look strangely at the Malfoy heir. So what if his father was part of the school board? This was Hogwarts, even the most powerful wizard in the world couldn't control it, let alone his father. Doria Malfoy even distanced herself from her twin brother when she noticed the looks she was receiving. She glanced irritably at Draco and remained silent, even if she said something, he would ignore her. It had always been like that, her father, Lucius, always favored Draco over her, despite her showing more talent. But in his eyes, she was just a girl who would marry and leave the family. Chapter 52, Chapter 50, Request, 1. 3 weeks later. In the Hufflepuff common room, a young adult was holding her own purple hair in frustration. Why is it so hard to talk to him? Tonks lamented, collapsing onto the couch, her voice laden with helplessness and sadness. Her hair changed color from purple to gray. She had tried to reach out to her cousin, but he spent most of his days in the Slytherin common room, and when he wasn't there, he was in the library in the forbidden section where she couldn't enter. During classes, they couldn't meet since she was in her 7th year and he was in his 1st, it was as if fate was conspiring to keep them apart forever. Tonks didn't want to resort to it, but she was considering breaking into the Slytherin common room, which was a terrible idea. If caught, all Slytherins would be her enemies, and she might even be expelled for breaking one of Hogwarts' most important rules. Biting her nails anxiously, she made a decision, screw the consequences. Her hair suddenly changed from gray to pink. Tonks stood up, leaving the Hufflepuff common room, and suddenly changed her appearance, transforming into a Ravenclaw student. She walked through the corridors of Hogwarts in search of a Slytherin, something she had never imagined herself doing. After a while, she spotted a platinum-blonde teenage girl with an arrogant demeanor. She recognized the girl as Doria Malfoy, one of the 2 princesses of Slytherin, alongside Daphne Greengrass, the Ice Queen. The girl was a typical Slytherin through and through. Seeing Doria heading towards the library, Tonks felt a surge of determination. As she turned the corner, she transformed into Doria and confidently strode towards the dungeons, where the Slytherin common room was located, beneath the Black Lake. Upon reaching the entrance, Tonks looked at the massive door adorned with a silver serpent and didn't hesitate to speak the password. Pure blood. As the door opened, a smug smile formed on Tonks' lips. Slytherins were easily predictable, and this time was no different. Upon entering the common room, Tonks couldn't help but widen her eyes at the luxury and elegance of the place. It was a bit dim, but the entire ambience seemed magnificent and filled with refinement, in shades of green, silver, and black. The black wooden furniture was beautifully carved with snakes. The whole room was a spectacle to behold. Tonks didn't want to admit it, but she felt a twinge of envy. It seemed like the entire school budget had been invested in the Slytherin common room. Shaking her head to refocus, she searched for her cousin, and to her surprise, she found him. He was by the fireplace, seated on an elegant chair that looked more like a throne than a simple seat. He read a newspaper while a nearly empty glass of wine rested on the nearby side table. Tonks couldn't help but feel that her cousin certainly knew how to enjoy life. At the same time, she couldn't help but notice that he looked like one of those villainous princes that would make any teenager fall for the bad boy vibe. As she pondered this, Tonks approached arrogantly and sat in the chair next to him, a chair that resembled a throne, but more elegant and silver in color, unlike the black throne where her cousin was seated. Asterion noticed her presence and furrowed his brow in confusion. "Hello, Asterion," she said with a sweet and gentle voice, like a teenager vaguely expressing her crush. Tonks was secretly proud of her performance, she felt like she deserved an Oscar. But his next words made Tonks' body stiffen, her presumption disappearing as quickly as it came. "You're not Doria." Asterion couldn't help but feel a certain amusement with the situation before him. "So, who are you?" Closing the newspaper, Asterion asked, his eyes shining with slight interest. He observed the fake Doria and noticed that her magical aura was similar to Doria's, but Doria Malfoy herself didn't like him, so it was impossible for her to speak in that tone with him, especially sitting on the throne he had prepared for Daphne beside him. Hierarchy in Slytherin was strict, and such an act of disrespect would not be tolerated. Suddenly, to his surprised eyes, Doria's appearance began to undergo an impressive transformation. Her body changed, first in height, then in skin color, followed by facial features, and finally, her hair. Asterion watched the transformation with interest. In place of the blonde, emerged a young adult with purple hair and black eyes. She bore a certain resemblance to someone he knew, especially in the cheekbones. Asterion recognized the process. The young woman was a metamorphomagus, a talent that seemed to commonly appear in the Black family. A very powerful talent for infiltration and combat, as it could alter even the body's composition, making it as hard as steel or as light as a feather. The young woman had a somewhat embarrassed smile, which Asterion could understand. If you wanted to get close to me, you should have chosen my fiancée or Tracy. Both are close to me, unlike Doria, who hates me to the core, commented Asterion as he finished the last sip of wine in his glass. But it didn't seem like she hated you. In the occasions I saw you two together, the woman asked, confused. Well, Slytherin has a rule, to be united outside the common room. Conflicts should always remain within the common room. The young woman opened her mouth, surprised and unsure of what to say. So, who are you? Asterion asked again, his red eyes shining slightly as he observed the young woman beside him. Nymph squirmed in her chair and spoke with an embarrassed tone. I know it must be strange, but I'm your cousin, Nymph Tonks. Asterion's expression remained unchanged. Aren't you surprised? Nymph asked, noticing his lack of reaction to the revelation. I have many cousins, Miss Tonks. One more is not so surprising, replied Asterion, reaching for a bottle of wine from the shadow beside him and refilling his glass. But let's talk about you. Why did you come to me? Swirling the glass in smooth, circular motions, he asked, looking at her with his red eyes. Honestly, he already knew who Nymph was, or rather, Nymphadora. Chapter 53, Chapter 51, Request, 2. I am the daughter of Andromeda Tonks, but before marrying my father, she was called Black, explained Tonks, looking at her cousin, who showed no surprise at her revelation. She felt a sense of loss, as this encounter was not unfolding as she had thought. Her hair changed from purple to a dull blue. Initially, she had hoped Asterion would be pleased to discover he had another relative, but the teenager seemed colder than the iceberg that sank the Titanic. I know who you are, Nymphadora, Asterion said, cutting off any further introduction. But don't call me Nymphadora. Her cousin spoke in a loud, angry tone, her hair changing color to a fiery red, full of life. Asterion observed the change with interest. It seemed her cousin didn't have good control over her gift, which was not surprising. She hadn't had a teacher or access to the Black family heritage, which likely contained numerous books about her gift. I apologize, I didn't realize being called by your name was so embarrassing. Asterion spoke with an uncertain tone. When you're the butt of jokes because of your name, you start to dislike it, Tonks huffed, responding with an irritated look on her face. Surely it must not be very pleasant, Asterion nodded. But you shouldn't care about what people say about you. By showing that you care about what others say about you, you become weak in their eyes. Tonks opened her mouth in shock, not knowing what to say. She still couldn't believe she was receiving advice from a 13-year-old boy. Embarrassed and angry, she looked at her cousin resentfully. Asterion pursed his lips abnormally in the face of that resentful look. He didn't understand how he had made her angry, he had just given advice. In his eyes, women were definitely strange and somewhat illogical. Even without a valid reason to be upset, they found something entirely different and blamed you for it. Daphne was just like Nymphadora in this regard. So, what did you want to do after meeting me? Asterion let out a resigned sigh and asked calmly. Tonks composed herself and looked at him seriously. My mother misses the whole family, she said, maintaining her gaze on him. I hope somehow they can reconcile, except for Bellatrix and Sirius, who are on the run and missing. Asterion raised an eyebrow upon hearing her request. You do realize your mother was expelled from the family for not practicing the inherited technique, right? Tonks fell silent. She understood the importance of the inherited technique for a noble house. Her mother refused to practice it and was expelled from the family. But can't they reconcile? Tonks asked, a glimmer of hope in her dark eyes. Of course they can, but you need to understand that your mother's decision hurt many people. She chose to voluntarily leave the family, Asterion replied, sighing with a slightly softer look. He realized Tonks wanted to help in the reconciliation, but this decision wasn't in her hands, it was up to Narcissa, Bellatrix, and Arcturus. Arcturus, in particular, never showed anger towards Andromeda for her decision, at least not that he spoke of. There was only a bitter and sorrowful feeling. Tonks opened her mouth to try to refute and defend her mother's actions, but she remained silent. In the end, she muttered resentfully, why is that damned technique so important? More important than family itself. Asterion stayed quiet. Obviously, he knew why the inherited technique was so important, but he chose not to explain it to Nymphadora. Even though she might have the blood of the House Black running in her veins, she was still an outsider, called Tonks. Observing Tonks in silence, Asterion decided to continue the conversation. While I may not be able to do much, I can send a letter asking Narcissa to meet with Andromeda. However, whether she accepts the request or not is not under my control. Tonks's dark eyes almost seemed to light up for a moment as she hugged Asterion and exclaimed excitedly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She continued repeating the same word, unaware of the look of disgust on the boy's face. Breaking free from her embrace, Asterion looked at her angrily and said coldly, "Don't touch me, I don't like strangers touching me." Tonks ignored his words and laughed cheerfully. While what he was doing might not have been particularly important to Asterion, it was different for her. It was a chance for her mother to improve, to get better, and to come out of a mild depression. Unmoved by her joy, Asterion coldly gave the eviction order. "Now go away, if they catch you in the common room, they'll want your head." Giving him a peck on the cheek, Tonks transformed back into Doria and left regardless of Asterion's face growing colder with her actions. With a cold huff, Asterion returned to reading his newspaper. For some reason, women around him seemed to enjoy provoking him above all else. Austria, Austrian Alps, Nurmengard. Over the decades, with the constant increase of acolytes, the castle originally built to serve as a prison for Grindelwald's enemies had become the main gathering point for them. Countless renovations had turned Nurmengard into a vast complex entrenched within the very bowels of the mountain it was located in. Seated at the round table, the Dark Lord known as Gellert Grindelwald observed his acolytes with a subtle smile. Rising from his chair, he addressed the assembly with a penetrating gaze. "My brothers and sisters, the promised day is near. The day when we shall finally purify our beautiful planet of these abominations." Almost fanatical expressions crossed the faces of most present. Decades of work were about to be successfully concluded, how could they not be in complete ecstasy? Grindelwald continued speaking. "When our glorious purpose is fulfilled, we shall be reborn into a world free from the risk of our children being cruelly killed by monsters. A pure world that we can truly call our own. A pure world of magic and brilliance." His voice, smooth and laden with emotion, echoed throughout the chamber. "Brothers and sisters, we do not act for glory, wealth, or power. We do not kill for pleasure, hatred, or fear. We do what we do for a better world, even if ignorant fools think otherwise." Gazing at the fervent crowd of acolytes, Grindelwald clenched his fist and continued. "But I do not blame them. This corrupt society has forced them to think this way. We are their salvation and their executioners to the end." The Dark Lord concluded. Grindelwald took a deep breath and uttered, "For the greater good. For the greater good. For the greater good. For the greater good." The acolytes echoed his words in unison. "My lord, are you sure we will cooperate with them?" Aurelius, always by Grindelwald's side, questioned, his expression showing disgust at the mention of them. Grindelwald didn't respond immediately, his gaze shifting to the magnificent view through the window. Then, he turned back to Aurelius with a smile. "Our organization and those lunatics will attack Hogwarts together, Aurelius. We only need the ley lines of Hogwarts to complete the final stage of our plan and nothing more," he stated, gripping his adoptive son's shoulders with his silver-eyed gaze, reminiscent of the moon. "Our purpose in this world is more important than anything else," he spoke, releasing his shoulders. He turned his gaze back to the window and continued. "If they want the life of that child with special eyes, so be it. Are we going to help kill her?" Aurelius asked, confused. "Do you really think it's easy to kill a special grade wizard, Aurelius?" Grindelwald didn't answer and threw the question back. "Almost all special grade wizards and witches are similar in strength, unless it's an extremely destructive inherited technique. I find it difficult for one special grade wizard to kill another," Aurelius responded without hesitation. "That's right, if a special grade wizard is determined to flee, they will flee. Few can hold a special grade wizard for long," Grindelwald agreed with his adoptive son's words. "So, if this group of lunatics attacks Hogwarts, isn't it the same as suicide? The place has 3 special grade wizards and 2 semi-special grade wizards." Aurelius became even more confused. "Albus Dumbledore, Rose Potter, Asterion Black, Minerva McGonagall, and Phileas Flitwick. That's why they've allied with us, but we don't underestimate them, Aurelius. Madmen often have even crazier tricks up their sleeves." Grindelwald laughed and looked out at the snowy mountains through the window. "I'm coming, Albus. You still owe me a battle to the death," Grindelwald murmured to himself with an excited smile, like a child who had finally gotten what they wanted from their parents. Chapter 54, Chapter 52, A Treacherous Game of Chess, 1. 3 weeks, that was the time he searched for the Chamber of Secrets, but the place was nowhere to be found in Hogwarts, as if it had completely vanished from the face of the earth. If it weren't for the Sorting Hat stating that the Chamber of Secrets existed, Asterion would have doubted its existence in this reality. Rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, Asterion delved into deep thoughts. If the Chamber of Secrets wasn't in Hogwarts, there was only one place it could be, the Forbidden Forest. Even if I don't follow the canon, will I be dragged into it eventually? Asterion murmured to himself as he watched the orange flames of the fireplace. The comforting crackle of the flames seemed to bring him an inexplicable sense of calm. "But, it won't be so simple to drag me into this mess," Asterion murmured with a cold smile, as he continued to contemplate the spectacle of the flames. It was a game involving Dumbledore, Voldemort, and himself, each with their distinct objectives. Dumbledore manipulated Hogwarts as if it were a chessboard, with the Philosopher's Stone as the prize for whoever could take down his queen, all with the purpose of luring Voldemort out of the hole he called a hideout. Even aware that it was a trap set for him, Voldemort chose to participate in the game in the hope of regaining his body. Whether Dumbledore or Voldemort, both trusted their own lives to win in this game of manipulation, lies, and power. But Asterion had no intention of becoming a mere pawn in the hands of two extremely powerful and experienced wizards. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance against Dumbledore and Voldemort when it came to manipulation. After all, at just 13 years old, he definitely didn't have the same experience or patience needed to manipulate everything and everyone like they did. But don't blame me for flipping the chessboard when I lose patience, Asterion said, resting his head on his hand and displaying a sarcastic and ironic smile. He was determined not to submit to the plays of Dumbledore and Voldemort, even if it meant challenging the rules of the game. Headmaster's office. Rose observed the office with great curiosity, but after a moment of analysis, she found nothing particularly interesting. It seemed just like a typical office of an elderly man, filled with portraits, common objects, and many books. Rose, thank you for coming. Dumbledore greeted her with a smile, but she only smiled back, not bothering to respond. She sat in the chair across from him and stared at him with her radiant blue eyes. Would you like something to drink, Rose? He offered, with a gentle smile and a warm look. No, thank you. I've learned not to accept sweets from strangers, especially from suspicious old men. Rose replied, her smile tinged with sarcasm. Well said. Dumbledore laughed, taking a sip of his honey tea. He ignored the provocative words of the 13-year-old. Then, he looked seriously at Rose and asked, what do you think of the wizarding world, Rose? From what I've seen, it's a rather backward, prejudiced, and quite authoritarian world, in my opinion. Rose responded, keeping her gaze fixed on Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, continuing. Part of this is due to magical secrecy, which prevents muggles from knowing about the existence of magical beings. Both worlds haven't delved deep enough. England, in particular, is one of the most conservative countries in this aspect. Many of our laws haven't been altered in over 4 centuries, a time when the nobility held particularly powerful sway. The expression, particularly powerful, was a euphemism on Dumbledore's part. 400 years ago, Muggle-born wizards couldn't ascend in the magical society. Without money, many were forced to return to the Muggle world, unable to continue their studies or research. It was a time when blood determined everything. Blood meant power, wealth, and status. Without it, you were just a dirty, hungry peasant. My magical history teacher is Professor Binns, Rose commented with a bored tone. Dumbledore wasn't offended by her words. Stroking his long white beard, he looked at the girl with grandfatherly tenderness and let out a low chuckle. Patience is a virtue, Rose. There will be moments in your life when you'll need it. Rose rolled her eyes at his words. Patience was the last thing she had at that moment. All she wanted was to leave and, perhaps, tease Asterion a bit. She enjoyed trying to change that perpetually cold expression on his face. Noticing Rose's growing impatience, Dumbledore shook his head and continued. With my status as chief warlock of the Wisengamot, I granted some rights to Muggle-borns and half-bloods, which threatened their status, angering the nobility. As you may have read in some books, unfortunately, this eventually led to war. A war because I granted 1% of the rights that belonged to the noble class to those who truly needed them. This enraged them so much that they embraced Voldemort as their leader, largely in part due to his connection with Salazar Slytherin. Combine an extremist and an equally extremist ideology, and the result is genocide against Muggles, Muggle-born wizards, and half-bloods, along with some purebloods. Rose's eyes grew particularly cold at the mention of Voldemort, her parents' killer. Why are you telling me this? She asked, sitting up straight in the padded seat. Rose, when I'm gone, the nobility will regain all the power they had before. Nearly 50 years of work will be thrown away. People need a leader, someone to protect their rights, Dumbledore explained bluntly. These words caused Rose's eyes to widen briefly, looking at Dumbledore as if she were seeing a madman. With the explanation she had received from Asterion on the Hogwarts Express, she could understand the nuances in Dumbledore's words. You want me to take your place in the Light faction? She asked, still somewhat incredulous. Exactly. I want you to take my place as the leader of the Light faction, Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. Rose didn't know what to say. She wasn't naive, she understood perfectly the implications of Dumbledore's words. However, if she were asked if she wanted that, the answer would be an emphatic no. Without Dumbledore needing to read her mind, he knew exactly what she was thinking. I know, Rose. You don't want this, but don't answer me now, my old bones can still hold out for a few more years. Dumbledore showed a smile and spoke, showing his arm with sagging skin, as if he wanted to reinforce his words. Rose didn't respond and left the office without saying anything to Dumbledore. Dumbledore watched Rose leave his office with a calm and serene look. He looked at his own hands aged by time and murmured to himself. Rose, you will learn that when the world needs you, it doesn't ask for your permission, it orders. Leaning weakly in his chair, Dumbledore looked at his old friend who had just arrived and murmured. For the greater good, Fawkes. The beautiful phoenix just chirped a lovely, comforting tune, bringing a smile to the lips of the Hogwarts headmaster. Walking through the corridors of Hogwarts, Rose ignored the admiring gazes of other students, lost in deep thoughts. Suddenly, she spotted Asterion carrying some books in his arms, likely from the Hogwarts library. Without hesitation, she approached, took his hand, and dragged him into a nearby broom cupboard, to the surprised looks of the first-year students and the ambiguous, provocative looks from the older ones. "Help, I'm going to be abused," Asterion said sarcastically inside the broom closet, looking at Rose. Rolling her eyes at his words, Rose stared at him seriously. "Little star, I want you to answer something," she said with an extremely serious tone, leaning against the wall. Asterion was surprised by the seriousness in her voice and nodded, agreeing with her words. "If I become the leader of the Light faction, what will happen to me?" Rose asked. "Dumbledore offered you the position." Asterion understood the seriousness of Rose. Honestly, he was surprised. Dumbledore spoke to Rose. That truly surprised him. He thought the old manipulator wouldn't reveal the truth until a few years later. "You don't seem surprised," said Rose, noticing his lack of reaction, her eyes slightly narrowed. "It's obvious. Think carefully about your life and see that almost everything in it has Dumbledore's hands behind it," Asterion replied coldly, uncaring about Rose's feelings. This made Rose clench her fists tightly. She took a deep breath and calmed herself, feeling that if she continued to dwell on this, Hogwarts might cease to exist. "To answer your question, I have to ask something first. Do you want me to answer as your cousin or your future enemy?" said Asterion, leaning against the door, looking at Rose with a cold gaze. Rose furrowed her brow and responded determinedly. "Both." "Very well," said Asterion. "As your future enemy, I advise you not to accept his proposal. With your conviction to irritate me, it's possible that I might try to kill you at some point in your life. You're particularly irritating." His words made Rose's lips curl into a smile. Asterion continued speaking, this time with a cold and chilling tone. "Prepare to be my enemy. I won't hesitate to make you bleed in the Wizengamot. I'll do whatever it takes to achieve my goals, including killing your supporters." Rose narrowed her eyes at Asterion. She didn't doubt his words. "As your cousin, I advise you to accept. The political and personal power it will bring will make you one of the most important people in the world. You'll have the entire legacy of the most powerful man in the world, who was considered the second coming of Merlin. Whether it's knowledge, wealth, political power, or access to his entire organization, you'll have it all," Asterion finished. Rose remained silent, delving into her deepest thoughts. Did she want all that power? For what purpose? To change the world? To engage in political disputes in a magical parliament? Rose wasn't sure. She didn't feel rushed to answer. As Dumbledore had said, she had a few years to respond to Albus Dumbledore's proposal. Chapter 55, Chapter 53, A Treacherous Game of Chess, 2. On the following day, after the end of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, the students left the room relieved. It seemed to be a class none of them enjoyed, partly because of the professor, partly due to the content itself. Quirinus wasn't exactly the most beloved professor at Hogwarts. That was a unanimous opinion among the students, from 1st to 7th year. "Mr. Black, please, stay a moment," Quirinus suddenly stuttered, surprising everyone. Without asking questions, the students exited the room. Before leaving, Daphne shot a look of confusion at Quirinus. She always felt that this professor wasn't as simple as he appeared. Sometimes, an especially sinister aura emanated from him. "Any problem, Professor?" asked Asterion, his voice cold and indifferent, fixing his red eyes on the purple turban atop the man's head. "Here we go," thought Asterion. He never thought of speaking amicably against Voldemort. He would have a showdown today with the Dark Lord who most terrorized the British wizarding community. When Rose had spoken to him the day before, Asterion had predicted that Voldemort would also make his move against him. Therefore, the Black Heir wasn't surprised by the current situation. It was expected. Mr. Black." Before Quirinus could finish speaking, his face contorted in pain, turning pale and sickly. Asterion knew that Voldemort was assuming control of Professor Quirinus's body. It wasn't a pleasant process, but the major consequence was that Voldemort was draining Quirinus's vitality to fully manifest himself. Even if he wasn't killed by Harry Potter in the original world, Quirinus's fate wouldn't be much different. He would die by his master's hand. There was no other option for him. He was already a dead man, he just didn't know when he would die. Suddenly, Quirinus's body turned away from Asterion, and the turban on his head unraveled, revealing not just a bald head, but a terrifying face in place of the hair. A face full of sharp, pointed teeth, with bright crimson eyes shining like a menacing and eerie light. "I believe this is the first time we've met, Heir Black," the head spoke, and for a moment, Asterion thought he heard a hiss like that of a snake. Asterion placed his hand over his chest and gracefully bowed, looking directly into the crimson eyes. "Yes, what an honor." "I see you're in great condition, parasite," Asterion replied sarcastically, displaying the most ironic smile he could muster. His red eyes gained a supernatural gleam. Voldemort's face contorted in anger for a moment but soon returned to normal. "Sarcastic words won't save you in the end, Heir Black," Voldemort threatened with his cold, hissing voice. "I really want to see how you plan to kill me, being, well, a parasite in this body," Asterion retorted, veiled contempt on his face. He truly wished to test the patience of this arrogant shard of soul. As if sensing the provocative intent in his words, Voldemort flashed a chilling smile and spoke coldly, You'll have to try harder to provoke my wrath. Oh, for someone who was afraid of a baby overthrowing his rule, you have a very loud tone, great Dark Lord, Asterion shot back, his disdain almost overflowing from his gaze. Voldemort's face contorted briefly. He had to admit, the boy had a venomous tongue capable of irritating anyone. Ignoring his furious gaze, Asterion proceeded coldly, stop with empty words and say what you want. What do I want? Voldemort looked at Asterion and grinned maliciously. The correct question is, do you want the location of the Chamber of Secrets? Asterion remained indifferent to the tempting words of the man, or rather, the monster he was. He wouldn't let Voldemort read his emotions and use them against him. Unperturbed by his indifference, Voldemort continued, do you think I haven't noticed your cursed spirits checking every corner of Hogwarts? You want the Chamber of Secrets, Asterion Black. The inborn technique of Salazar Slytherin, a temptation for a wizard. The Dark Lord spoke, his voice full of temptation and infinite glory. Showing a cold smile, Asterion toyed with his wand in his hands and spoke, looking at Voldemort with an amused gaze. Interesting, you speak as if you don't have it. Does that mean you weren't worthy to inherit Salazar's legacy? Asterion wanted to irritate Voldemort with another word, hinting at his probable failure to receive Salazar Slytherin's inheritance by using the Horcruxes, but that would reveal that Asterion knew one of Voldemort's most important secrets, the Horcruxes. This was something Asterion couldn't allow. On the other hand, Voldemort had decided something at that moment, he would kill Asterion in the most painful way possible. He would dismember him, tear out his heart, and eat it while the boy was still alive. Asterion's failure to inherit Salazar Slytherin's inborn technique was an eternal wound in his soul, and he wouldn't allow anyone to speak of it. Feeling Voldemort's malicious gaze like a snake ready to strike its prey, Asterion smiled inwardly. Voldemort's reaction more than confirmed his words. The Dark Lord had failed to awaken Salazar Slytherin's inborn technique. This was great news for Asterion. At least the Chamber of Secrets wouldn't be empty when he found it. Looking at Voldemort in silence, Asterion had a clear advantage over the Dark Lord, and that was comforting. So, how do you intend to seduce me to your side? But I'll tell you now, it's better not to waste my time. Otherwise. Asterion didn't need to finish for Voldemort to understand the nuances in his words. A curtain of shadows unfolded behind him, and the gigantic eyes of Nidhogg stared at Voldemort. In Asterion's shadow, Baskerville opened its hundreds of red eyes, staring at Voldemort with an eager and sadistic gaze. Both cursed spirits were ready for a battle to the death. The Dark Lord showed a look of disgust towards the two special-grade cursed spirits. The Black family's inborn technique was truly irritating to any special-grade wizard. It was like fighting against an army of one man. Especially for Voldemort's current state, he could only use magic, as his inborn technique, the corruption of malevolent gods, couldn't be used without a physical body. Looking at the arrogant boy, Voldemort hissed and spoke coldly, I want Rose Potter, you want the Chamber of Secrets. Asterion couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at that. He truly didn't know where Voldemort's confidence in dealing with Rose came from. Rose wasn't just any special-grade wizard, she was a monster among monsters. You seem very confident in dealing with Rose, Asterion said coldly, trying to gather some information. Stop trying to glean information from me, arrogant boy. Asterion simply shrugged and remained indifferent. He wasn't surprised to have been found out. Revealing a murderous intent, Asterion spoke, yes, you're right, I want the Chamber of Secrets, but why do you think I would work together with my father's killer? In the face of power, what are fathers? Voldemort sneered coldly, his eyes not hiding the disgust and contempt he felt for his parents. Well, my father was killed by you, your father on the other hand, thought he was ugly enough to go buy cigarettes and never come back, said Asterion intensifying his bloodlust, speaking without caring if he would make Voldemort furious. He counted on it, killing a man driven by fury was much easier than killing him when calm. Ha 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 ha. Voldemort laughed. He let out a loud, powerful, and chilling laughter. I'm going to kill you, he said, looking at Asterion with a growing bloodlust, much greater than Asterion's own. Asterion showed no fear and raised his hand, pretending to tremble it as if he were afraid. See, I'm shaking in my boots, he said sarcastically. As Asterion finished his sentence, a bolt of red energy shot towards him, the crackling sound reverberating through the classroom. Asterion, still holding his wand, didn't hesitate and retaliated with the same lightning spell, but his bolt was of a vibrant blue. The two bolts collided in the air, generating plasma that dispersed in all directions. Asterion intensified the output of magical energy, causing the blue bolt to gain the upper hand over the red bolt in the tug-of-war. Voldemort attempted the same, but he was merely a fragment of a soul parasitizing a body that wasn't his own. The more Voldemort used Quirinus's magic, the closer the man was to death. This weakened the Dark Lord's magic to the bare minimum. Realizing his advantage, Asterion didn't hesitate, continuing to cast smaller bolts while maintaining the main bolt. The blue bolt struck the walls, leaving charred trails and partially melting them. Asterion showed no mercy, he commanded Baskerville to attack alongside Nidhogg. With a sadistic laugh, Baskerville emerged beside Voldemort, using the Dark Lord's own shadow to move and opened its huge mouth, filled with sharp teeth, ready to devour him with a single strike. Realizing the imminent danger, Voldemort used his other hand to cast a wandless and silent spell. Like an invisible magical blade, the spell sliced through the air and collided with the enormous demonic dog, and to the Dark Lord's surprise, the dog swallowed the spell as if it were a tasty snack. Baskerville, mocking Voldemort, laughed sadistically as it continued its attack, always aiming for the opponent's blind spots. Voldemort was forced to transform into a black mist and hover in the air to avoid the creature's relentless attacks from 100 eyes. Nidhogg, wreathed in lightning, quickly occupied a large part of the classroom and attacked from all sides with its powerful electric discharge. Asterion, protected by his armor, remained unscathed by the cursed spirit's red bolts, while Voldemort was assailed by bolts capable of melting steel. Asterion raised his wand, following Voldemort's movements, and waved it while chanting the spell, Lacarnum infl amari. An explosion of high-temperature flames blocked Voldemort's advance. To Asterion's surprise, Voldemort manipulated the flames to his advantage, creating an immense serpent of fire that collided with Nidhogg, spreading fire and lightning throughout the classroom, which was on the verge of ruin. If it weren't for Hogwarts' magical resilience, this part of the castle might have been destroyed long ago. Feeling the heat of the flames emanating from the fire serpent, Asterion began to float in the air, closely following Voldemort, using his flying cloak. He attacked alongside Baskerville, casting numerous attack spells and causing the two serpents to entwine with each other. If it weren't for holding back, Asterion would have allowed Nidhogg to unleash its full force, easily defeating the fire serpent. However, he didn't want to destroy Hogwarts and kill thousands of people in the process. The three flew around the classroom, causing it to shake. The chairs where the students sat had long been destroyed, turning to dust on the floor. Voldemort, realizing he had no more time and sensing the collapse of Quirinus's makeshift body, began to prepare to use his own inborn technique, using Quirinus's body as a vessel. This would likely result in Quirinus's death, but the Dark Lord cared little for a mere puppet. At the same time, Voldemort couldn't help but notice that his encounter with Asterion didn't go as planned. He wanted to manipulate the boy to be his pawn for a while, but from the outset, Asterion showed no interest in working with him. Bringing his hands together, one facing in the opposite direction of the other, Voldemort spoke coldly. Inborn spell manipulation, corruption of malevolent gods, universal decay. A decadent black glow bloomed around him, causing everything that came near to decompose into a pool of putrid liquid. At the same time, using reverse technique, Voldemort prevented the decomposition of the body he was parasitizing. Asterion, sensing the danger, didn't hesitate to use Baskerville as a shield and continued to move away from the reach of the attack, looking shocked at Voldemort. What had just happened reduced everything he understood about inborn technique to nothing. Even Baskerville's high magic resistance was not enough to fully block the inborn technique, melting a third of the demonic dog. Voldemort seized the chance as Asterion retreated and disappeared behind a pillar, likely one of the numerous secret passages. Asterion didn't prevent the escape and landed on the ground. The fire serpent fighting against Nidhogg lost its magic supply and dissipated into an explosion of flames. It wasn't all bad. I discovered a lot of important information, but... Looking at the ruined classroom. Dumbledore will surely want me to pay for this. Chapter 56, Chapter 54, A Treacherous Game of Chess, 3. As Asterion contemplated the situation at hand, he noticed the arrival of two individuals, followed by the arrival of a man in a blue robe. Minerva McGonagall, a witch of semi-special grade. Filius Flitwick, a wizard of semi-special grade. Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful man in the world. Seeing Dumbledore arrive last, Asterion internally scoffed. As heir to the House of Black, he had access to the barrier protecting Black Manor. One could say that within the mansion, Asterion could see and feel anything within the mansion's perimeters. Hogwarts was no different from Black Manor in this aspect. Dumbledore absolutely knew that a fight was happening in the classroom but chose to watch the show from the sidelines. Mr. Black, what in Merlin's name happened here? Professor McGonagall asked, shocked, looking at the destruction in the classroom. Showing a pensive look, Asterion decided it was time for a bit of politics. He needed to exert pressure on the school council, and this was a great opportunity for it. I should be asking that, Professor. Why, in Merlin's name, was I attacked by a teacher? He asked, causing Filius and Minerva to widen their eyes. Was it Professor Quirinus, Mr. Black? Professor Flitwick asked with a deep tone. Even his small stature couldn't hide the coercion of a wizard of semi-special grade. The wizard's reasoning was obvious. They were in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Looking at Dumbledore still in silence, Asterion nodded, confirming his words, and added, indeed, Professor. It was Quirinus Quirrell. He attacked me when I refused to participate in his conspiracy. Conspiracy. Both of them were surprised. Yes, he wanted me to participate in an attack against Rose Potter, Asterion spoke, leaving the two professors even more surprised and equally confused. Why would Professor Quirrell attack Lady Potter? Filius Flitwick, still incredulous, asked confusedly. His eyes widened in shock at the sudden information he was hearing. But Asterion's next words made the two professors feel like they had entered a frozen cave. A chill ran down their spines as a rare look of fear reflected in their eyes. That's because it's not Quirinus, but Voldemort himself, parasitizing Professor Quirrell's body. That. Whether Filius or Minerva, they didn't know what to say at this moment. They had so many doubts in their minds that they couldn't formulate a sentence at this moment. That is certainly terrible news, Asterion, Dumbledore spoke, drawing everyone's attention. His blue eyes gazed at Asterion with a gentle and kind look. Yes, terrible news for both of us, Asterion replied, his sarcastic tone noticeable to anyone. Although it was bad news for Dumbledore, it was news that impacted him primarily. Asterion was certain that if news of Voldemort's return spread, some idiots from the pureblood faction would follow their old leader without hesitation. Never underestimate people's hatred and extremist ideology. But all of this was bad for Asterion. It meant civil war within the pureblood faction. Something that Dumbledore would likely watch with pleasure, perhaps while eating popcorn. After all, it's a great feeling to see your old enemies killing each other without lifting a finger. The civil war, besides weakening the power of the pureblood faction in the Wisingamot, would also further weaken the power of the noble houses. Asterion suddenly realized that perhaps the fight against Voldemort was just another conspiracy by Dumbledore against the pureblood faction. This made the heir to the Black family grit his teeth in anger. The feeling of being manipulated like a puppet in someone else's show was truly unpleasant, leaving a lasting bitter taste in his mouth. Even though Asterion had managed to achieve his purpose, which was to pressure the school council to accept his emancipation, he had still been manipulated like a puppet by Dumbledore. Looking coldly at the harmless-looking elderly men, Asterion felt that his patience was wearing thin. He would try to kill the men sooner or later, preferably sooner. Pulling the Elder Wand from his robe, Albus Dumbledore spoke gently with a persuasive tone. Mr. Black, I will take care of things from here on, but I ask that you keep today's events secret for now. We don't need fear spreading throughout Hogwarts. With that said, he aimed the wand at the ruined classroom, and with a graceful movement of his wand, the entire classroom seemed to rewind in time, and in a few moments, the whole environment was as it was before the fight between Asterion and Voldemort began. Asterion did not respond and looked at the simple wand in the man's hands, the Elder Wand. It appeared to be an apparently normal wand, lacking any opulence or beauty, but looks can be deceiving, and this time was no different. This wand was a legendary object in the wizarding world. One of the 3 Deathly Hallows. The cloak, the stone, and the wand. Rumors say that whoever possesses all 3 would have the power of death itself. The Elder Wand, to be wielded, had a single requirement to be fulfilled: defeat its current master. It didn't matter the method you used to defeat your opponent, as long as you did, you had the right to wield it until someone defeated you. A simple and harsh requirement. Unfortunately, this simple requirement was especially difficult in this era because the one wielding the Elder Wand was none other than the most powerful man in the world, and it was certainly no easy task to defeat Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore certainly noticed his gaze on the wand and smiled amiably at Asterion, who returned the kind look with a cold and chilling gaze without saying another word. Asterion simply left the classroom with a slightly colder expression than usual. Since Dumbledore liked to play chess, Asterion would make the men bitterly regret playing chess with a teenager without patience. And he had a plan, a childish and rather simplistic one, but victories often came from simple plans. As he walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, Asterion remembered a phrase he had seen in his past life. What sets kings apart from ordinary humans is their lack of fear. Just you wait. Asterion strengthened his heart's determination and went to find his lovely cousin, Rose Potter. He really wanted to see the faces of Dumbledore and Voldemort when things didn't go as they planned. Entering the Great Hall, Asterion walked over to the Gryffindor table and stopped behind Rose Potter, who was chatting with some girls she shared the dormitory with. Rose, we need to talk, Asterion said, looking at Rose. Noticing the seriousness in his tone, Rose was surprised and nodded in agreement. She got up, bid farewell to her friends, and walked out of the Great Hall without caring about the thousands of eyes on them. At the Slytherin table, Pansy Parkinson looked at Daphne with malice and spoke sarcastically. This is the second time, it seems that the famous Ice Queen can't satisfy her men and he has to resort to other houses. You should be ashamed, Heiress Greengrass. A mischievous smile played on the 13-year-old's lips as she ate an olive. The other girls also smiled, looking at Daphne. Daphne offended many people in Slytherin by preventing the girls from approaching Asterion. Everyone dared not say anything because of Asterion, but that didn't stop them from mocking Daphne at this moment. Daphne listened to everything and remained completely indifferent, but she gripped her fork slightly tighter, showing that she wasn't as calm as she appeared at that moment. She looked at each girl and noted their names one by one. She would seek revenge, and in a rather cruel manner. But for now, she had to stay strong. If she showed weakness at this moment, these girls would swarm around her like hungry hyenas looking for food. At the same time, she couldn't help but glance at the backs of Rose and her fiancé disappearing from the Great Hall. This did not please her at all. Asterion was very close to Rose, especially with the rumors that Rose dragged Asterion into a broom closet yesterday. Rumors about this had spread like mushrooms after rain. It affected her more than she expected, mostly because of her jealousy towards Rose, but it also significantly impacted her prestige in Slytherin. Everything was falling apart with the girls spreading rumors after rumors about her inability to keep their king away from girls from other houses. While eating with an indifferent expression, Daphne noticed that the food had no taste. It felt like candle wax. Nevertheless, she ate everything, maintaining a strong posture. Chapter 57, Chapter 55, A Treacherous Game of Chess, 4. In the astrology tower of Hogwarts, Asterion and Rose stared at each other in silence. Before we begin, I need to address something that may affect our collaboration, said Asterion, his black hair gently swaying in the wind. His red eyes met those of the white-haired teenager with indifference. Rose furrowed her brow and waited silently for his words. My father, Regulus Black, worked for the person who killed your parents. Asterion began, but before he could finish, a colossal magical energy engulfed him relentlessly, as if someone were trying to crush him like a cockroach. Asterion showed no weakness and released an equal amount of magical energy, colliding with Rose's pressure. With the collision of auras, the air became thin and heavy, gravity seemed especially intense around them, and the clouds in the sky dispersed instantly. Faced with Rose's angry expression, Asterion asked coldly, are you going to listen to me, or are we going to fight here and now? Honestly, Rose's reaction was within Asterion's expectations, he even anticipated her attacking him. It was also a possibility for Hogwarts to be destroyed because of Rose's momentary anger, but it seems he underestimated Rose's emotional control. Rose clenched her fists furiously, but still gave Asterion a chance to explain. At this moment, she felt betrayed by this information, it caught her off guard. Seeing Rose calming down or at least holding back from punching him in the face, Asterion continued speaking. Before you jump down my throat, just know that my father regretted his actions and betrayed Voldemort. Before leaving the Death Eaters, he revealed the true origin of the men to the entire pureblood faction. After that, Voldemort found and killed him. Asterion's words alleviated the anger Rose was feeling at that moment, but she still looked at him with a particularly cold, almost distant, gaze. Even though it wasn't Asterion's fault, she still felt offended by his father's betrayal against her family. That's quite understandable, considering that if it weren't for Voldemort, Rose would have had a happy childhood, perhaps with brothers and sisters. Origin. Rose looked confusedly at him. What do you mean by Voldemort's origin? Exactly what I meant, Asterion replied. My father found out that Voldemort's name was Tom Marvolo Riddle, the son of Tom Riddle, a Muggle, and Merope Gaunt, a pureblood from the Gaunt family, which descended from the noble house of Slytherin. Regardless of Rose's surprised expression, Asterion continued speaking. Isn't it ironic, a man who always claimed to be pureblood is actually a half-blood? Believe me when I say that the pureblood faction didn't take kindly to the news. Unfortunately, interests come above personal feelings. Even though they didn't like the idea of a half-blood controlling them, the noble houses prioritized their interests over personal sentiments. Rose nodded and asked what else was confusing her at this moment. Why are you telling me this? Voldemort's back. Asterion simply dropped a piece of news that made Rose's eyes nearly explode with blinding light. Where and how did you learn this information? Rose asked, her tone cold and chilling, causing Asterion to look at her with a slightly surprised expression. He truly hadn't expected Rose to display such a look. I've just been attacked by him in the classroom. The proud Lord Voldemort was parasitizing Professor Quirrell, Asterion replied with a cold, sarcastic smile when he mentioned Voldemort's condition. Rose smiled, and a cold, murderous intent emanated from her. Seeing Rose ready to leave, Asterion said something that made her stop. Before you hunt him down, I have to tell you something. Rose looked confused at Asterion, as if asking, is there more? Don't you see, Rose? We're mere puppets in Dumbledore and Voldemort's games, Asterion said, his voice cold, carrying a hidden thirst for blood, disguised by his indifference. These old bastards manipulate us to achieve their own objectives, he continued, his black hair floating in the wind as his eyes fixed on the sun in the blue sky. Rose stopped and fell silent. She had already suspected this, she could subtly feel that Dumbledore was guiding her along a predetermined path, also that, in the end, she could take her place. And what do you suggest? She asked after a brief silence, her blue eyes calmly and coldly locking onto Asterion. Let's end this damn chess game and turn Voldemort's and Dumbledore's plans into rubbish, Asterion replied, leaning against a pillar as he watched her. Asterion lowered himself even more and ended up sitting on the ground. Rose sat beside him and looked at him with a gaze of apology and guilt. She hugged her own legs and spoke in a low tone. Sorry for almost fighting you because of your father's mistakes. Asterion, who was about to continue discussing the plan to end Dumbledore and Voldemort, looked at Rose with surprise. He shook his head and replied with an indifferent tone. When I decided to talk about my father's past, I already expected your reaction. It's normal to feel angry and to take out that anger on those close to the guilty party. Humanity always likes to blame the wrong people. That doesn't make me feel any better, Starlight. It makes me feel like garbage inside because I'm doing something I never thought I would. Rose spoke with a sad tone. You're strange, Snowflake. Instead of worrying about yourself, you're concerned about how I feel, Asterion replied, looking at her with indifference. That's because you're my cousin, I care about you. Rose elbowed Asterion's arm and spoke with a small smile on her lips, the sadness she was feeling dissipating a bit at that moment. Asterion looked deeply at Rose, opened his mouth as if to say something, but closed it the next moment before finally mustering the courage to speak. I reluctantly accept you as my cousin. Rose almost laughed at the funny expression he made when he said those words. To avoid angering Asterion, she suppressed her laughter and stood up. Call me when you're ready to start, she said as she turned and left the astronomy tower, leaving Asterion alone. Descending the stairs, Rose bit her lower lip hard and continued spiraling down the stairs while pondering the news she had just received. Especially the news about Asterian's father. She had almost unconsciously placed the blame for his father's mistakes on Asterian. That was foolish. She realized how silly she had been once the anger subsided. I hope I didn't hurt his feelings, Rose murmured to herself. But the other news made her eyes gleam with a cold look. When I find you, you'll wish you had stayed dead, Tom Riddle, she murmured as she descended the spiral staircase. Still in the tower, Asterian looked to where Rose had been sitting and muttered to himself. Things were simpler than I thought. I hope you enjoyed my gift, Dumbledore. Chapter 58, Chapter 56, Magical Self-Defense Tactical Training Class, 1. The Magical Self-Defense Tactical Training Room shared many similarities with the Cursed Spirit Defense classroom. Both were open spaces, however, the environment differed due to the presence of an immense ring drawn on the smooth marble floor. In charge of teaching this class was Professor Irene Dragnell, a tall woman in her 30s, with flaming red hair and piercing green eyes. Her beauty was marked by strong and sharp features like a knife, and her gaze denoted an unwavering intensity. She stood at around 190 centimeters tall and wore black leggings and a black sports bra for her medium-sized breasts while proudly displaying her beautiful abdominal muscles. The girls followed a similar style of attire to the professor, replacing the sports bra with a tight-fitting t-shirt. All the teenagers complemented the outfit with MMA gloves. The boys, on the other hand, wore similar ankle-length male leggings. For their upper bodies, they opted for long-sleeve shirts made of the same stretchy fabric as the leggings. Like the girls, they wore MMA gloves. Among the group of boys, Asterian stood out with his perfectly symmetrical and impressive abdominal muscles, an achievement he had dedicated years of effort to, even at just 13 years old. Theodora watched Asterian's muscles with envy and asked, Lord Asterian, could you tell me your training routine? All the other boys, including Draco, listened attentively. No matter who they were, all the boys wished to have muscles like Asterian's, most of them hoping to impress the girls with them. Another time I'll tell you, for now, focus on the class. Putting on the MMA glove, Asterian shook his head and replied. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the group of skinny boys in Gryffindor, though one boy in particular stood out with a swollen thumb in his group. He was tall for his age, surpassing Asterian. The teenager stood at around 184 centimeters tall, he had blue eyes and black hair. He possessed an enviable physique for any man with perfect muscles in every corner of his body, almost as if he was born for it, fighting. Asterian recognized the boy. Neville Longbottom. It wasn't surprising that this was the only class he could enjoy without needing magical energy. Looking at Neville, Asterian showed a cold smile. He especially remembered the insult his grandmother made against him. Now was a good time to return the favor from 3 years ago. As Asterian plotted his malicious plan, the eyes of almost all the boys focused on the professor. Mainly fixated on certain parts of her body that were accentuated by the leggings and sports bra. Some even secretly fell in love with the teacher. After all, what teenager has never fallen in love with that beautiful teacher? In the girls' group, Tracy glanced at Asterian and swallowed hard, feeling a wave of heat that made her use her hand as a fan. It wasn't just her, all the girls were peeking at some particularly muscular boys. Although the Slytherin girls were only looking at the Slytherin boys. Considering their age and natural interests in boys, it wasn't surprising that they acted this way. I already love this class, Tracy murmured, displaying a mischievous smile on her lips. Noticing her friend's behavior, Daphne spoke coldly, you can stop staring at my husband. Don't be selfish, Daph. We're just looking, Tracy replied, indifferent to her friend's discomfort, and continued with a mischievous smile. She continued speaking, but with a touch of envy in her voice. But honestly, I envy you, Daph. If it were me, I'd be touching those muscles all the time. Daphne snorted coldly but remained silent, though she glanced at Asterian while biting her lower lip. She didn't need to look around to know that all the Slytherin girls and girls from other houses were stealing glances at Asterian. Having a handsome husband was very dangerous in an environment full of girls with constantly flourishing hormones. Giving a resentful look at Asterian, Daphne focused on the class, seeing that the professor was about to speak. Good afternoon, students, she spoke, her voice echoing for all regardless of distance. I am Irene Dragnell. As the name of this class indicates, you will be learning to fight with me, she said, looking at everyone with a calm and confident gaze. She ignored the not-so-discreetly excited looks from the boys falling over her body. It was no news to her that she was quite an attractive object for teenagers. For some reason, boys always seemed to be interested in older women. Although she thought it might partly be because of her mature body. Smiling somewhat coldly, she continued. Unfortunately, today we will not be using reinforcement magic. I don't want to see any broken bones on this first day. Upon hearing about the possibility of breaking bones, most students showed a fearful look, remembering they would have the second Cursed Spirit Defense class next week. Some of you may be thinking that learning to fight is useless since you are wizards and can use magic, but you are completely wrong, Irene spoke as she walked to the center of the ring. I want you to understand that cursed spirits and dark wizards won't stand still waiting for you to hit them with your spells. They move swiftly and can kill you with the smallest of mistakes. Cursed spirits, in particular, have always engaged in physical fights due to their low intellect, and their bodies are hard, resilient, and regenerate quickly, she continued explaining, disregarding the students' feelings. Irene looked at everyone and spoke with a smile. So it's essential that you specialize in hand-to-hand combat, especially those who wish to become aurors. It's an important requirement to score at least an O in magical self-defense tactical training to qualify for the chance to participate in the Ministry of Magic's exams. With these words, most of those who dreamed of being an auror became extremely excited and serious, listening to every word of the professor as if they were hearing sacred words. Holding the box, she continued, in my class, you will fight against each other. Your opponents will be randomly drawn, so line up and come draw your opponents. Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff lined up in 4 rows and drew one by one. First were the girls from each house, and none of the boys seemed to mind much, although they were excited to fight. Tracy Davis from Slytherin versus Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, announced Irene loudly, watching Tracy pull the paper containing the Gryffindor girl's name. In the Gryffindor girls group, Hermione suddenly felt nervous. She really didn't expect to be the first one to be drawn. Kick that arrogant snake's butt, Hermione, cheered Lavender Brown, one of the girls she shared the dormitory with. I've never fought anyone, Hermione said with a worried expression. Your opponent doesn't either, or I hope not. Rose comforted her friend with a smile, though she was worried about Hermione taking a beating. Slytherin students had many advantages over Muggleborns, whether in knowledge, wealth, or training. Rose noticed this by observing the upright posture of almost all Slytherin students. She just hoped Hermione wouldn't take too much of a beating. Hermione, remember, keep your focus and pay attention to your surroundings, punch when necessary, and dodge when you think you'll get hit, she advised Hermione, looking at Tracy approaching in the center of the ring. Hermione nodded and took a deep breath, casting one last glance at her friends and receiving encouraging looks from all of them. Gathering courage, she walked toward the center of the ring with steady steps. In the center, the 2 teenagers stared at each other. It's a pleasure to finally meet the famous Hermione Granger. You're quite well known in Slytherin for keeping up with Asti and Rose Potter in earning points, Tracy spoke amiably. As a half-blood, she didn't possess the pride of a pureblood, something that certainly surprised Hermione. I didn't know I was that famous, Hermione replied, somewhat shy and surprised. She had expected the classic Slytherin arrogance. You're adorable. Seeing her expression, Tracy chuckled shrewdly. Observing the 2 girls speaking amicably, Irene approached and spoke with a stern voice, girls, remember, this is a friendly competition, so no hits to the eyes, hair, or stomach. Whoever knocks down the other first wins. Yes, Professor. Both girls responded simultaneously. Irene nodded satisfactorily and stepped back enough to arbitrate the fight. Instead of teaching the students how to fight first, she wanted to see each student's proficiency in combat before creating an individualized training regime. Thus, this first class was just for her to assess each student's abilities. Chapter 59, Chapter 57, Magical Self-Defense Tactical Training Class, 2. Hermione stood firm under her opponent's gaze, raising her guard with her arms and adopting a fighting stance. Although she had never fought anyone in her life, she still knew the basics. Tracy smiled and approached with her arms raised. As she got close enough to her opponent, she delivered a quick punch. The punch hit one of Hermione's arms, but Tracy had no intention of stopping. She kept punching, not giving the girl any space or time to breathe. Hermione felt the impact of the punches on her arms, but she remained steadfast, determined not to back down. Meanwhile, her mind was working frantically, trying to remember tips Rose had told her. Suddenly, realizing that Tracy was about to use her legs to unbalance her, Hermione noticed an opening, as the attacks had stopped. With agility, she dodged a leg aiming to knock her down and, seizing the moment, delivered a punch towards Tracy's face. Tracy, who was just playing with Hermione and underestimating her abilities, was shocked to see her dodge the kick and even more surprised to see the punch approaching her face. The expression of shock was plastered on her face as she tried to react in time. Unfortunately, it was too late to react. Bang. Hermione's punch landed on Tracy's cheek, causing the girl to recoil, holding her face while looking at Hermione in shock. Irene couldn't help but show a look of appreciation for Hermione. It wasn't wrong not to know how to fight, but it was wrong not to be able to fight back. Although Hermione had no technique behind the punch, the girl had the will and patience to wait for an opportunity and strike back. That was a good punch, Granger. Wiping her cheek with the back of her hand, Tracy spoke, laughing. But I won't underestimate you again. Tracy assumed a serious and focused expression. She wouldn't underestimate Hermione a second time. She quickly approached and delivered a fast and precise punch. Bang. Hermione didn't even have time to react as the punch struck her on the chin, rattling her brain. She tried to stay balanced, but it was difficult when the world around her seemed to be moving. Tracy didn't stop there. She forcefully kicked Hermione's leg, causing the already dizzy girl to fall to the ground with a loud thud. On the ground, the curly-haired girl couldn't help but look up at the ceiling with a dazed expression. Although she knew her chances of winning were slim, she didn't think it would only last a few minutes after it started. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of Hermione. She grabbed it and got up. That was a good fight, Granger. I hope you'll have improved by the next class. Tracy spoke amiably, her smile easing the feeling of loss within Hermione by a great deal. Next time, it won't be so easy to take me down, Tracy. Hermione looked at Tracy with a serious and determined look. I'm looking forward to it, Granger, Tracy replied, stepping back and returning to the group of Slytherin girls. Hermione returned to the Gryffindor girls group with a bit of embarrassment, but no one mocked her. They even encouraged her to try again in the next classes. Good job, Mione, you managed to land a punch on her. Rose congratulated her friend with a smile as she put her arm around her neck. I still lost, Hermione replied, feeling a bit embarrassed to be praised despite losing. Rose shook her head and laughed. Don't worry about it, no one is born knowing how to fight. Hermione nodded and continued watching fight after fight of the girls, recording all the scenes and reviewing them using her innate technique which she called the Great Library of Alexandria. She promised herself that she wouldn't be so passive in the next fight. Daphne Greengrass from Slytherin versus Rose Potter from Gryffindor, Irene announced after observing the note in Daphne's hands. Seeing Rose walk nonchalantly towards the center of the ring, Daphne shot a cold glance at the girl with white hair, aware that she was being underestimated. Before entering the ring, Daphne approached the group of Slytherin boys, to the surprise of many, including the professor. Facing Asterion, Daphne wrapped her slender arms around his neck and kissed him, causing shock to everyone around. Irene couldn't help but feel that Daphne was deliberately flaunting her relationship for all the girls around, as if she were claiming who belonged to him. At the same time, Irene felt an almost irresistible urge to punch Daphne. The scene before her was striking for someone single, like herself. After parting their lips, Daphne gave another kiss, but this time more chaste, and looked deeply into Asterion's eyes, as if expecting something. In the next moment. Good luck in the fight, Daph, Asterion said with a gentler tone this time. Daphne felt energized in that moment upon hearing that, and proudly walked towards the center of the ring. I must say, that was an interesting display, albeit somewhat childish, Rose commented, with her arms behind her head, her gaze falling upon the blonde with cold eyes tinged with annoyance. There was a smile on her lips capable of irritating even the blind. Asterion held a special place in Rose's heart. He had been the first relative she had known outside of the Dursleys. His sarcastic and straightforward personality was like a breath of fresh air amidst her disastrous family life. She had somewhat latched onto him during her time at Hogwarts. She couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort witnessing the display of affection between Asterion and Daphne, especially the gentle look he directed towards her. It was a look he had never offered her. Though reluctant to admit it, an uncomfortable sensation of jealousy began to take hold within her. Jealous? If you want, I can ask him to kiss a napkin and give it to you, so you can indulge in your lonely nights. What do you think? Daphne asked sarcastically, her eyes as cold as a snowstorm. Rose's smile almost faltered for a moment as the white-haired girl looked at Daphne with a slightly icy gaze. I think I'll enjoy punching your face, she replied, clenching her fists with a smile on her lips. It seems we have similar thoughts, Snowflake, Daphne retorted, assuming an attack position. Rose also took an attack position. She felt certain she would enjoy wiping the arrogant smirk off the blonde girl's face. Chapter 60, Chapter 58, Magical Self-Defense Tactical Training Class, 3, Chapter. Daphne struck first with a kick. Rose easily defended against the attack with her arms while delivering a punch towards her opponent. Daphne swiftly dodged, shifting slightly to the side. She then stepped back and looked at Rose with a dignified gaze. Fast. That was Daphne's initial thought about Rose's strikes. Her second thought was that there was no hesitation or fear in Rose's movements. If it weren't for the extraordinary perception she possessed because of the Greengrass House's inborn technique, Heart of Nature, it would have been difficult for her to evade the attacks of the girl with white hair. Looks like someone's good at dodging, Rose taunted with a smile on her face. The Greengrass heiress coldly huffed and swiftly approached her, delivering quick and precise punches. Completely relaxed and unconcerned, Rose, with her hands behind her back, easily dodged the attacks with an extremely provocative smile. She circled around Daphne and leaned back as she whispered. I'm going to show off a bit for your boyfriend, hope you don't mind. Daphne's eyes nearly instantly began to gleam with a cold light, a green aura spreading around her like an ethereal flame burning silently. The smell of ozone filled the classroom, and flashes flickered around Daphne. The thunderous sounds of thunder echoed. The Greengrass House's inborn technique, Heart of Nature, involved controlling natural phenomena, such as natural disasters, at the highest levels of mastery of the inborn technique. Daphne manipulated the lightning bolts as if wielding a weapon, aiming them at Rose, who still smiled nonchalantly. Without hesitation, she fired. Clearly, Rose easily dodged the attack and continued to evade the dozens of lightning bolts fired at her sequentially. Rose could have used the Limitless to become invincible, but she chose to dodge all the attacks to further irritate the Slytherin blonde. Princess, you need to aim properly, otherwise you won't hit me. Rose pointed to the center of her own forehead and taunted while dodging a lightning bolt that nearly grazed her right cheek. Daphne stopped shooting lightning and focused on the atmosphere around Rose, making the air thin and heavy until she essentially created a vacuum in the space around her, wanting to see what Rose would do without air. Rose noticed the change in the atmosphere almost instantly. She didn't intend to let Daphne do as she pleased and reached out, then clenched her hand tightly. The space around Daphne suddenly contracted, locking the Slytherin blonde in place. Daphne tried to break free from the spatial prison, but she couldn't move. It was as if there was a barrier around her skin, preventing her from moving a muscle to free herself. The vacuum zone she wanted to create dissipated without her support, causing the air around Rose to return to normal. That was risky, princess. Well, risky is a strong word, but let's just say it was amusing. Rose walked up to Daphne and spoke provocatively. Their faces were dangerously close. Daphne's eyes practically gleamed with fury. In her life, she had never been so angry as she was at this moment. The most frustrating part was that she couldn't punch that smiling face of the white-haired witch. Irina approached and praised aloud, "A great fight, you both have excellent reflexes and speed, but I recall saying it was a friendly match." She looked at both girls and spoke sternly, "You two are disqualified. You both lost." Rose didn't care, anyone could see that she was the one who won. She didn't need someone to tell her whether she had won or lost. Giving Daphne a provocative kiss on the cheek, Rose laughed at the furious look on the girl's face and returned to the Gryffindor girls group, humming a pleasant tune. "I'm going to kill that witch." Daphne, free from the spatial confinement, spat out each word through clenched teeth. "Good luck with that," Irene said, noticing the tension between the two, likely an adolescent love triangle that she was too lazy to inquire about. Daphne turned and went back to the Slytherin girls group. No one dared to speak, noticing the cold and murderous aura she emanated. However, her power certainly surprised everyone, solidifying her status as one of the strongest in Slytherin, so the loss to Rose was not without gains. The girls' fights continued, nothing as shocking as Daphne and Rose's fight, but still very good fights, especially Luna Lovegood's, who defeated her opponent simply by dodging with erratic and unpredictable movements. Doria Malfoy's fight was also interesting, but she ended up being disqualified for using her inborn technique, Wheel of Fortune, to make her opponent stumble at every step, bringing misfortune to the Hufflepuff girl. A truly intriguing inborn technique. When all the girls finished fighting, the boys finally began. Theodora was the first, fighting none other than Ron Weasley. Well, calling it a fight was an understatement. Ron seemed to only have talent for wizard's chess, as he couldn't land a single blow on Theodora Knott, who constantly mocked him. In the end, Ron lost in a particularly embarrassing manner. Although this fight didn't garner much excitement from the bored audience, everyone became excited for the next match. Asterion Black vs Neville Longbottom. How in the name of Merlin did that squib get into Hogwarts as a student? Shouldn't it have replaced Finch? Theodoro asked his shocked companion. At least in England, Neville was famous for almost wiping out the main branch of the Longbottom house. If Neville's son didn't possess magical abilities, the main branch would be officially declared extinct, and the side branch would take over the Longbottom house. It could be said that all purebloods knew Neville, not in a very good way. His grandmother must have spread her legs for Dumbledore, Draco sarcastically remarked, eliciting laughter from everyone. Asterion looked at the indifferent Neville. He could hide his emotions well, but the black air could sense the negative emotions ready to explode at any moment. As for the match with Neville, it was obviously rigged. Asterion used tiny cursed spirits he used for spying to hold onto the slip of paper containing Neville's name inside the box. Then he waited for his turn and picked the paper. "Everyone to the ring," Irene said, feeling a bit impatient with the incessant murmurs around. Asterion walked to the center of the arena with calm steps while checking to ensure his gloves were firmly secured on his hands. Neville also walked to the center of the ring with a particularly cold look, hiding a faint murderous intent behind his seemingly indifferent gaze. "It's been 3 years, Mr. Longbottom," Asterion greeted him, flexing his fingers, opening and closing them repeatedly. Neville didn't speak and continued to stare at Asterion with a cold gaze. "You know, I can feel your hatred towards me, but I'm confused," Asterion said, unconcerned by his silence. "I haven't done anything to deserve your hatred, yet you want to kill me," he spoke calmly. "Although I believe your hatred is against my family, I sense that you particularly want to kill me." Neville's eyes grew colder with each word from Asterion. His muscles tensed and became firmer, the teenager was ready to fight him. "So, I've realized. You hate me because I represent everything you're not. It hurts to look at me and see your opposite reflection," Asterion continued speaking, unfazed by Neville's subtle movements. When Asterion finished speaking, Neville rushed towards him. His speed seemed like a fleeting shadow to the other students, even to Irene, who widened her eyes in shock. Neville reached Asterion in 0.1 second. He clenched his fist and punched with all the force he could muster. Asterion didn't move a muscle to dodge. "How rude to attack someone unprepared," Asterion spoke, looking at the fist that missed, passing beside his shoulder. Neville seemed shocked, he knew he couldn't miss, especially with the superhuman reflexes he possessed. But seeing that he had missed, Neville attacked again, but the same thing happened, and he missed the blow once again. The teenager didn't stop and continued to rain down punches on Asterion, but without exception, they all missed, and Asterion hadn't even moved a muscle to dodge. In the Gryffindor girls group, Hermione opened her mouth, witnessing the incredible scene. Punches that they couldn't even see the trajectory of, seemed to deliberately miss Asterion, who was still standing in the same place without dodging once. "What's going on?" she murmured to herself, still confused. Rose beside her glanced at Asterian's wrist, where a small silver snake was biting its own tail. She didn't need to be a genius to know it was a cursed spirit. Asterian, who was looking curiously at the punches, calculated the force behind each punch from the wind they caused. About 5 tons or less. He wasn't a physicist to calculate something like that accurately. But it was an incredible strength for a human body with not a drop of magical energy. Neville wasn't and couldn't use reinforcement magic to strengthen his body, so this was the pure strength of his body. An amazing achievement, but this wasn't the universe of One Punch Man, where Saitama could defeat everything with one punch. In most anime and similar universes, physical strength always took second place, losing only to the energy of the universe itself. In this world, it was no different. No matter how much strength you had, in the face of an energy capable of changing reality itself, human flesh was nothing. For example, Asterian stood still while using Ouroboros to manipulate fate, changing the fate of each of Neville's punches, causing him to miss each one. Certainly, Asterian himself admitted that using Ouroboros to manipulate the fate of mere punches was at the very least futile. But he was childish on some occasions, so he opted to use a special grade curse spirit intended to be used against a monster named Rose Potter. Chapter 61, Chapter 59, Magical Self-Defense Tactical Training Class, 4. Regardless of the punches that missed him, Asterian walked towards Neville with calm and slow steps. What happened? Where is your hatred? Asterian spoke sarcastically while displaying a cold and indifferent smile. Technically, I should never care about someone who would never touch me if I didn't want to, but your family had to be my enemy. But don't worry, your body will be of great help to me in my plans. Feel honored, Neville, for you will finally be useful. He spoke, but his voice could not be heard by others, except himself and Neville. Neville, who heard everything, gritted his teeth. His blue eyes were so cold they could probably freeze the Gobi Desert. He spoke to Asterian for the first time. If it weren't for your cursed family, my parents would be fine, he said. I would have a happy family, and my grandmother wouldn't look at me with disappointment. I swear by all that is sacred, I will kill you and your cursed family, Neville finished, stepping back as he assumed a fighting stance. His hoarse and cold voice hung in the air. Ha ha ha, Asterian laughed. He pushed his hair back and smiled, displaying a sadistic and malicious grin. I wouldn't complicate things, but because of your words, you and anyone you care about will suffer, Neville Longbottom. At this moment, your grandmother is sitting in an armchair in the living room, looking at the portrait of her son and daughter-in-law above the fireplace. With each word Asterian spoke, Neville's pale face grew paler. Neville, I will break you, Asterian spoke, his eyes cold. I will destroy your family during the Christmas holidays in December. In the meantime, I want you to know that I will be watching you every moment. I want you to know that I will be coming, and you can't do anything to stop me. You will be a prisoner of your own paranoia while I delight in watching you and your family burn in the flames, just as London burned once. Asterian finished, mere inches from Neville. The boy remained completely paralyzed, shocked by the disturbing threat. Asterian reached out and grasped Neville's neck, whispering in his ear. See. Just a movement of my hand and your neck will snap. How does it feel to have your life in someone else's hands? Do you hate yourself? Do you hate your weakness? Do you hate the fate that made you this way? Asterian looked directly into Neville's eyes as he spoke. Releasing Neville's neck, Asterian smiled gently as he held his face with kindness. I will kill you, it will be painful and cruel, but don't blame me, blame yourself, for being weak and incompetent. Weakness has always been the original sin of the world. Without caring about what he had done to a 13-year-old teenager, Asterian stepped back and snapped his fingers, releasing the sound vacuum around them. Turning to Professor Irene, Asterian spoke with a calm and indifferent tone. I surrender, Professor. Neville has won. He then turned back to Neville and spoke coldly. Enjoy the taste of victory, Neville, for it will be the only triumph over me you'll have. Think of it as my mercy toward you. You see, I am very kind. With that said, he exited the ring, indifferent to the stares falling upon him. Irene looked at Asterian walking away and at the terrified, still frozen Neville. Like a veteran auror, she could imagine what Asterian had said to Neville. The hatred between House Longbottom and House Black wasn't a secret, although this hatred was only on the part of House Longbottom. Technically, House Black had never done anything against House Longbottom. The tortures suffered by Alice and Frank Longbottom were caused by Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband, along with other accomplices. Apart from Bellatrix, who was born a Black, House Black hadn't actually done anything against House Longbottom. But since House Longbottom didn't have a target to channel their hatred towards, they focused on House Black. Irene sighed and looked pityingly at the boy. She didn't know how he had been accepted into Hogwarts, but it was foolishness to live under the same roof as their enemies. As for speaking up for Neville, that thought never crossed Irene's mind. Going against a special grade wizard. Sorry, she wasn't so altruistic as to want to sacrifice herself for a student. Among the Gryffindor girls group, Rose frowned with displeasure. While the others couldn't hear the words exchanged between the two, she could, and every cold and sadistic word impacted her mind. Asterian had revealed himself to be cold, cruel, and incredibly sadistic. It was a side of him that Rose had never witnessed before, a dark and obscure side that she didn't appreciate one bit. She preferred his sarcasm, his honesty, and the noble behavior he usually displayed, worthy of a true noble, not the cruel and sadistic monster she was seeing at that moment. With clenched fists, Rose stared at Asterion with determination. "I won't let you succumb to the dark side, Starlight." As for Neville, Rose was determined to help him. In her eyes, he was blaming the wrong people. Transferring someone else's sins onto another just because of their family ties was incredibly wrong. She would help both reconcile, even if it meant throwing a few punches at both boys. In the Slytherin boys group, no one spoke or attempted to initiate a conversation with him. Even a fool like Draco could see that Asterion was in a bad mood. The temperature around him even seemed slightly colder than the surrounding environment. While Asterion kept his gaze fixed on Neville, who had recovered from his fear, something unexpected happened. The descendant of House Longbottom showed no sign of fear when their eyes met. Instead, he stared deeply into Asterion's eyes. The heir of House Black saw burning hatred against him in Neville's eyes, but he wasn't shaken. He realized that Neville possessed a trump card to protect himself from his wrath in December. If asked what it could be, Asterion had his suspicions, or rather, two of them. Albus Dumbledore and the press. It was evident that Albus Dumbledore would protect his allies. It would be the minimum that a leader would do when his subordinates were under threat. Neville could also use the press to warn about the imminent attack from Asterion against House Longbottom, causing many to turn against him. However, if Neville thought that Asterion would back down in the face of the most powerful man in the world, he was mistaken. Asterion was determined to wipe out the entire House Longbottom, indifferent to the consequences. He didn't care if he was discovered. He would even attack during the day to witness the horror on Neville's face when the time came. As for the consequences of his actions, Asterion was aware. He would likely be labeled as the Dark Lord, but even in the face of such serious consequences, he wished to send a clear message, a bloody and cruel message to everyone, enemies and allies alike. Especially with the imminent arrival of Voldemort and the potential civil war within the Pureblood faction. Suddenly, as Asterion was deep in thought, he felt his hand being held, and his fingers intertwined with slender ones. In the next moment, he felt another soft and delicate body pressed against his own. He didn't need to see to know who was holding his hand and leaning on him. There was only one person who could do that, Daphne, his fiancée. Looking sideways, he found her head resting on his shoulder, looking directly at him with a gentle and warm gaze. The anger Asterion felt when Neville spoke about killing his family faded like ice in the sun in the face of that warm gaze. He said nothing, and Daphne remained silent. Chapter 62, Chapter 60, School Council. In the Slytherin common room at Hogwarts, Asterion found himself relaxing, savoring a glass of whiskey as he let his thoughts wander freely. The explosion of emotions that occurred in the tactical magical self-defense training room led him to an inescapable conclusion. It was urgent for him to learn to better control his emotions. Asterion, despite being human, acknowledged his flaws. His need for familial affection was a vulnerability that could be exploited by anyone with enough power and courage. Therefore, he committed himself to further refining his emotional control, determined not to expose such feelings in front of his enemies again. However, mastery over his emotions did not mean that Asterion would hesitate to destroy the Longbottom house. On the contrary, after calming down completely, his determination to eradicate his enemies was strengthened even more, as if it were forged in steel. Someone must pay for his fury. At this moment, Asterion realized that Neville and Dumbledore had probably discovered his supposed weakness, his connection to family. He had no doubt that they would both try to use it against him. However, he himself was not deterred. Inside the Black Manor, even if Dumbledore ventured there, he would only leave in a coffin. Without a shadow of a doubt, Asterion was convinced that Arcturus would not hesitate to sacrifice himself, unleashing the destruction of the Black Manor itself along with Dumbledore's presence, thereby releasing the cursed spirit sealed at the mansion's entrance. As he left the confines of the residence, Asterion planned to unleash special-grade cursed spirits, particularly difficult to eliminate, upon each member of the Black House. He yearned to witness who would have the audacity to attempt to ambush Narcissa, Bellatrix, and Arcturus. Lord Black. Upon hearing someone calling for him, Asterion opened his eyes, finding the young man standing at a respectful distance. It was Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Headmaster Snape asked me to inform you that your presence has been requested at the Hogwarts School Council chamber, the boy said, bowing slightly and avoiding direct eye contact with Asterion as he spoke respectfully and courteously. Upon receiving this news, Asterion knew that the plan to pressure the school council regarding Quirrell's attack had been successful. He imagined the scandal that would ensue if the information leaked that one of the students had been attacked by a Hogwarts professor. He could even imagine Rita Skeeter creating chaos with just those words. "Thank you, Flint." Showing a satisfied smile, Asterion thanked him and placed the glass of whiskey on the glass table. He stood up and left the Slytherin common room. The Hogwarts School Council chamber resembled a conventional courtroom, although devoid of the chairs intended for jurors and the audience. Asterion stood on a platform in the center of the hall, carefully observing the elevated table where 11 people were seated in chairs of ancient and noble appearance. There were 5 women and 6 men. Among them, one stood out, Albus Dumbledore, occupying the central chair. Of the other 4 female members, Asterion recognized only one. It was impossible to forget the woman who invited him to join a secret organization called R at his birthday party 3 years ago. Even now, as she stared at him, one of the most powerful men in England, he detected the same arrogance in her gaze, skillfully concealed beneath a serious and elegant demeanor. Honestly, Asterion couldn't understand where such confidence came from for someone to display such arrogance in front of him. "Thank you for coming so promptly, Heir Black," Dumbledore said with a gentle and warm smile directed at Asterion. "After much deliberation from this council, your request has been accepted. Congratulations, Heir Black. You have been accepted into the exorcism course. As an exorcist, I hope you maintain prudence in your judgments, justice in your heart, and the courage to face death with serenity," continued the Hogwarts headmaster, his blue eyes like a lake fixed on Asterion with a serious and encouraging gaze. The other council members nodded in agreement. The woman from the secret organization, Veruca Blackthornsnide, spoke kindly. "I wish your career as an exorcist to be a success, Heir Black." Internally, Asterion scoffed at the apparent kindness expressed by the woman. One of the things he would never trust were secret organizations. You never know when they might stab someone in the back. At the same time, Asterion underestimated the extent of the secret organization's reach. It wasn't easy to become a member of the Hogwarts Council. Firstly, to attain such a position, one needed to be voted in at a Wisengamot meeting, garnering at least 20 votes for selection. Then, they would undergo a thorough investigation, during which their analytical skills and powers would be tested. Only after proving their abilities could someone become a member of the Hogwarts Council. Asterion refused to believe that this woman was innocent and had a clean past. But if his suspicions were correct, it would imply that the organization called R had deeply infiltrated the Ministry of Magic. He dared to say that even members of the Pure Blood faction were involved in this. "It seems I'll have to do a thorough cleanup when I take control," Asterion thought, looking at the woman who was smiling kindly at him. He returned the gaze with a cold and indifferent stare. Asterion also glanced at the other members of the school council. The 5 remaining men were elderly, 3 elegantly dressed in expensive fine suits and 2 in suits that, although fine, were more discreet. 3 members were from noble houses and 2 were muggleborns or half-bloods. Of the 5, 2 were powerful, Robert Crouch and Sebastian Fern, both powerful Grade 1 wizards. Robert Crouch, in particular, was a member of the famous Crouch House, a powerful family with significant connections within the Ministry of Magic. Sebastian was of Muggle origin and a rare Grade 1 wizard, something truly remarkable. Among the women, Asterion was only interested in 2. One of these women was Clarice Bones, a middle-aged woman, as her surname indicated, a member of the Bones House, probably with close ties to the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones. Asterion noticed that although Dumbledore did not control the school council, he had a lot of influence with Clarice, Sebastian, and other members of the council. Remembering that Dumbledore had said that these old folks didn't like to change things, Asterion scoffed. Obviously, it was a lie. The last interesting member of the school council was Veruca Blackthornsnide, the woman who had close ties to a mysterious secret organization apparently very powerful. She was also the youngest member, under 40. "The papers regarding your mission will be delivered by the end of the day. I hope you have a great day, Heir Black," Dumbledore said, smiling. He looked at the other members of the council and asked, "Does any member of the council have anything to add?" Seeing that everyone remained silent, Dumbledore banged the gavel, closing the session of the Hogwarts School Council. Internally scoffing at the school council, Asterion left without looking back. Everything seemed like a tasteless joke. Chapter 63, Chapter 61, Mission 1. In front of the mirror, Asterion adjusted his black tie as his eyes focused on Daphne sitting in an armchair in his room. Boys couldn't enter the girls' dormitory, but girls could enter the boys' dormitory. "I also wanted to go with you on the mission," Daphne complained aloud, her voice filled with helplessness and annoyance. Asterion turned to look at her and replied calmly, "You have to be at least a Grade 1 witch to be my partner." "I'm not far from that. At most in a year I'll achieve Grade 1, Daphne murmured to herself, her eyes gradually regaining confidence. She stood up and approached Asterion. "That outfit looks good on you," she said, skillfully helping Asterion with his tie. Asterion wore simple attire, a white long-sleeved shirt, a black tie, black pants, and black shoes. The shirt had the intricate M of the Ministry of Magic embroidered on the chest. This was the attire every wizard wore when they were on missions, accompanied by other accessories such as a watch, badge, and official documentation. The badges and official documentation were distributed and managed by MI0, they were real and even served for situations of emergency, allowing him to mobilize the army in case of catastrophes. The official badges were divided into 6 levels, the first level being the lowest and the 6th level being the highest. The higher your level, the more resources you could use in the normal world. At level 6, which was the level Asterion possessed, he could even mobilize the army with permission from the acting general at the time. Although only witches of special grade possessed such privileges. Assisting him with the final touches on his outfit, Daphne spoke with concern, "Return safely." Asterion looked at her and caressed her cheek with his thumb, his finger sliding over her soft skin to her delicate lips slowly. Daphne felt her cheeks flush at the intimate gesture but didn't move, letting him do as he pleased. "Thank you for your concern," he whispered, his voice gentle and grateful. Then, he leaned down and softly kissed her lips. Daphne wrapped her arms around his neck and surrendered to the kiss as Asterian's fingers dug into her slim waist. After a few minutes of kissing, they both parted and gazed into each other's eyes. Daphne leaned against his body, remaining silent, enjoying the serene yet pleasant atmosphere. It was the first time Asterian took the initiative to kiss her, and her heart overflowed with sweetness. She even felt like humming to express how happy she was in this moment. Although he didn't want to end this moment, Asterian spoke gently. I have to go, Daph. Just a little longer, she pleaded, burying her head into his chest, her voice sweet and filled with childishness, almost like a child adorably asking their parents for a toy. Asterian sighed and hugged her tighter, finding himself increasingly relaxed in Daphne's presence. After a while, Daphne reluctantly pulled away and looked at Asterian with a bright and loving gaze, like an enamored maiden. Seeing such a look, Asterian knew he had won the love of this pureblood witch. For some reason, a feeling of satisfaction and the pleasure of conquest welled up in his heart. Men are so easy to please. Feeling these emotions bubbling in his chest, Asterian murmured to himself. Taking one last look at Daphne, Asterian left the room. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would likely give in to pleasure once again. Daphne, upon seeing Asterian leaving the room, jumped with excitement and threw herself onto his bed. No one truly understood the effort she had invested in this relationship. Her future husband was not someone easy to approach. Finally, after years of living together, she had managed to earn his initial trust. Now, all she needed was to strengthen that bond, and she would have a very satisfying married life. Inhaling the pleasant scent of the sheets and pillows, Daphne embraced the pillow and buried her face in it, letting out a joyful laugh. Completely different from the Ice Queen that everyone in Slytherin feared, at this moment, she was no different from a 13-year-old girl enjoying her crush. Asterian was completely oblivious to what was happening in his dormitory as he walked through a part of Hogwarts that remained off-limits to students before the 4th year. As he traversed the corridor, many young people hurried past him, all dressed identically regardless of gender, white long-sleeved shirt, tie, pants, and shoes. It was evident they were either heading out on missions assigned by the school or returning from them. What caught Asterian's attention the most was the absence of the relaxed and slightly childish atmosphere that younger students exuded. Among these older students, everyone seemed to carry serious or worried looks. It was clear to Asterian that the exorcism course was no joke. A simple mistake could result in fatal consequences. Continuing down the corridor, Asterian arrived at an imposing hall with an oval ceiling. Inside, hundreds of tables were occupied by students manipulating a myriad of documents, while lines of other students patiently waited. Paper airplanes cut through the air amidst owls carrying letters. Although the environment seemed chaotic at first glance, there was a strange quietness hanging over the place, broken only by the sound of stamps and occasional whispers. Walking up to one of the lines, Asterian waited patiently until it was finally his turn, which didn't take long as the students were very quick in processing the documents. Upon reaching the table, a 7th-year student greeted Asterian, but she didn't look up, focused on analyzing a document in her hands. Badge number and mission details, she requested. Asterian retrieved the badge from his pocket and handed it to the young woman, along with a sheet containing the mission information. The badge displayed the symbols of the Ministry of Magic and MI0. Next to the M representing the Ministry of Magic was a wand, next to the M symbolizing MI0 was a sword. Below the two symbols, 6 stars indicated Asterian's level. Louise briefly lifted her gaze and found the badge. The next moment, her eyes widened as she observed the 6 stars shining particularly brightly on the badge. She took the paper containing the mission information and read it carefully. Mission, investigation of the city of Nottingham. Location, England, Nottinghamshire, City of Nottingham. Acting on the mission, 1. Asterian Black, Special Grade, Badge Number, 002. Empty. Number of victims, 142. Mission conclusion, investigation of cursed spirit of special grade. Upon successful identification, immediate execution order after confirmation of the cursed spirit. Louise took a deep breath and looked up, meeting red eyes, and didn't even need to glance at the badge to know that she was facing the 2nd special grade wizard of England and the 32nd in the world. She took the badge offered by Asterian, checked the number on the mission information, and stamped the paper with a seal that read, pending. After that, she made a copy of the document and handed the original back to Asterian. Returning the badge to Asterian, she spoke calmly and politely, Lord Black, please note that a Class 6 badge has privileges to bypass any queue. Your missions are important, so there's no need for you to wait and potentially delay mission fulfillment. Asterian nodded and pocketed the badge and the paper containing the mission information. Thank you, milady, Asterian thanked and left. Louise watched his back and smiled. She hadn't expected to have the chance to stamp a special grade mission. I'm going to make a personal copy for myself and put it in a picture frame. My sisters will be so jealous, Louise murmured to herself with an excited smile. Chapter 64, Chapter 63, Mission 2. England, Nottinghamshire, City of Nottingham. In the heart of Nottingham, a dark car glided smoothly to a stop in front of an imposing building, the MI0 branch in Nottingham. As the car parked, the door opened and Asterian, in the back seat, observed the middle-aged man with a slightly surprised expression. "I didn't expect to have you as my partner again, Edward," he remarked, noting the tired and indifferent expression of the man. Initially, the Ministry of Magic would send an experienced aura to assist in the mission, but for Asterion, it seemed unnecessary, more people would only get in the way. However, the presence of an MI0 agent was crucial, not only for their familiarity with Muggle customs and laws but also for dealing with official matters involving police and military. Edward Grey, flicking cigarette ashes onto the ground, replied casually, "Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are. It seems the higher-ups thought it important for us to work together." "Familiarity always helps," Asterion agreed, approaching and extending his hand. "I hope we can work well together, Agent Grey." Edward shook his hand firmly, looking at Asterion with determination. "I hope the same, Agent Black." After the greeting, Edward got into the car, and they drove through the streets of Nottingham. Inside the car, Edward pulled out a clipboard with dozens of papers. "The first time we discovered this cursed spirit was 6 months ago. 2 children were already missing when field agents detected traces of negative magical energy in the area," Edward narrated as he looked at the paper containing reports from Hogwarts Auxiliary Course. "The next time the same negative residues were detected, 6 people disappeared. This was 6 blocks away from the first attack," he spoke, looking at Asterion with a serious gaze. Asterion also wore a serious look, not because of the power of the cursed spirit, but because of what it represented. A cursed spirit that has left its place of origin. It is commonly known that cursed spirits do not stray from the place of their origin, but in some rare cases, the cursed spirit may indeed move away from its place of origin. These cursed spirits were the most problematic, not only because they moved regularly but also because they rapidly grew in levels of power. They not only grew quickly but were also more intelligent, as much as a normal person. This type of cursed spirit had already surpassed primitive instincts and could think rationally. Fortunately, being as intelligent as a normal person does not equate to wisdom, so like normal serial killers, these cursed spirits had regular hunting grounds to satisfy their hunger, much like any territorial animal. "What's the estimated hunting area?" Asterion asked, furrowing his brow. "About 50 to 60 kilometers, Edward replied, looking at the information on the paper, his expression grim and cold. "That area covers almost the entire city of Nottingham." Asterion murmured, taking in his words. "Perhaps it's a special or semi-special grade cursed spirit. Report to the military and proceed with the evacuation of the entire city," Asterion declared after hearing the size of the hunting area, looking at Edward with a cold expression. Nottingham had about 300,000 inhabitants, and if a fight were to break out in the city, it would be a catastrophe for this historic city. Although it could also be a grade 1 cursed spirit, it was better to be cautious in case it was not just a simple grade 1 cursed spirit. Edward nodded and took his cell phone out of his pocket, dialing a specific 3-digit number, 003. The call was accepted almost instantly. "Supernatural Emergency Central. Red code for the city of Nottingham," Edward spoke with a heavy voice. "For confirmation of your identity, please state your badge number." The male voice became serious. 145544, Edward replied. "The badge number of the wizard on site," the voice asked again. 002, Asterion whispered, sitting next to Edward in the car. 002, Edward nodded to Asterion and responded. It took about 5 seconds for Edward to be responded to. "Confirmation successful. Good luck, Agent Grey and Black." "God bless Nottingham," the male voice replied, his voice serious and slightly nervous. "May your prayers be answered, Central," Edward spoke calmly, certainly noticing the nervousness in the man's voice, but he didn't inquire further. It was quite obvious that the men had some relatives in Nottingham. Asterion heard everything and remained indifferent. As for haste, there was no need. Acting prematurely would only result in more chaos and deaths. He would refuse to act until the city was evacuated, or at least until the cursed spirit was successfully located. There was no rush to immediately find the cursed spirit. The city's evacuation alone would surely attract the curse's attention, making it opportune for it to reveal itself. After all, you don't let your prey escape. Meanwhile, a curtain of darkness emerged above Asterion's palm, from which a grotesque eye emerged, surrounded by tentacles. The cursed spirit didn't need orders to know its role. Transformed into multiple versions of itself, the eye multiplied and flew throughout Nottingham. "I've sent my cursed spirits to patrol the city. With this, I can monitor all of Nottingham in real time. When he shows up, I'll know," murmured Asterion to Edward beside him. The MI0 agent nodded, and both waited in silence. They knew the evacuation would take hours. Tension hung in the air as they watched the city slowly empty out. Edward glanced at the clock on the car's dashboard and then at Asterion. "How much longer until the evacuation is complete?" Upon hearing this, Asterion looked down upon the entire city through the cursed spirits in the form of eyes. He pondered for a moment before responding, "At least another 2 hours, perhaps more, depending on the efficiency of the evacuation teams." Edward nodded, his expression calm and serious. Every passing minute increased the risk of more victims falling into the clutches of the cursed spirit. Meanwhile, Asterion's shadow eyes continued to watch over the city, searching for any sign of the cursed spirit. With each passing second, he could sense the negative energy rising at an extremely rapid pace. Asterion knew that the evacuation had left people fearful, nervous, and filled with anger, emotions highly conducive to times of high stress. At the same time, all this negative magical energy was writhing and heading towards a specific location. It seemed that the cursed spirit had noticed the drastic change in the city's environment. Finally, after an agonizing wait, one of Asterion's shadow eyes detected suspicious activity in a residential area south of the city. Residential area south of the city. Asterion murmured, his voice laden with a cold intent to kill. Edward nodded and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Central, it's in the south of the city. Affirmative, Agent Gray. I'll be reporting to the general in charge of the evacuation operation, the male voice responded immediately. The car's driver quickly headed south towards the city of Nottingham. Chapter 65, Chapter 63, Mission 3. As the car swiftly traversed the empty streets, Asterion inside the car showed a cold smile. Through the eyes of darkness, he had successfully located the cursed spirit. Without caring about the surprised looks from Edward and the driver, he opened the car door and, regardless of the high speed, leaped from the car. In midair, Asterion summoned a kind of huge manta ray and landed on it at high speed. The manta ray flew towards the sky, leaving a white trail behind. A minute later, above the residential area, the black air looked at the humanoid cursed spirit with a cold gaze. It stood about 2 meters tall, with gray skin with white stripes. On both shoulders, it had what looked like chimneys exhaling large amounts of smoke. Its oval head had terrifying and ugly features, and it possessed particularly dark claws, resembling weapon holes. He confirmed, it was a special-grade cursed spirit. I found you, filthy insect, Asterion spoke, smiling coldly. Are you ready to be enslaved forever? Ooh-ha. The spirit let out a strange cry, as if responding to Asterion. Asterion understood what it was saying through the negative magical energy, though it was more emotion than words. In the next moment, the sound of a whistle similar to that of a steam train echoed throughout the city before a pillar of highly compressed smoke erupted. Anger and fury with some traces of hatred, Asterion murmured, causing the manta ray beneath him to fly upside down, swiftly dodging the smoke. The attack, which missed Asterion, continued to wreak havoc, sending dust and debris flying. When the dust settled, Asterion looked at the ravine, a kilometer long and 50 meters wide, with a calm gaze. Waha waha. The special-grade cursed spirit seemed to be laughing, a cruel and sadistic laughter. You are too proud, insect, Asterion spoke calmly, then disappeared from where he was. Asterion reappeared suddenly in front of the cursed spirit, his hand gripping the head of the curse. The black air smiled coldly and forcefully slammed the cursed spirit's head onto the cold asphalt with shocking force, creating a crater the moment it collided with the street. The cursed spirit still seemed in shock at what had occurred, lying with arms outstretched, looking up at Asterion clad in his armor and gauntlets. The game is not over yet, let's play a little more, filthy insect, he said coldly, reinforcing his body with magical energy. Asterion raised his foot and kicked with all his might at the head of the special-grade curse. Boom. The entire area within 100 meters sank with the force, sending dust and debris from houses and asphalt flying into the air. The massive tremor reverberated throughout the city, shaking buildings within dozens of kilometers from the epicenter of the attack. In the air, swiftly dodging the high-speed smoke, Asterion floated upside down, looking down at the cursed spirit with a cold and calm gaze. Waha. Half of the cursed spirit's head was empty, the entire gray brain could be seen grotesquely contracting, but the entire wound regenerated the next instant. The cursed spirit looked up at Asterion in the air and brought its hands together as if holding a ball. A large amount of negative magical energy gathered into a large ball of dark blue energy. Then, the cursed spirit threw it at him. Asterion remained indifferent, forming a seal with his hands. Baskerville. With a sadistic laugh, the head of a huge demonic dog manifested on Asterion's shoulder. The 100 red eyes stared at the cursed spirit with a hungry gaze and opened its mouth, swallowing the ball of negative magical energy. Asterion could have dodged the attack, but if that attack hit the city, half of Nottingham would no longer exist. Drawing his wand, Asterion flicked his wrist and chanted the spell. Maxima Bombarda. From the tip of Asterion's wand, a scarlet glow blossomed, and in the next moment, a massive colorless explosion soared into the sky. The entire residential area in the south of Nottingham vanished before Asterion's spell. Looking at the huge, empty, and deep crater, Asterion floated in the air and looked at the cursed spirit, or at least what was left of it, a pair of feet. Not leaving any chance for the cursed spirit to regenerate, Asterion raised his hand, ready to exorcise it. Flush. As he was about to exorcise, a high-speed fragment violently tore through the air towards Asterion. The black air didn't move to dodge, Baskerville appeared and faithfully protected his master, manifesting behind him. Its huge body rose behind Asterion as it growled furiously at the men who attacked its master. Looking to the side, Asterion saw a man approaching calmly with a gentle smile. He wore a black suit, his features suggesting Middle Eastern origin. He was about 40 and appeared to be in good shape. Asterion tried to recall the special-grade wizards from that region and found 3, 2 women, and 1 man. Seeing a man in front of him, Asterion presumed he was facing Mustafa al-Husseini, a relatively new special-grade wizard. Lord Al-Husseini? Asterion asked coldly. Perhaps, perhaps not, the man replied with a relaxed smile, his perfect English almost native-like, even carrying a hint of an English accent. Asterion confirmed that the person before him was not Mustafa, but someone else using his appearance, or in the worst case, his body. As Asterion focused on the mysterious man, the cursed spirit had just regenerated and stood beside the man. Asterion was puzzled. Humans and cursed spirits were incompatible. It was in the instinct of every cursed spirit to kill and devour. But the scene before him shattered all the logic that this world had maintained for millennia. I'll exorcise the cursed spirit and then arrest you, maybe dissect you, Asterion spoke coldly, looking at the men with an indifferent gaze. The men just shrugged and continued to look at Asterion with an amused gaze. I must say, you really resemble Corvinus, even have the same hobby of dissecting people, he said with a playful smile on his lips, his black eyes almost nostalgic as they looked at him. This time it was Asterion's turn to be surprised. By the man's words, he had known his ancestor, but the men had been dead for over 1,000 years. This meant that the man before him was at least 1,000 years old. Of course, all of this assumed that what the men said was true. Sorry, I'm more handsome than my ancestor, Asterion replied sarcastically. He looked at the men. But don't worry, as a good host, I must invite you to spend some time at my mansion. The men looked at Asterion with a playful gaze, almost nostalgic. I must say, even your sarcasm and narcissism are similar. If I didn't believe that reincarnation doesn't exist, I would believe that you are the reincarnation of Corvinus Black, the man said, casually spreading his arms. He looked at Asterion with increasing interest. Chapter 66, Chapter 64, Mission 4. As you said yourself, let's play a little, he said with a gentle and relaxed tone. As soon as the men finished speaking, a black veil covered the entire city of Nottingham almost instantly. For the first time, Asterion showed a dignified look. He could do something similar, but not at such a frightening speed. This only showed that the opponent's mastery over barriers was extraordinary. But showing seriousness towards the enemy did not mean that Asterion was afraid of the men standing in front of him. Play? Yes, let's play, Asterion spoke sarcastically, forming a seal with his hand. 11 gigantic whirlpools made of the purest darkness manifested above him in an instant. The massive amount of negative magical energy soared to terrifying levels, to the point where it was already affecting the world, making the environment within the veil even darker and more obscure. As long as one was on the island of Great Britain, the summoning of the 11 cursed spirits was felt by any wizard of grade 1 and above. Almost like a beacon in the dark night. The entire Ministry of Magic was thrown into chaos by the alarm, showing the emergency of the situation. Asterion expended a huge amount of magical energy to summon 11 special grade cursed spirits. Looking at the pairs of red eyes through each whirlpool of pure darkness, the man spoke with sincere admiration. 11 special grade cursed spirits, add that to your pet dog, 12. I must say, besides Corvinus, none of your ancestors could maintain 12 special grade cursed spirits. I'm curious, are you also following Corvinus's plan? The mysterious man asked curiously, seeming not to care about the 12 special grade cursed spirits above him, as if he didn't care about the danger he was currently in. Asterion tensed upon hearing this, unable to help but look at the man with a shocked expression. As if seeing the shocked look on his face, the man spoke gently. Don't be surprised, I was the one who gave the idea to Corvinus, he just perfected it. He continued speaking, unfazed by the surprised look on Asterion's face. Do you know the reason for Corvinus's monstrous hatred against the cursed spirits? Believe me when I say it's not just because of racial differences. Corvinus had a twin sister. Unfortunately, she was killed by a cursed spirit when the poor girl awakened her magic. Corvinus witnessed his sister's death and awakened his innate technique. He unconsciously used his sister's soul and turned it into a cursed spirit. The cursed spirit was powerful, perhaps the most powerful I've witnessed in the 2,000 years I've walked this world. Unfortunately, he hid the cursed spirit well, as I never saw her again. The man spoke with a disappointed look, looking at Asterion. Asterion couldn't help but think of the statue at the entrance of Black Manor. Could it be Corvinus Black's twin sister? But, in the Book of Heritage, Corvinus only mentioned that it was an extremely powerful cursed spirit, so powerful that the Black ancestor died shortly after sealing the cursed spirit in the statue. Because of the hatred he felt at that moment, he always sought to eliminate all cursed spirits from the world, an ideal to cleanse this dirty and corrupt world. Corvinus was not the first to think like that, but he was the craziest, as he tried to do what I theorized to be impossible. The man showed a smile, as if remembering something interesting. You don't need to tell me if you are trying to achieve this goal successfully, I can see it in your eyes. You have the same hatred and will as Corvinus, I really want to see if you will be able to achieve Corvinus Black's ideal. He spoke gently as he looked at Asterion, his gaze full of excitement and a touch of madness. I think we talked too much, let's get to the point, shall we? He smiled and elegantly bowed. When the man finished speaking, a crimson shadow surged towards him at a frightening speed. The man jumped into the air, grabbing the shoulder of the cursed spirit representing the pollution of the world, avoiding Nidhogg's enormous mouth. An interesting curse, Asterion. The man spoke, observing with interest the enormous body of Nidhogg. Did you use the body of a basilisk as the main idea or an Eastern dragon? Asterion just coldly huffed and remained silent, feeling like things were slipping out of his control. The mysterious man using the body of another special grade wizard was too calm, even surrounded by 12 special grade cursed spirits. It was as if he could escape at any moment. But even if he lost all the information the man possessed, Asterion was determined to kill both the special grade curse and the mysterious man. Forming another seal, Asterion murmured, Mesarthematimus. From another vortex of pure darkness, another figure emerged, resembling a gigantic sheep with bright blue eyes, but instead of wool covering the animal's body, it was 10,000 diamonds. Asterion felt the magic from his body being drained relatively quickly. He estimated it could supply the magical energy of 3 special grade cursed spirits for a few hours. As the mysterious man looked confused at the enormous sheep covered in diamonds, his face drastically changed upon seeing a colossal cloud of sparkling particles approaching from all directions at an alarming speed. The man didn't hesitate. He threw the special grade cursed spirit in his hand and used it as a shield while quickly drawing a wand. Pointing it towards the cloud of tiny diamonds that seemed to penetrate everything, the man murmured in Greek. Alpha lambda lambda alpha gamma. Note, means change in Greek. When he chanted the spell in Greek, a field of energy manifested around him. As tens of millions of tiny diamonds collided with the force field, they transformed into feathers, gently brushing against the man. As the man was about to exit the force field, massive crimson bolts bathed the ground in pure destruction and ruin. Looking up, he saw the enormous 6-eyed, 2-mouthed Eastern dragon manipulating an infinite amount of lightning bolts. Damn it, Corvinus, Salazar, your descendant is an interesting one, the man cursed, though there was a playful smile on his lips. Suddenly, the man's face changed upon seeing both of Asterion's hands coming together to form a very special seal. Asterion joined both thumbs, index fingers, and pinkies, forming a seal very similar to the one Sukuna used when activating his domain expansion. Looking coldly, Asterion sarcastically smiled. He knew that Adamus and Nidhogg's attack couldn't kill the man, but it could delay him enough for Asterion to finish casting the ultimate technique of an inborn technique. Asterion murmured calmly. Domain Expansion, Dark Side of the Primordial Universe. Chapter 67, Chapter 65, Mission 5. Throughout 2 millennia in which he wandered this world, Herpo understood an unwavering truth. In the face of the omnipotence and omniscience of magic, the fragility of the human body was undeniable. On his quest for truth, he witnessed the devastating power of magic, capable of reducing physical existence to nothing. Confronted with a special grade sorcerer's domain expansion, a force so brutal it disfigured reality, tearing apart the very fabric of reality, he knew, with a cold and cruel certainty, that in the face of such power, even the most resilient of bodies would be erased from existence itself. However, Herpo, forged in the wisdom of 2 millennia, recognized a truth: only a domain expansion could oppose another. With the imminent danger looming over him, he reacted as quickly as a mere blink of an eye, discarding without hesitation the threats of the cursed spirits that surrounded him, his total attention and being focused on Asterion. Forming a seal with his hands, he murmured calmly. Domain Expansion, Workshop of the God of Creation. Domain Expansion, Dark Side of the Primordial Universe. Both, unwavering, unflinching, materialized their innate techniques, their souls laying bare within the barriers forming around both of them. Asterion's expansion emerged as a dark vortex, an abyssal expanse cold and lifeless, swallowing all the malice and sins accumulated by humanity, a pit of all conceivable evil. In parallel, Herpo's expansion unfolded like a desolate desert, under a sky dominated by titanic gears, spinning tirelessly in a mechanical symphony, a clock marking the end of times. And then, like 2 ancient gods in battle, their domains collided, a dark universe against a desert, the primordial darkness against a clock of the end times. In an instant, no longer than a blink of an eye, a mere millisecond, a blinding glow marked the clash of worlds. And, despite the chaos, both Asterion and Herpo felt a profound tremor, a dizzying sensation that the heavens and the earth were inverting under the overwhelming impact. Yet, both stood immovable as mountains in the face of the magical fury that was the collision between 2 domain expansions. They persisted, their domains continuing to collide, a dance of destruction and creation. Suddenly, everything disintegrated, the walls of Asterion's domain expansion broke. With no more impediments, Herpo's domain expansion advanced. But before it could touch Asterion, a huge serpent with 2 silver heads emerged from the space. With grace and beauty, it appeared and swallowed Asterion, then emerged back into space. Looking out over the vast, lifeless desert, for the first time in many centuries, Herpo was confused. He was about to envelop Asterion with the domain expansion, then, by Zeus, how had he disappeared? Upon dispelling his own expansion, an insatiable curiosity made him look up towards the sky. And there, in the depths of the sky darkened by the veil, an unusual sight surprised him, bringing a smile to his lips, a huge 2-headed serpent. In one of the serpent's mouths was Asterion. Space. Herpo murmured, looking at the cursed spirit in the form of a 2-headed serpent. Seated in the jaw of Almisa Mercury, the dimension-devouring serpent, Asterion cast a cold glance at the mysterious man. He never expected that in such a short span of time, the man would be capable of executing a domain expansion. What he despised the most was losing in a competition of domain expansions, revealing an abysmal gap in experience and technique between him and the mysterious man. I must confess, it has been ages since I resorted to my own domain expansion. The man's voice resonated, joyful and carefree. His eyes sparkled as he fixed Asterion in the skies, as if witnessing something extraordinary. He continued speaking, his voice tinged with sincere admiration. I thought your domain expansion would be similar to that of Corvinus, who creates a sea of colossal monsters, but unexpectedly, you used negative magical energy as a base and created a domain expansion focused on negative emotions. Any other mage would have gone mad if they fell into your domain expansion. Honestly, you are a genius, Asterion. Glancing suddenly towards the north, Herpo showed a look of disappointment and spoke, looking towards Asterion in the sky. Unfortunately, we have company. I hope to meet another time for a cup of tea. Taking what was left of the cursed spirit that represented the pollution of the world, Herpo operated away. Asterion did not stop him. He did not have enough magical energy at the moment. He had to re-evaluate the consumption of their summonings and domain expansions, both of which used up vast amounts of magical energy. As Asterion analyzed the combat, reflecting on the mistakes made, the veil that shrouded Nottingham dissipated, and the temperature in the region experienced an abrupt increase. Turning his gaze towards the arrival of the men, Asterion spotted Albus Dumbledore, enveloped in white flames. Even from that distance, it was possible to feel the searing heat emanating from the flaming white flames that surrounded the men. Dumbledore looked at a third of the city destroyed and focused his gaze on Asterion, in the mouth of a two-headed serpent. He appeared instantly in the same mouth of the serpent where Asterion was, looked at the 13-year-old boy with a serious gaze, and asked, "What in the name of Merlin happened in this city?" Asterion did not hesitate to respond. At this moment, given the current concerns, they were not enemies. I was about to exorcise a special grade curse when I was attacked by a man I presumed to be Mustafa al-Husseini, but it wasn't him, it was someone using his appearance, or his body. We fought, and I lost. By his words, he knew my ancestor Corvinus, though I do not know if his words were true. Dumbledore remained silent for a brief moment, before responding in a cold tone, I will communicate with Israel personally. If it is confirmed that Lord al-Husseini attacked, we will declare war. Asterion looked at Dumbledore surprised, but was relieved. Anyone would be furious with their home attacked. If you need my presence to press Israel, you can call me. Asterion spoke before gathering all his cursed spirits and operating away. Looking at the destruction in the city, Dumbledore knelt down to the ground level and looked at the remnants of magical energy. His face turned grim, observing the familiar magical particles in his hands. Horcrux. Dumbledore murmured, feeling the same dark magic he once sensed in Voldemort. Chapter 68, Chapter 66, Aftermath of the Attack, 1. Great Britain, England, Hogwarts. Rose left the Gryffindor girls' dormitory and walked through the long corridors, holding in her arms a book titled Potter Legacy, which Hagrid had given her the first time they met, back at the Dursleys' house. The book documented the experiences of all the patriarchs and matriarchs of the Potter house over the centuries. It was comforting for her to read the thoughts of her ancestors. Even being the last remaining member of the Potter house, she felt that they still cared for her, even after death. Especially her father's notes, which she made a point of reading every night before sleep, were a way to connect with him, despite his absence. It was a relief to discover, through the book, that her parents were not as her aunt had described. They were not addicts who abandoned her and died in a car accident. As she walked through the corridors, Rose noticed that many students displayed tense expressions, as if a significant event were taking place. Quickening her pace, she reached the dining hall and sat next to Hermione, who also looked equally tense and worried. "What happened?" asked Rose, her intense and expressive blue eyes fixed on her best friend. "Maybe a war," replied Hermione, her voice laden with tension. "War. I slept just one night and we're already on the brink of war." Confused, Rose stared at Hermione, searching for explanations. Realizing Rose's confusion, Hermione handed her the newspaper. Rose then looked at the newspaper in her hands and noticed the headline featured on the front page. Devastation in Nottingham after clash between special grade wizards. Rose's eyes widened as she read the words below the title. In a catastrophic episode that occurred this Wednesday, the city of Nottingham, located in Nottinghamshire, suffered nearly total damage during a violent confrontation between two special grade wizards. The incident, which started as an exorcism mission, quickly escalated into a battle of disastrous proportions, involving Asterion Black, a renowned British wizard, and Mustafa al-Husseini, a newly recognized Israeli wizard. The intense fight between these two powerful figures left a trail of destruction across the city, resulting in nearly 100,000 people homeless, thousands of residents suffering various injuries, and tragically, hundreds lost their lives in the ensuing chaos. The international wizarding community and MI0 in general are alarmed by the level of destruction and the humanitarian consequences of the clash. Local authorities and relief organizations are already mobilized to assist those affected, and discussions on measures to prevent such incidents in the future have already started to take shape in various committees in several countries around the world. This tragic event highlights the urgent need for stricter regulations and more effective control over magical duels, especially when they involve wizards of such high caliber. The ramifications of this disaster are still being assessed, but it is already clear that Nottingham will have a long road ahead in its journey of reconstruction and recovery. Rose just widened her eyes and read everything with a shocked look on her face. How on earth did something so drastic happen in just one night? Read further down, Hermione murmured to Rose. There's more. Rose followed Hermione's words and held her breath as she saw the title. Albus Dumbledore demands action from the Israeli magical government after Nottingham tragedy. In the wake of the devastating events that shook Nottingham, Albus Dumbledore, considered the most powerful wizard in the world, made an urgent visit to the Israeli Ministry of Magic. The visit aimed primarily to press for an official response and concrete measures regarding the attack perpetrated by Mustafa al-Husseini, an Israeli high-level wizard, in the heart of England. Dumbledore, a figure of prominent respect and influence in the global magical community, expressed deep concern over the consequences of the clash and the need for stricter management of magical activities that may impact public safety and international relations. Rose quickly flipped to the next page of the newspaper. Tensions escalate following the Israeli magical government's response to the Nottingham incident. The recent meeting between Albus Dumbledore and the Israeli Ministry of Magic did not achieve the expected outcome, intensifying international tensions within the magical community. The Israeli magical government stood firm in its position of not recognizing that the devastating attack in Nottingham was orchestrated by Mustafa al-Husseini, one of their special grade wizards. Dumbledore, known for his diplomacy and wisdom, refused to accept this response, raising concerns that a potential international magical confrontation may be approaching. The firm refusal of the Israeli Ministry of Magic to admit Husseini's responsibility has raised questions about implications for global security and stability among magical nations. Damn it. After finishing reading, Rose couldn't help but curse out loud. Clutching her hair, Rose groaned in frustration. She still didn't understand how things could escalate so quickly and so dramatically. What are you going to do, Rose? Hermione asked, with a clearly worried expression. I can't do anything to mediate, Mione. If I go to Israel, they might see it as a threat from England. One high-level wizard means negotiation, two special-grade wizards mean war. Rose said, visibly discouraged. As she mentioned, Israel would only see hostility if she arrived to mediate between the two nations. Mustafa, when I find you, I'm going to punch you so hard your mother probably won't recognize you when she sees your face after our fight. Rose muttered, her fists clenched and a frosty smile on her face. Let's go. Rose stood up. Where to? Hermione followed her friend and stood up as well. To Professor McGonagall, she must know more about the incident. Rose replied, walking out of the dining hall. Hermione quickly ate her toast and followed Rose with the toast still in her mouth. Chapter 69, Chapter 67, Aftermath of the Attack, 2. In Professor McGonagall's office. Minerva was behind a desk, busy with a pile of papers on the table. Every time she reviewed a document and stamped it, she whispered. Damn you, Albus Dumbledore, you left and saddled me with this cursed pile of papers to authorize. Minerva found she would rather fight a team of trolls than battle these damned papers. If Albus ever asked her to take over as head of Hogwarts, she would refuse without a second thought. This job was inhumane, the amount of work was not worth the reward. Besides, the salary was far too low. As Minerva grumbled through each report, the door to her office was opened without warning. Frowning in displeasure, she watched her two favorite students enter her office, both bearing different expressions, one worried and the other visibly angrier. Had it been any other student, she would have scolded them, even punished them severely for entering her office without knocking, but she had a deep affection for these two girls, so she remained silent, yet with a stern expression. Miss Granger, Miss Potter, a lady should not invade someone's personal space in such a manner. She spoke, her voice stern and cold, causing both girls to display embarrassed smiles. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. As an A-grade student beloved by all teachers, Hermione was the first to apologize. Rose, on the other hand, just shrugged and sat down in the chair opposite the desk. Sorry for coming in without knocking, she said, ignoring Hermione's silent disapproving looks. Seeing this, Minerva just shook her head and sighed. What brings you to my office, ladies? She asked, leaning back in her chair. Are we going to war with Israel? Rose directly asked her question. Unlikely. Without any hesitation, Minerva answered Rose's question. War isn't good for anyone, whether for us or for Israel. Especially with the vultures watching the entire situation, waiting for a good moment to reap the benefits. The newspaper, before Hermione could finish speaking, Minerva interrupted her. Miss Granger, Minerva looked at her favorite student and spoke calmly. Do not believe everything you read in the newspaper, they dramatize facts to sell more copies regardless of how much chaos and fear they would cause in the country. They are a bunch even greedier than goblins. The current situation is not as tense as it seems, Minerva continued. Israel and England have not gone to war at this time. Minerva's calm and stern words soothed the tense and nervous mind of the brown-haired girl. Asterion was attacked. Will Hogwarts reinforce its defenses in case of an attack? Rose, who had been silent listening to their conversation, spoke at this moment. Minerva adjusted her glasses, which had slipped slightly, and replied with a touch of pride in her voice. Miss Potter, you need not worry about that. Hogwarts is one of the most magically secure places in the known world. Should Hogwarts be attacked, we don't need to reinforce our defenses, the attackers will need to reinforce their attack. Honestly, Minerva wasn't exaggerating in the slightest. Hogwarts was built above one of the world's ley lines, and the magic drawn from the ley line fueled Hogwarts' defenses at all times with nearly infinite magical energy, especially the enormous barrier that covered the entire castle, protecting it from all directions, including from below the ground. However, there was something that made Minerva tense and cautious. That was Voldemort, possessing the body of Quirinus. Yes, Hogwarts was impregnable from the outside, but every defense had a weakness, and Hogwarts' defenses were no different in this regard. If the extraction of magical energy from the ley lines were to be interrupted, Hogwarts would be defenseless against attacks from high-grade wizards. Fortunately, the core of Hogwarts was even more strictly protected than the castle itself. Only the head of Hogwarts could enter the core without being killed by the magical defenses of the core. Rose was surprised. It was the first time she saw arrogance in the stern Professor McGonagall, which certainly took her aback, but she chose to trust in this enormous magical castle, though she still noted the concern the professor tried to hide. Hermione and Rose nodded, relieved by her words, or at least that was how Minerva felt, and both left the office feeling lighter. In the corridor. Do you think she lied? Walking alongside Rose, Hermione whispered to her friend with a worried look. Her heart raced when she talked about war. Rose replied, looking ahead. She's hiding something, worried about something, especially after Professor Quirinus disappeared. Rose didn't tell Hermione that Quirinus was possessed by Voldemort. It was a piece of news she would hide if possible. Nobody needed to know that Voldemort had returned. She would find him, kill him, and the man would remain dead once and for all. Hermione looked at her friend with suspicion. She too saw that Professor McGonagall was worried about something and had withheld a lot of information, similar to Rose, who spoke in a very cold, almost murderous tone when it came to Professor Quirinus, who had disappeared a few days ago. Whether it was Professor McGonagall or Rose, both were hiding things from her, which made her sad and at the same time angry. She would find out what both were hiding. Austria, Austrian Alps, Nurmengard. In Grindelwald's personal chamber. The Dark Lord dressed in the finest clothes he owned and displayed a satisfied smile on his aged face, his ethereal blue eyes glowing with a phosphorescent light. Is everything ready, Aurelius? Grindelwald asked, adjusting his tie. Yes, my lord. Aurelius nodded and replied. Everyone is ready to depart at any moment. And the Aurora Society? Grindelwald continued to inquire. Those occultists are nearly salivating at the idea of attacking Hogwarts and killing the child. Aurelius did not hide his disdain when he mentioned the group of lunatics. I still don't understand why they want to kill the girl. The child is innocent. He spoke, his tone cold. The world is cruel, Aurelius. It doesn't care who dies or who survives. Grindelwald turned to look at his adoptive son and continued. The birth of that child disrupted the world's balance. The number of cursed spirits appearing around the world has increased by nearly 50% since Rose Potter was born. The birth of Rose Potter was a sin in the eyes of that lunatic cult claiming to be the balance of the wizarding world's order. Grindelwald couldn't help but mock the Aurora Society, especially its purpose. When we accomplish our purpose, may I kill them all? Aurelius asked, his voice cold and deadly. Around his body, the shadow of a deformed stag made from swirls of darkness manifested. Grindelwald was unbothered and spoke kindly. You may enjoy yourself as much as you like after we are finished, Aurelius. Placing his hand on the mirror, Grindelwald saw the young Dumbledore appear beside him, hand on his shoulder. As promised, Albus. I'm wearing my finest suit so we can finally kill each other. He murmured, looking at Dumbledore's reflection, who also smiled gently. Chapter 70, Chapter 68, Invasion of Hogwarts, 1. Austria, Austrian Alps, Nurmengard. A man clad in a black robe and hood, also wearing a silver mask, approached another man by the window. Archbishop, greeted the newcomer respectfully. Unlike the man in black, the Archbishop was dressed in a red robe and wore a golden mask, indicating his high status within the Aurora Society. Any problems, Father? Asked the Archbishop, without turning his gaze away from the snowy mountains beyond the window. His voice was muffled by the mask, yet it was still possible to discern the masculine tone. Our lambs are ready to depart, Archbishop, replied the man identified as Father, maintaining a respectful tone. Very well, today our Lord shall bathe in the blood of the wicked, declared the Archbishop with a calm that barely disguised the excitement hidden behind the icy mask. Yes, Archbishop, responded the man in black, his voice brimming with excitement and reverence. Grindelwald descended the stairs and found all his acolytes standing, respectfully awaiting him. They were dressed in black robes adorned with the symbol of the Deathly Hallows embroidered on their chests with pride. There was no need for them to hide their faces. To them, they were heroes not yet recognized by the world. With a satisfied glance over his followers, Grindelwald turned his attention to the army beside the acolytes, hundreds of zealots dressed in black robes and hoods, their identities hidden by black and silver masks, a look reminiscent of the Inquisitors of the Middle Ages. At the forefront of the zealots stood a particularly striking man, dressed in red priestly robes and a golden mask. Grindelwald recognized him as a special grade wizard. As for his true identity and the magical signature he was sensing, Grindelwald had no idea. He had never seen the Red Archbishop of the Aurora Society before. It was also possible that this man had managed to deceive his senses with an alchemical item or an innate technique. Grindelwald then shifted his focus to the third special grade wizard involved in this attack. He was a man of Middle Eastern features, dressed in an elegant black suit and with a meticulously groomed beard. This was Mustafa al-Husseini, the wizard who had attacked Nottingham the previous day and fought with the young Asterian. Despite the gentle smile that Mustafa displayed, Grindelwald merely scoffed inwardly at that smile. Having known the young Mustafa before, he knew him to be an honorable man, devoutly pious to his god. The man before him, however, was not the true Mustafa al-Husseini, but rather an ancient monstrous creature using his body. Note, Mustafa was based on Ishmael from the Wheel of Time. I simply love the man's performance in the series. Faced with the situation, Grindelwald remained indifferent towards the men and positioned himself in front of the three groups, displaying a serene expression. "Let us begin," he said simply. In response, his acolytes began rhythmically beating on their chests, creating a melody that sounded serious and sacred. "Yes, my master." Without hesitation, Grindelwald operated, immediately followed by all his acolytes. "May our Lord bless this holy crusade," declared the priest in the red robe to his followers, before operating himself, chasing after Grindelwald. The other members of the Society of Dawn responded in unison, their voices filled with excitement and fanatical reverence. "Our Lord will bless our holy crusade." Soon after, they all operated, following their leader into the glorious battle they anticipated. Left alone in Nurmengard, Herpo merely shrugged and murmured, "The youth today are too hasty." He smiled and operated away. Indeed, things were getting very interesting. Hogwarts. Rose leaned against the window with the Potter family heirloom book in her hands. She was reading, more specifically, about the domain expansion section. She didn't find the supreme technique of innate witchcraft difficult. It involved raising barriers around and manifesting the innate technique within the barrier, simple as that. Although it consumed a lot of magical energy for others, this wasn't a problem for her, who could virtually have infinite magical energy. The only problem is with merging blue and red. It's almost like creating a black hole in space in an instant. The amount of calculations for that is insane, even for me, Rose murmured to herself, turning the page of the book. Merging blue and red was something Rose theorized after her studies and calculations. Theoretically, it was possible, but the amount of information she would have to process was insane even for her. The worst part was that she had to perform all these calculations within a millisecond, any longer, and everything would explode in a massive burst. I guess I know why my ancestors didn't want to innovate. Manipulating space is tricky, even with the help of magic that distorts reality. It's quite complicated. She continued to murmur, focusing on the words on the pages. Suddenly, Rose heard Hermione's voice from afar. "Rose. I finally found you." Looking down the corridor, she saw her friend approaching, holding a book. Reaching Rose in less than a second, Hermione started scolding her friend without any hesitation. "I told you we have history of magic class, you can't just skip lessons." Rose just pretended to listen while nodding her head seriously at Hermione. However, a massive tremor caused Hermione to lose her balance and fall into Rose's arms. What was that? An earthquake. Getting out of her friend's arms, Hermione grumbled. Suddenly, she noticed Rose's dignified face looking up at the sky through the window. Following her friend's gaze, Hermione approached the window and looked up. Then, her eyes widened in pure horror. Outside Hogwarts, a huge blue barrier covered the entire castle. Above the barrier, 3 gigantic pillars of light descended from the sky and collided with the barrier. The barrier remained intact without any ripple or even a sign of breaking. Heretics are really creative. On top of a hill not too far from Hogwarts, the Red Archbishop spoke coldly. Behind him, hundreds of fanatics ready to attack at any moment. It's impossible to destroy the Hogwarts barrier by attacking from the front. Next to the men, Herpo spoke, looking at the blue barrier with veiled admiration on his face. Rowena and Helga are 2 impressive women, both masters in barrier formations. What do we do? Herpo smiled and looked at the Archbishop with a gentle gaze. Grindelwald also looked at the men in red. We wait for our friend inside Hogwarts. The Archbishop spoke coldly, staring at the enormous blue barrier protecting the majestic castle atop the hill. Chapter 71, Chapter 69, Invasion of Hogwarts, 2. Hogwarts. A sudden tremor ran through the corridors of Hogwarts, making the ground shake under the feet of all the students. In the midst of the confusion, the unmistakable voice of Professor McGonagall echoed, firm and clear, throughout the school. "Attention, students," she began, her voice cutting through the air with palpable calm and strength. "Hogwarts is under attack by unknown dark wizards. All students from the 4th year and above should prepare for any possible emergencies. Be ready to fight at any moment. Students from the 1st to the 3rd year should immediately head to the safety of their dormitories. Do not give in to fear. Stay alert and serene. Remember, you are wizards and witches of Hogwarts, trained to face even the darkest shadows. The Ministry of Magic has been notified, and reinforcements are on their way. We will hold our Hogwarts until they arrive. United, we are invincible. All teachers must gather in the dining hall." With these words, a determined silence fell over the students. McGonagall's resolve not only instructed but also instilled a resilient courage in the hearts of all present. Rose showed a dignified look. She turned and looked at Hermione. "Mione, go to the dormitory, I'll help." "I'm going with you," Hermione replied, with veiled determination in her voice. "Hermione." Rose raised her voice, more incisive, holding Hermione's face between her hands. "This is not a drill. It's real combat, and you could get seriously hurt, or worse. I won't let you face this alone." Hermione stood firm, defying Rose's insistence. Confronted with those brown eyes filled with ironclad determination, Rose sighed, resigned. "All right, but once the battle starts, you must keep your distance from me," said Rose, her voice firm and authoritative, making it clear that she would not accept any objections. From the intensity of the magical vibrations beyond the barrier, she knew she would be facing at least 3 special-grade wizards. The moment the confrontation unfolded, destruction was inevitable. Rose would never forgive herself if something happened to Hermione because of one of her own attacks. "Yes, I'll run as far away as possible." Recognizing that there were no more arguments in her favor, Hermione agreed, and together, the two ran toward the dining hall. To their surprise, upon arriving, they found they were not the only ones intent on helping. The dining hall already housed a notable group of students from all houses: Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and even some from Gryffindor. It seemed that the impulse to fight was shared by many. "I know you are here with good intentions, but many of you are just beginning your studies. You do not have enough experience to face a danger like this," said Professor Flitwick. His voice, usually sweet and calm, now carried a rare severity. At that moment, the doors of the dining hall opened again, causing all eyes to turn towards Rose and Hermione. Indifferent to the curious gazes, Rose walked directly up to Professor McGonagall, her expression as grave as her words. "Professor, outside the barrier, there are 3 special-grade wizards," she reported urgently. Upon hearing this, a tense silence spread through the dining hall, cutting off any murmur that previously filled the air. The reality of the imminent danger silenced everyone present, leaving a heavy atmosphere of anticipation and fear. Even Minerva and Filius couldn't help but take a deep breath at this information. "Are you certain of this, Lady Potter?" Filius asked, his eyes calm. "Absolutely certain," Rose replied firmly. Minerva and Filius exchanged glances, each seeing the caution and calm in the other's eyes. Both had been through wars, they were not novices to be panicked by such news. "Change of plans," declared Minerva, authoritatively. "Even if reinforcements arrive, they will not be sufficient to stop 3 special-grade wizards. However, they also will not be able to penetrate Hogwarts, even if they try. The barrier will remain undefeated, even against such adversaries. And if the barrier is broken?" Hermione, always pragmatic, raised a legitimate concern, the anxiety evident on her face. "There's no need to worry about that, Miss Granger," assured Minerva. "Hogwarts has stood for over 1,000 years, largely because of that barrier. Even after a millennium, it represents the pinnacle of defense in the wizarding world." Turning to Filius, she continued in a grave tone, "Albus is in Israel, and we do not know where Asterion is. I need you at the entrance to the core, even if it seems impossible that anyone could breach it, but it's never bad to be cautious." Filius nodded and obeyed the orders without question, like a seasoned soldier. Despite his short stature, the students present could not help but look at his retreating back with admiration. Looking down the dark and gloomy corridor, illuminated only by torches burning with flickering flames, 2 figures stop and dare not step into the corridor. "Fascinating, the entire corridor is magically enchanted with thousands of magical traps. Even a semi-special grade wizard entering would be killed within minutes," spoke one of the figures, cloaked in a black mantle, his voice raspy and sibilant. It was Voldemort, parasitizing the body of Quirinus, or at least, what was left of it. Voldemort's condition was dire at this moment, half of Quirinus's face was rotting, with decomposing skin and maggots disgustingly moving underneath. Even walking was complicated for Voldemort at this point. The price for using the innate technique using another person's body made him pay a bitter price, which even with unicorn blood, he could only return to his peak for a few minutes. As for Quirinus's consciousness, it had been long dead. Voldemort had killed him and completely occupied his body. Remembering how he had come to this deplorable state, Voldemort's red eyes shone with cold murderous intent. The hatred for Asterion in Voldemort's heart was no worse than his hatred for Dumbledore at this moment. If not for Asterion, his plans would have proceeded smoothly, he would have obtained the Philosopher's Stone and regained his strength, he would not be in this humiliating state. "Master Voldemort." Hearing the old and raspy voice, Voldemort's scarlet eyes fell upon the old man beside him. Voldemort hid well the disgust and intent to kill in his gaze, facing the Hogwarts traitor. "Let us begin, Argus Filch," Voldemort spoke in a cold tone. The flickering torchlight partially illuminated the aged appearance of the Hogwarts caretaker. Chapter 72, Chapter 70, Invasion of Hogwarts, 3. Voldemort watched, hidden in the shadows, as Argus Filch walked down the long, dark corridor, unaware of what he represented, inadvertently avoiding any magical traps. Whispering to himself, with a note of surprise and irony tinting his cold voice, he reflected. Rowena Ravenclaw, with all her wisdom, probably never imagined that the defenses she designed would have such a glaring flaw. Not that it's her fault, of course. Who, after all, could have predicted that a muggle devoid of magic might one day work at Hogwarts? In her eyes, and those of all the founders, the idea of a muggle walking the halls of Hogwarts would be unthinkable. Yet, this gap, this blind spot in the old school defenses, allowed someone completely devoid of magic to enter the core undetected by the defenses. The revelation of this flaw in the magical defenses of Hogwarts, designed by one of the wisest witches of all time, served as a grim reminder to Voldemort of the power and, at the same time, the limitations of magic. Magic was different from humans, it didn't think and couldn't alter itself to fix those flaws. It was like a cold, calculating, lifeless program. Argus Filch, devoid of magic, was invisible to the magical defenses, almost as if he posed no threat. Ironically, given the situation, he would put all of Hogwarts in danger in just a few moments. Suddenly, a colorless spell burst from the shadows, striking Voldemort's decaying body squarely. He barely had time to raise a magical barrier to protect his vital parts before the detonation. Boom. The corridor reverberated with the explosion. Impossible. Voldemort writhed in fury and shock. I didn't detect anyone nearby. As his body was torn apart by the magic of the Bombarda spell, shock and surprise completely overtook his mind. Struggling to retreat, Voldemort touched the void where his right arm had once been and, with widened eyes, stared at the small figure pointing a wand at him. Filius Flitwick. Voldemort hissed the name with contempt and pain. He had made a mistake, he hadn't accounted for Filius Flitwick's innate technique. The Invisible Man's Walk. The innate technique had no destructive power but consisted of hiding the user's entire presence. This included scent, sounds, and even magical fluctuations. Filius Flitwick was feared by many wizards because of his innate technique. Voldemort would rather fight a powerful but inexperienced Asterion than face Filius, a powerful and experienced semi-special grade wizard, especially in his current physical state. Drinking unicorn blood to recover would indeed restore his power to its peak, but only for a brief period. If Dumbledore were to arrive and see him in a weakened state after the effects of the unicorn blood wore off, this Horcrux would be destroyed. This was unacceptable to Voldemort. Ready to die. Filius spoke coldly, his gaze never wavering from the men before him. It won't be so easy to kill me, you filthy half-blood, Voldemort replied, his voice regaining its usual calm after the initial shock. Filius remained indifferent to the taunt and vanished from Voldemort's view, putting the Dark Lord on high alert. Holding Quirinus's wand with the arm that still remained, Voldemort looked cautiously around. His sharpened senses did not detect anyone's presence, even the air seemed normal without any disturbances. Suddenly, his instincts screamed danger. Driven by decades of experience as a feared and powerful wizard, he trusted his instincts and leaped from his initial position. At the spot where he had been, an invisible slash tore through the floor, leaving a deep scar in the stone. Without wasting time, Voldemort's instincts stirred again, warning of danger. Moving along the walls, Voldemort dodged each attack, alternating between running up the walls, across the ceiling, and sliding on the floor. Each one nearer to hitting him than the previous one, the attack seemed to come dangerously close. Knowing he couldn't just keep running, Voldemort began to cast spells in all directions. As if in a Star Wars battle, spells flew tearing through the confined space of the corridor while both dodged each spell masterfully. Filius ran upside down along the ceiling while pointing his wand at the fleeting shadow running along the left wall. With the wand in his right hand, Filius began to cast spells using his own left hand as a wand, doubling the number of spells launched. At that moment, Filius turned into a veritable machine gun of lethal spells. Each spell he cast took no more than 0.5 seconds. Voldemort stopped retaliating and focused on dodging the spells while cursing the genius of the Hogwarts professor. The half-blood had an impressive talent for spell work, and combined with his innate technique, Filius was truly a troublesome opponent. While they battled, Argus had reached the core of Hogwarts. Pushing through the massive doors that separated the outside world from the deepest innards of Hogwarts, Argus Filch barely glanced at the hundreds of millions of runes that covered the walls around him, each pulsing with ancient stories and magical powers unknown. His focus was solely on the crystal ball that floated serenely in the center of the room, bathed in green and blue lights that danced around it like an aurora borealis. To a wizard, those lights represented pure and extremely concentrated magic, drawn directly from the ley line that ran beneath Hogwarts. This crystal ball was not just a mystical ornament, it functioned as the core of Hogwarts, the beating heart that supplied magic to fortify the school's defenses. Disregarding the danger he might be in, Filch stepped forward and wrapped his arms around the crystal ball. He was a man without magic in a world where magic was everything. Feeling the warm energy flowing through his body as he held the core brought tears to his tired eyes. Every day, Filch saw magic, lived alongside it, but he could never touch it or control it like the wizards around him. The pain of being so close, yet eternally distant, filled him with a mix of contempt, resentment, and deep melancholy. Now, before him, was the promise of change. The Archbishop of the Aurora Society had offered him a chance, not just to belong, but to be transformed. The reward for his cooperation would be something Filch had never dared to dream possible, magic within his grasp. I just need to break this and I will finally have magic, he murmured to himself, the weight of the decision making his voice tremble. Without further hesitation, driven by a lifetime of repressed longing, Filch lifted the core above his head and, with a cry that mixed despair and hope, hurled the crystal sphere onto the hard ground. The sound of the impact echoed like thunder, followed quickly by a tremor, almost as if Hogwarts itself was weeping. At the moment the crystal ball shattered into millions of white crystals, a colossal amount of magical energy was expelled. Before Argus Filch could say anything, he was vaporized by the vast amount of magical energy. Filius, who had been relentlessly attacking Voldemort, stopped and looked in disbelief at the trembling castle. This isn't possible, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a sharp pain snapped him out of his thoughts. Looking down, Filius saw a long streak of blood across his chest, almost as if an invisible sword had slashed him. With a look of guilt, Filius's body fell to the ground, uncertain whether he was alive or dead. Ha 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 ha. Only Voldemort's laughter echoed through the halls of Hogwarts. Ha 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 ha. Only Voldemort's laughter echoed through the halls of Hogwarts. Voldemort laughed and pulled out the flask containing the unicorn blood. Without any hesitation, he drank the sacred liquid. As the defenses around Hogwarts fell silent, Voldemort sensed the shift in the magical currents. The protective barriers that had once made the castle nearly impenetrable were now weakened. This was his chance not just to recover but to gain power that would make him unstoppable. He swiftly moved through the corridors of the school, now quiet and dimly lit, as the magic that had animated Hogwarts seemed to drain away. The usually vibrant tapestries and animated portraits hung still and silent, as if mourning the loss of the core. Voldemort's path was clear, and his mind was focused. The location of the Philosopher's Stone, hidden deep within the castle and guarded by a series of complex enchantments and creatures, was now within reach. Without the school's magical defenses at full strength, he could bypass what had once seemed insurmountable obstacles. The laughter that had echoed so ominously through the corridors turned into a sinister smile of anticipation. If he could possess the stone, he would not only restore his own life but also have the power to conquer death itself. This was more than just a recovery of power, it was the ascension to an absolute dominion that Voldemort had always envisioned for himself. Chapter 73, Chapter 71, Invasion of Hogwarts, 4. With such a massive amount of magic being expelled so suddenly, it would have blown up all of Hogwarts in an instant. Fortunately, the location of the core was magically protected in case something like this happened. After all, no matter how stable something is, there will always be moments of fierce magical fluctuations due to the movements of the ley lines. Although it didn't destroy Hogwarts, the entire castle shook, the blue barrier protecting the castle flickered a few times, almost as if it would disappear at any moment. Fortunately, the barrier held firm, although its color was much more opaque. Herpo, the Archbishop, and Grindelwald didn't need to speak to each other, they knew what to do at that moment. The three of them drew their wands and pointed them at Hogwarts, still shielded by the barrier. At that very moment, 3 gigantic spells shot out from the tips of their 3 wands, violently tearing through the air and colliding with the barrier. The 3 spells, fired simultaneously by Herpo, the Archbishop, and Grindelwald, were of devastating power. Converging at one point, they formed a vortex of raw energy that threatened to break the already weakened magical barrier of Hogwarts. The barrier, now pulsing in a pale and unstable blue, oscillated violently under the impact of the spells. Sparkling lights shot from its surface like sparks from a forge, each ripple containing within it a silent plea for preservation. Inside the castle, students and professors felt the ground shake beneath their feet. Corridors and rooms vibrated with the uncontrolled energy released by the destruction of the core, and now, with the barrier being bombarded, the atmosphere was charged with an almost palpable tension. Then, what everyone feared happened. In a mere second, Minerva watched the barrier that had protected Hogwarts for over a millennium break in a single instant under the devastating attack of 3 special-grade wizards. She didn't know what had happened at the core, nor whether Filius was alive, but she knew she had to focus on what was happening. Minerva crouched down and touched the cold rock of the floor. Without hesitation, she used her innate technique. World manipulation, she murmured calmly. Making the castle shake even more, stone walls rose from the ground with a thunderous sound, encircling the entire castle. In the next second, Minerva kept up her attack with pillars of stone. Massive stone pillars shot towards the hill where the 3 high-grade wizards were located, according to Rose. As the stone pillars hurtled through the air, they seemed almost alive, directed by Minerva's unwavering intent to protect Hogwarts. The landscape around the hill was abruptly reshaped as the pillars landed, creating a barrage that served both as defense and attack. Each pillar slammed into the ground with such force that it sent shockwaves through the area, aiming to disrupt the wizards' concentration and block further assaults on the castle. Minerva McGonagall, a very powerful innate technique. Unfortunately, she lacks enough talent, otherwise, she would be one of the strongest, capable of destroying entire countries with that innate technique, Grindelwald said calmly as he watched the enormous pillars approaching. A mere semi-special grade witch heretic, the Archbishop scoffed disdainfully. Herpo and Grindelwald merely rolled their eyes at the Archbishop's words, both aware that this kind of fanatic couldn't communicate like a truly intelligent person. Seeing that the Archbishop and Grindelwald didn't move to block the attack, Herpo reluctantly waved his wand gracefully, and the next moment, all the stone pillars transformed into butterflies. "You blocked our view, foolish heretic," the Archbishop complained loudly, as tens of thousands of butterfly mirages filled the sky. Being called a foolish heretic by the very organization he himself had whimsically created caused Herpo's lips to twitch abnormally. Suddenly, the expressions on Herpo and Grindelwald's faces changed drastically. A gigantic multicolored sword broke through a section of the stone wall and flew towards the hill where they stood. Grindelwald did not hesitate, he apparated along with his acolytes and disappeared. Herpo followed suit, apparating away as well. The Archbishop was the slowest, he only had time to grab a few subordinates before apparating, leaving almost 30 fanatics behind. The multicolored sword arrived moments after they would have been hit. Boom. Like a nuclear explosion, a cloud of steam and heat rose into the sky. The terrain around shattered, and gigantic chunks of earth and stone were thrown upward. As for the fanatics left behind, they all turned into ashes floating in the air. Behind the wall, a huge humanoid figure rose, gigantic wings of golden light unfolded on the figure's back. It appeared to be a woman with long white hair wearing angelic armor. It was a Valkyrie. The War Maiden, Minolava Iris. On another hill, Herpo looked at the huge cursed spirit with surprise. I have to admire the boy's imagination, he really knows how to create powerful cursed spirits, Herpo laughed and said, gazing at the Valkyrie who seemed more like a goddess than a cursed spirit, although the malignant energy was unmistakable. Looking to the side, Herpo noticed the calm expression on Grindelwald's face, as if he had known in advance. Asterion is not in Hogwarts according to the information, which means he placed this cursed spirit to protect someone, Herpo continued, speaking with a gentle smile. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes and looked at Herpo, disliking the mysterious man spying on the successor he had chosen in case he died today. Perhaps noticing the displeasure in the seer's gaze, Herpo returned the look with a gentle and friendly smile. Just as he was about to speak, a gigantic pillar of light fell from the sky and collided with the Valkyrie. It seems the Archbishop has begun, Herpo said before apparating away again. Grindelwald looked to his acolytes behind him and spoke calmly. Begin. Yes, my master. With that, they all apparat. Grindelwald remained at the location, waiting for the arrival of his old rival and lover. After all, without anyone to delay the most powerful man in the world, this entire operation would be a failure. Seeing the cursed spirit that emerged from her shadow, Daphne felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. This is good, at least one of the 3 special grade wizards is occupied, Minerva murmured in relief upon seeing the cursed spirit that looked more like a goddess, but the malignant energy was unmistakable, it was a cursed spirit. Minerva looked towards Rose, hesitating. Did she really want to send a child who hadn't even finished her first year to fight? But before Minerva could decide, Rose, who had been paying attention to the cursed spirit, turned her gaze towards the man who had suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall. He had features of Middle Eastern descent, dressed in an elegant black suit with a perfectly groomed beard framing his face. Who are you? Rose asked, drawing the attention of everyone in the Great Hall. Everyone, including Minerva, felt a shiver run through their bodies at the gaze of that man. A special grade wizard. Chapter 74, Chapter 72, Invasion of Hogwarts, 5. Looking into the incredibly blue eyes reflecting the purest blue sky, Herpo spoke with a gentle smile. It's been 643 years since I saw another Six Eyes bearer. He didn't care about the fear everyone felt of him, was it normal to fear something you couldn't control? Rose narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, the man in front of her hadn't lied about meeting another Six Eyes bearer, or at least, he controlled every part of his body to make her think so. You should be in a pyramid, drying up like a mummy instead of walking around, spooky grandpa, Rose said sarcastically as her blue eyes began to glow with a phosphorescent gleam. Meanwhile, she gestured for all the students and teachers to leave the cafeteria. Minerva looked at the student with a worried expression and left the cafeteria. If they stayed, they would only be burdens to her if the fight started. Professor McGonagall began to leave with the students and teachers, ready for any enemy attack. Spooky grandpa. Herpo stroked his beard and murmured with an intrigued look. It's not very kind to call an elder something like that dash. Suddenly, Herpo dodged the hand that appeared abruptly behind him, aiming for his heart. Looking back, he found Rose smiling coldly at him. That was sneaky, I expected more from you, Lady Potter, Herpo said, spreading his arms with a desperate expression on his face. A friend of mine taught me that we should strike when the enemy least expects it, Rose shrugged and replied with a big smile on her face. She seemed more relaxed with just her and the enemy alone. So she could fight without fear of hurting anyone in the battle. A very wise advice, only fools fight head-on with the enemy. Unfortunately, this method only works with inexperienced people, Lady Potter, Herpo nodded, very pleased with Rose's words. As for the people who left, he didn't care, his goal was to talk to Rose in the first place. You're the man who fought Asterion, Rose said, looking at the features of the man in front of her. You know him. Herpo feigned surprise and began to speak amiably. I almost lost this body in a moment of carelessness, he's unbelievably cunning and despicable for someone his age. That's the Asterion I know, he's quite despicable when it comes to fights, Rose agreed perfectly with the enemy's words. Asterion didn't hesitate to use questionable methods to win. What's your goal? Circling the enemy, Rose asked as her hands formed a seal. I'm just a humble researcher, he replied, his voice gentle and warm. I love magic above all, but there's something I haven't discovered in 2,000 years of my existence, the end of everything, the end of magic, the root. As he mentioned the root, his expression twisted into a tangle of pure excitement and euphoria. His gaze focused on Rose, more precisely on her eyes, as if he saw the most precious thing in the world. 2,000 years, cursed 2,000 years. I've waited for so long, I don't feel pain anymore, but my soul aches, Herpo spoke gently, his features returning to normal. This man was insane. Rose added Mustafa to her list of crazies, someone with a sane mind definitely wouldn't say what he said. You're not sane, you should go to church. God must help a bit with that screwless mind, tapping her thumb on her own head, Rose grinned widely and spoke with a softer tone, as if talking to someone with a severe mental illness. Even with over 2,000 years of life experience, Herpo couldn't help but curl his lips in frustration. The youth of today are truly remarkable, he spoke, his smile gradually fading. Rose had really managed to irritate him. Don't get angry, I'll kill you forever and end your torment, dear lost lamb. Rose noticed his anger and smiled gently, almost like an angel declaring the fate of a sinner. I'll enjoy tearing out your eyes and hearing your screams of agony, Herpo spoke coldly, without any smile on his face. Innate spell manipulation, supreme soul permanence, soul manipulation. A blue halo covered Herpo's hand, and without hesitation, he vanished from where he stood and reappeared in front of Rose. Rose, on the other hand, appeared sitting on Herpo's back with a smile on her face. You missed, she spoke with a teasing smile. Herpo instantly changed direction, his entire torso twisted inhumanly, as if he had no bones or muscles. This caught Rose by surprise, but facing the hand approaching her, she just looked bored as the hand failed to advance further. You have to try harder, Mr. Spooky. Rose approached Herpo's hand and spoke with a tone capable of irritating anyone. Herpo took a deep breath and felt that this fight would be exhausting. He only hoped the Archbishop would arrive earlier to help him. This girl was really managing to irritate him in a way he had never experienced before. Outside Hogwarts, the battle between a Valkyria and the Archbishop was intense. Falling from a great height in the sky, the Archbishop murmured piously. Innate spell manipulation, father of light, celestial light manipulation. Under the control of his magical energy, light condensed into a huge whip of light in his hands. Without hesitation, he manipulated the light whip. The pliable whip tore violently through the air with extreme speed. In a millisecond, the whip struck the cursed spirit, tearing a large part of Valkyria's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, the Archbishop condensed a huge sword of light in his hands and swung the sword towards the cursed spirit's head. But before it reached the War Maiden, a gigantic barrier of wind stopped the light sword. In the next second, under the confused eyes of the Archbishop, a colorful sword appeared in Valkyria's hand. She wielded the sword, and a beam of concentrated light shot out from it towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, threads made of light manifested below the Archbishop, covering a large area of the sky. He landed on a light thread and slid along it as if skating on ice. As he dodged the light beam, sliding between golden threads of light, pillars of light descended from the sky, opening huge holes in the clouds. The Archbishop simply lowered his hand, forcing all the pillars of light to fall from the sky. The pillars descended from the sky at a frightening speed, bombarding the earth mercilessly. The Valkyria covered Hogwarts with a barrier of wind, blocking any attack that would cause the destruction of the castle. The furious winds from the impact between the barrier and the pillars of light swept through the surroundings, destroying everything in their path. The War Maiden maintained the wind barrier and began to float in the air, gaining great altitude. Storm clouds covered the sky in an instant, thunder boomed loudly in the heavens, announcing the arrival of a colossal attack. The Valkyria, flying in the sky, pointed her sword at the Archbishop and flew towards him at great speed. Her enormous size did not diminish her speed in the slightest. Foul creature. Faced with Valkyrie's attack, the Archbishop did not back down. He condensed two large swords in both hands and met her head-on. The gigantic difference in size seemed somewhat comical, but when the swords from both sides clashed, they made the sounds of thunder seem like you were listening to them at a low volume. Shockwaves spread through the air, causing huge furious winds. The Archbishop stepped back slightly, and both swords in his hands transformed into whips of light attacking Valkyria from various directions. Due to the frightening speed of the light whips, the Valkyria had no time to react and was struck. Half of her body was cut in half, blue blood raining down from the sky like a blue shower. In the next moment, dozens of light spikes pierced Valkyria's body as the Archbishop smiled cruelly. Unconcerned with his own injury, Valkyria pointed to the storm-filled sky and lowered her only remaining arm. From the sky came a flash, followed by the sound of thunder. In a single second, a gigantic pillar of pure electricity descended from the clouds, hitting the Archbishop squarely, leaving him no time to react to the unexpected attack. Aha! An agonizing scream echoed in the sky. Chapter 75, Chapter 73. Invasion of Hogwarts, 6. When the pillar of electricity ceased, the Archbishop still stood on the ground, his priestly red mantle long gone, burns of varying degrees appearing on his body. He breathed heavily as he watched the cursed spirit regenerate and return unscathed in a matter of moments. Gritting his teeth, he spoke almost growling, "You let yourself be struck to create an opening for an attack, well done. I didn't expect a filthy beast like you to be capable of such thinking. But you will die now," he said, crossing both arms to make the sign of the cross and murmuring coldly. Domain expansion, great expansion of the universe. All the noise around him ceased completely. The barriers were formed in an instant, and he manifested his innate technique within the barrier, smiling victoriously. The entire domain expansion occurred in a mere second, no, even less than a second. 0.0000001 milliseconds. The domain expansion stretched up to the sky and covered the War Maiden. If anyone were to see the domain expansion from within, they would see an entire space dark, cold, and lifeless. In the vastness of this space, there was a single bright point. All matter concentrated into a singularity in space and time. Then, an extremely rapid explosion occurred, a number inconceivable for human understanding. With a blinding glow, the entire Valkyria evaporated in an instant. She didn't even have time to react or do anything. When the domain expansion barrier broke, the Archbishop arrogantly smiled and walked, wounded and ragged, toward the castle. Never in his life had anyone come out alive from his domain expansion, and today was no different. Although feeling almost half of his magical energy disappear, the Archbishop smiled bitterly. The domain expansion, though powerful, cost a lot to manifest in the real world. Grindelwald, who watched the entire fight up close, calmly looked at the Archbishop. Though he was a madman, he had the capital to be arrogant. Such a powerful domain expansion was truly rare and frightening. Suddenly, the Dark Lord heard a loud, sharp snap behind him. Smiling gently, he turned and saw who was waiting. "You took quite a while, Albus," he said, looking at the most powerful man in the world. Albus Dumbledore didn't respond and looked at Hogwarts with a cold, pragmatic calmness. The surroundings of Hogwarts seemed to have been the scene of a battlefield, with huge craters and the ground charred and blackened. After looking at Hogwarts through what was left of the barrier, Albus confirmed that everyone was okay, although they were all fighting their respective opponents. This relieved his concern. Then, he turned to his old lover and spoke with a smile. "Gellert, you look handsome in that outfit." "Of course I do, I prepared extensively for this occasion." Grindelwald laughed and arrogantly lifted his head. Both seemed like old friends rather than enemies about to kill each other. Albus laughed too and transfigured his blue robe into a sleek blue suit, much easier for fighting. "You will die here, Gellert," he said with a gentle, compassionate tone. Grindelwald's smile grew, his eyes beginning to glow with a phosphorescent light. "We shall see about that, Albus," Grindelwald replied, laughing. But before the battle, they both raised extremely strong barriers around them. The entire environment changed into a world filled with grass and a blue sky. They could fight within this barrier without sinking the entire island of Britain. With preparations made, they both spoke at the same time. "Innate spell manipulation, the inevitable future, the future I see. Innate spell manipulation, the eternal flaming sun, radiant Sunday." White flames surrounded Dumbledore while Grindelwald's body remained unchanged, though his eyes glowed like two pale moons. Dumbledore waved his hand, and a gigantic sword of white fire manifested in his hand. With a gentle smile, he thrust the sword into the ground, and in the next moment, everything within 10 kilometers around him burst into flames instantly. The massive wave of heat swept through the entire environment within the barrier, increasing the temperature hundreds of degrees. "Don't die, Gellert." Looking at the intact men, Albus laughed and spoke. Inside Hogwarts, Rose and Herpo were engaged in an extremely fast-paced hand-to-hand battle, though the disadvantage was obvious to everyone, as Herpo couldn't even touch Rose in the first place. Dodging Rose's leg, Herpo showed no anger at seeing his attacks being ineffective. He had already expected this for a long time. Rose was virtually invincible within the infinity, the space around her extending to an incalculable distance, making any attack, whether physical or energetic, impossible to reach her. Herpo had to admit, fighting someone like this made you feel like you were worthless with no combat power. The world was truly unfair, always favoring some, and Rose Potter was the chosen one. But Herpo wasn't unarmed against this invincible defense. Magic was incredible and could truly perform miracles, but miracles cost an immeasurable amount of magical energy. So, he only had one chance, a chance to manipulate the space around Rose for 0.5 seconds in exchange for all the magic in his body, which is why he needed an assistant, who had just arrived at the scene. The smell of burnt human flesh hung in the air, causing Rose and Herpo to look at the men wearing tattered clothes with a strange look. Rose laughed and taunted loudly, "Do you want me to get salt? Unsalted meat is a very sad thing." The Archbishop grimaced upon hearing this. He gritted his teeth and spoke with a cold, venomous voice. "Finally, I've met you. Abomination. Sorry, I don't give autographs to undercooked meat." Rose spoke with a smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm and amusement. The Archbishop breathed heavily. At this moment, the pain from the burns on his body was infinitely less painful than Rose's taunts. With a flick of his hand, a violent whip of light tore through the walls of Hogwarts as if they were made of clay and flew towards Rose, who stood still in the face of the attack. "Don't be shy, come closer." Rose lifted her head and spoke arrogantly, approaching the Archbishop with an excited smile on her face. The Archbishop transformed the whips of light into two broadswords in both hands and attacked. He stomped on the ground forcefully, creating a crater beneath him, and flew towards Rose. He reached her extremely quickly and struck with both swords. But to the Archbishop's surprise, the swords didn't even come within 20 centimeters of her before stopping completely. Trapping the burnt man with the limitless, making space act as a second skin for him, locking him in place, Rose raised her index finger and murmured with a gentle smile on her face. Innate spell manipulation, limitless, red. Above her finger, a swirling red ball of energy formed, altering the gravity of the environment the moment it appeared. Don't die, Mr. Undercooked Meat. With her words, the innate spell was cast, hitting the man's abdomen. The Archbishop only managed to reinforce his body with magic and spit out a large amount of blood before being thrown backward, crashing through wall after wall, one after another. Herpo looked at the scene and placed his hand over his face. Fighting against a strong enemy wasn't despairing, plans could mitigate the power difference. But having incompetent allies, that was truly despairing. But Rose didn't stop there. Innate spell manipulation, limitless, blue. Under Rose's index finger, a swirling blue ball of energy formed. Rose looked at Herpo and smiled gently. Herpo didn't react before being pulled towards Rose at extreme speed. Grabbing Herpo by the neck, Rose showed a somewhat frightening smile and spoke. I promised that when I found you, I would beat you up so badly that your mother probably wouldn't recognize you. My mother has been dead for over 2,000 years, I thank every night that she's burning in the flames of hell. Herpo spread his arms and spoke with a smile. Even better that she's dead, at least she won't see her son getting beaten up by a 13-year-old girl. Rose retorted with a bright smile, showing impeccably white teeth. Has anyone ever told you that you're an annoying girl? Herpo contorted his face and replied in a helpless tone. No, everyone says how incredibly beautiful, intelligent, and powerful I am, like the reincarnation of a Greek goddess, Rose responded with a narcissistic and arrogant tone. You and Asterion were made for each other, Herpo gritted his teeth and muttered, finding the shamelessness of both teenagers incredible. Before Rose could unleash an unprecedented beating on Herpo, a whip of light tore through the air at that moment, but instead of aiming at Rose, it was directed towards Herpo. Instinctively, Rose released the neck she was holding, and Herpo jumped back while holding his neck with a smile. Emerging from the hole in the wall, the blood-covered Archbishop returned to help Herpo. Arriving by his side, Herpo spoke while keeping his gaze on Rose, who seemed unconcerned. Don't attack again without thinking, you stupid lunatic. The infinity around her protects her from any physical and energetic attack. You could have said that earlier, you stupid heretic, the Archbishop spoke with a dissatisfied tone. I thought you already knew, after all, we're attacking her, Herpo spoke in a tone of injustice. Humph. When my lord needs me, he just points, and I obey. I don't need to research about this abomination, the Archbishop spoke piously while not hiding the pride in his voice. At this moment, Herpo just wanted to turn around and leave this place as quickly as possible, both his allies were troublesome. One was a stupid lunatic and leader of a cult, the other was also a lunatic, though more pragmatic. With her hands behind her head, Rose spoke at this moment. If you want, I can give you some time to formulate a strategy. I'm having a lot of fun right now, having 2 punching bags is really comfortable. Whether Herpo or the Archbishop, both wanted to rip Rose's tongue out, they had never encountered someone so irritating in their lives. Chapter 76, Chapter 74, Invasion of Hogwarts, 7. You know, if I wanted to, I could kill you both at any moment, Rose said with a smile as she placed her 2 hands straight in front of her. Between her hands were the figures of Herpo and the Archbishop. She continued, if I bring my palms closer, this happens. Rose smiled and brought both palms closer together. As she did so, whether it be Herpo or the Archbishop, both felt the space around them suddenly shrink. They looked at Rose with the same angry gaze. She definitely didn't need to say that, she could very well kill them at this moment. But to irritate them, she purposely spoke, wanting to make them feel fear and terror. If I keep pressing, you'll become a tomato sauce seasoned with human organs. Unconcerned with their stares, she continued to whisper with a rather sadistic and cold tone. Are you having fun now? Because I'm quite excited at the moment, excited to crush you like insignificant bugs. Rose felt she was spending too much time with Asterion, she wasn't this sadistic before meeting him. Can you stop her for a second? Herpo asked with a smile, not worried about being killed. If he were killed, that was just one of his many bodies, he had many others ready to receive him at any moment. I can do much more than stop her for a second, I can kill you right now, the Archbishop spoke coldly as he clasped his hands, ready to use his domain expansion. Suddenly, the space around him violently contorted, breaking his body as if someone were crushing a soda can. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the walls a crimson red. The Archbishop of the Aurora Society spat out a large amount of blood and looked incredulously at the white-haired girl who smiled gently at him. This even surprised Herpo, who looked astonished at the 13-year-old girl. Don't look at me like that, I'll feel shy, Rose hugged herself and spoke with a rosy tone in her cheeks. The Archbishop just spat out another large amount of blood upon hearing this. Herpo covered his face with his palm as he took a deep breath. If possible, he would never encounter Rose Potter again. He had never met such an annoying person in his life, and he had met many famous people who left incredible legacies for humanity. Unfortunately for his plans, Rose's eyes were essential. So even if he failed today, he would return regardless of Rose's strength, because dreams cannot be killed. Though the next time he returned, he would bring competent allies, not stupid religious fanatics who didn't possess a single neuron in their heads. I think we'll die before we even get a chance to touch her, Herpo said to the Archbishop. Struggling to stand, blood dripping onto the floor of Hogwarts, the Archbishop didn't care about his wounds and merely mocked, "Are you afraid of death, stupid heretic? My lord will embrace me after my death." Herpo just rolled his eyes at his comments. In 2,000 years, he had never seen a god care about a human. Gods, or personifications of concepts, as he preferred to call them, couldn't interfere in the material world under normal circumstances. They seemed more trapped than free, almost as if they couldn't break certain laws. These laws were as old as the world itself. The poor Archbishop didn't know that when he died, it wasn't God who would welcome him with open arms, but the very personification of death, and she wasn't at all kind to humans, especially after the events of the Pervel brothers. Suddenly, an evil laugh echoed from the depths of the hallway, causing everyone to turn and look back. In the shadows of the corridor, a pair of snake-like red eyes glowed. "Ah, what an honor to see the famous Rose Potter," a cold, hissing voice sounded, and from the shadows emerged a figure. He was very handsome with black hair and vibrant red eyes, a cold and cruel smile lining his lips. "What a shoddy job, full of irregularities. But I must admit, you're mad to have split your own soul so many times." As the creator of Horcruxes and with an innate technique related to the soul, Herpo almost immediately noticed the Horcrux fragment in the newcomer's body. He was truly shocked by the size of the soul fragment he was seeing before him. It was tiny, almost 3 times smaller than his own Horcrux fragment. This meant that the man in front of him had divided his soul countless times, something that he, the spell's creator, had never thought of or dared to do. Damage to the soul was not as simple as physical damage. Once damage occurred to one's soul, in the best-case scenario, it was a pain 1,000 times worse than physical pain, and in the worst-case scenario, death was a relief, as madness and paranoia consumed the mind until their last days. At the same time, Herpo knew who the man in front of him was. "Voldemort," Herpo said with a gentle smile. The moment he said this, a colossal pressure spread throughout Hogwarts like an invisible wave impacting everything in its path, such a large amount of magical energy that it even made the gravity around heavier and the air thinner. "You will all die, and I will ensure it is slowly and with much pain." With her hair wildly floating in the wind, Rose reached out her hand and spoke coldly. Innate spell manipulation, limitless, red. Swirling red vortexes of energy manifested on each of the 3 enemies at an abyssal speed. As Herpo, the Archbishop, and the newcomer, Voldemort, regardless of who he was, were thrown backward, breaking through walls until they exited the castle and landed on relatively flat ground. Since most of the castle's protections were disabled, Rose teleported and appeared at the location where her enemies were thrown. At that moment, Rose was using her 6 eyes at full force, the infinite amount of information from dozens of kilometers appearing before her, impacting her mind and causing immense headaches. "I didn't plan to kill you too, but now that I know you conspired with this human-shaped trash, you're going to die," Rose said, focusing her gaze on Voldemort, who stood up as if nothing had happened. "If I tell you we have nothing to do with each other, would you believe me?" Herpo straightened his suit and asked with a sincere smile. "What do you think?" Rose replied sarcastically. "Ugh," Herpo let out a heavy sigh upon hearing this. But Herpo knew that not everything in this plan was a failure. Discovering the limits of Rose Potter was crucial for the future. So he wasn't exactly sad at this moment because he had learned valuable information about Rose Potter. "What a shame, I like this body," Herpo murmured to himself. Elsewhere in Hogwarts, the strongest teachers and students battled against the fanatics of the Aurora Society and Grindelwald's acolytos in an unrelenting fight. The professors divided the battlefield, which was the outer courtyard, into 2 fronts. The first front was obviously the professors fighting on the front lines with deadly and cold attacks, almost like cold machines. They were all experienced and powerful wizards. The second row, behind the professors, consisted of students from 4th to 7th year, along with some strong first years, like Daphne, Theodore, Zabini, Doria, Draco, and others. Winds and lightning surrounded Daphne's figure. She looked like a goddess in the air with her long blonde hair floating around her. With a simple wave of her hand, powerful lightning bolts tore through the air, striking the fanatics, throwing them away and killing them instantly. These people are insane, they rush in as if they can't feel pain or fear of death. Beside Daphne, Tracy shouted, casting a spell at one of the fanatics, sending the opponent flying backward and crashing into the wall. "It doesn't matter, just kill anyone who manages to get past the professors," Daphne spoke coldly. Unlike other younger students who were hesitating to kill their opponents, like Tracy beside her, the Greengrass heiress attacked to kill without any mercy. One of the first lessons taught to her was to kill without hesitation. Hesitation leads to death. Suddenly, a massive amount of magical energy made the entire castle tremble, followed by deafening explosions, causing the students to feel their world spinning upside down. Minerva touched the ground of the castle and helped the castle absorb the impacts while continuing to attack the enemies with smaller-scale attacks, as putting too much force into the attacks would destroy the castle and all the students inside it. Because of her innate technique, Heart of Nature, Daphne possessed a great talent for detecting magical and negative energy. In her senses, 4 tyrannical auras clashed outside the castle, along with 2 giant suns colliding further in the background. 6 special grade wizards. Daphne presumed that 2 of the 6 special grade wizards were allies, Rose Potter and Albus Dumbledore. Rose fought against 3 enemies, and Dumbledore against a single enemy, the most powerful one. What in the name of Merlin is happening? Daphne thought when suddenly, she felt a malevolent aura appear on her battlefield. A semi-special grade cursed spirit. How did a cursed spirit appear at this moment? Daphne turned and looked at the male wizard with medium-length black hair and blue eyes. This left her shocked. In her senses, the man in front of her wasn't human. He was a cursed spirit. Aurelius Dumbledore. Daphne heard Professor McGonagall say. His name made Daphne remember the men who appeared at Asterian's birthday party alongside the Dark Lord, Grindelwald. Chapter 77, Chapter 75, Invasion of Hogwarts, 8. It's been a while, Minerva, Aurelius greeted as he observed his fallen, unconscious, or dead companions. He didn't blame his comrades for showing such struggle against the strength of the Hogwarts professors. As one of the 3 most prestigious magical schools in the world, Hogwarts had the privilege of having powerful wizards as teachers. While in other magical schools, the magical requirement to become a teacher was grade 4 or 3, at Hogwarts the minimum was grade 2. A wizard of grade 2 was already very powerful, enough to be a commander in many places, but at Hogwarts, they were teachers. Aurelius, you're a disgrace to your father's legacy, Minerva spoke coldly, showing no signs of respect for the man who was on the same level as her. At the mention of his father, Aurelius's blue eyes turned cold, his lips curved into a sarcastic and cold smile. My father. A man who didn't even know I existed. He tried to be my father after all the bad things that happened to me. It's almost funny, as if gaining a father would solve all my problems. Aurelius turned his attention back to Hogwarts and smiled. But it doesn't matter now, my dream is about to come true, soon we'll be in a world pure and free of cursed spirits. Minerva narrowed her eyes, she was not unaware of Grindelwald's ambitions, a crazy purpose she considered completely impossible. You're even crazier than those fanatics from the Aurora Society, Minerva looked at Aurelius as if she were looking at someone with a mental problem. I don't care what you think of me, Minerva. I know the world isn't a fairy tale where everyone listens to what I say, but in the end, they will see that we are their heroes. Aurelius remained impassive in the face of the famous Transfiguration Grand Master's provocations. Besides, my current purpose is to delay time so my companion Vinda can catch the Sephiroth. Drawing his wand, Aurelius continued speaking, not caring about masking his intentions. Upon hearing this, Minerva looked incredulously at Aurelius. She knew what the Sephiroth was, physical manifestations of the ley lines, small crystallized crystals of pure ley line magic. It was still unknown how many years were needed for a ley line to produce a Sephiroth, but it was estimated in the hundreds of thousands of years. Just imagining a small crystal with energy accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years sent a shiver down her spine, causing chills and a premonition that things in the future would be even worse than they were now. You're insane, just moving such a fragile crystal could cause an unimaginable explosion, capable of sinking the entire island of Great Britain, Minerva spoke with a tense and angry voice. You don't need to worry about that, Minerva. We're very professional at this, after all, it's not our first time. Besides, even if it did happen, they could die proud, after all, their deaths wouldn't be in vain, Aurelius smiled coldly, responding with a careless and sarcastic tone. His tone suggested that he didn't care even if the lives of hundreds of millions of people were lost. This caused a fury to bubble up in the chest of the witch who put justice above all else. You filthy cowards. Clenching her teeth, Minerva spoke while firmly holding her wand. But she herself didn't move, a fight at her level would destroy the entire castle, killing the students still sheltering inside. Seeing Minerva not moving, Aurelius smiled and also remained still, regardless of how many of his comrades were dying. Over Hogwarts, a rift in space opened, and a massive 2-headed serpent emerged from it. From the serpent's mouth, Asterion grimly observed the castle. He had been busy collecting all the Horcruxes he knew of outside of Hogwarts when he almost immediately sensed the death of his war maiden. Without hesitation, he summoned his dimensional 2-headed serpent and headed for Hogwarts. His main concern was Daphne's safety, especially after the loss of the war maiden. Asterion felt Daphne's strong aura and breathed a sigh of relief to realize she was okay, though fighting at that moment. He chose not to interfere in the battle, recognizing that it would contribute to Daphne's growth, not only mentally but also in power. The Black Heir's eyes fixed on the gigantic barriers covering a vast area. Within them, he detected 2 familiar auras, Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Asterion, who once placed some trust in future predictions based on what he knew about Harry Potter in his previous world, now tossed Harry Potter's book aside. The only reliable information was Voldemort's Horcrux locations, but that would only be relevant if Voldemort were the ultimate adversary. However, in this world, Voldemort was just one of the 33 special grade wizards. Honestly, Asterion was tempted to kill Grindelwald with Dumbledore's help, after all, the Dark Lord knew some very important secrets about him. Yet, he hesitated. Grindelwald served as a barrier between him and Dumbledore, and if Asterion eliminated Grindelwald, Dumbledore would likely turn his attention to him. Which definitely wasn't good, especially with numerous eyes on him. While giving up on killing Grindelwald, Asterion focused his gaze on Rose, fighting, or rather, that couldn't be called a fight but rather a one-sided massacre. Rose was a monster, you couldn't even touch her, or stop her attacks. Como você luta contra alguém assim? Suddenly, Asterion looked at the very handsome man with red eyes. He and the men shared some physical and facial similarities. Asterion smiled coldly. He didn't know how Voldemort managed to regain his body, but it didn't matter. He still remembered the assassination attempt Voldemort orchestrated against him. The Black Heir was someone who held grudges, and this was a great chance for revenge. Making a seal with his hand, Asterion murmured. Come forth, my divine general. Mahoraga. Behind Asterion, gigantic chains manifested, chaining up a humanoid monster. Suddenly, one of the chains broke, followed by the others, one by one, until finally, the last chain binding the divine general snapped, releasing the monster from its cage. The divine general plummeted from the sky and landed on the ground with a crash, roaring furiously. An immense pressure covered the battlefield, catching the attention of Rose, Herpo, the Archbishop, and Voldemort. Regardless of who they were, all of them felt a shiver run down their spines as they looked at the white and terrifying humanoid monster with a golden will above its head. Damn, how could anyone think of creating something like this? Herpo muttered, feeling his hairs stand on end, warning him of imminent danger. It wasn't his body that was afraid, but the Horcrux. In 2,000 years, it was the first time his Horcrux had feared something. That meant that the white aberration in front of him could destroy his Horcrux. Rose was no exception, she felt danger for the first time in her life. At the same time, she lifted her head and looked up, a smile appearing on her lips as she saw the huge two-headed serpent floating in the air, with Asterion looking at her from its mouth with an arrogant look, as if saying to her, "See, I'm amazing." Without hesitation, she teleported and appeared next to Asterion, sitting in the mouth of the huge serpent. You took your time, Rose looked at him and spoke seriously. Asterion gave no reason for the delay, he truly did not expect Hogwarts to be attacked, nor for the Hogwarts barrier to be broken. What is that thing? Seeing that Asterion didn't respond, Rose asked, pointing to Mahoraga. A melody of war and death, Asterion's lips curved into a sadistic smile as he looked at the three special grade wizards. It was the first time he was using Mahoraga, his cursed spirit was a blank canvas, ready to be painted at any moment. 3 special grade wizards were very suitable for inaugurating his most OP cursed spirit. Mahoraga was also the last of the 3 cursed spirits created to oppose Rose, along with Ouroboros with destiny manipulation and Almisa Mercury, the 2-headed Mercury serpent, capable of devouring dimensions. Together, the 3 could contain Rose. As for killing Rose, that was another matter, but as Asterion had said, if it came to a life and death struggle, he could take Rose with him to death. Let's enjoy and watch their despair, Rose. It will be a preview for our revenge against the murderer of our parents, Asterion spoke, smiling sadistically. Let's have more fun, Asterion said, looking at the 3 special grade wizards. Intentionally, he made sure they heard his words. Chapter 78, Chapter 76, Invasion of Hogwarts, 9. The Archbishop was the first to strike, light shaping into his hand into a whip of light, tearing through the air and heading towards the humanoid monster with wings protruding from its eye sockets at a speed almost impossible for a human to catch. The whip of light tore Mahoraga in half, causing the Archbishop to display an arrogant smile. But in the next moment, his smile stiffened as he heard a loud sound echoing within his mind. Clang. The golden will floating above the head of the pale abomination spun. Then, something not too surprising for a cursed spirit happened, it regenerated completely in a single instant. The Archbishop attacked once again with the same whip of light, but instead of the previous scene repeating, the whip struck Mahoraga, causing some damage, but much less than the previous time. This made Voldemort and Herpo's eyes worthy. I hope it's not what I'm thinking, otherwise, we're completely dead, Herpo joked with a smile, licking his lips feeling how dry they were. Perhaps he would really lose this Horcrux, which would certainly be a pity, as he had only made 2. The Archbishop didn't care about the heretic's words, he didn't believe his attacks had no effect on this pale abomination. Innate feat manipulation, Father of Light, celestial light manipulation. With his words, behind him manifested balls of golden light, from these balls of light, numerous energy beams were fired rapidly. Hundreds of high-heat energy rays hit Mahoraga, who still hadn't moved, almost as if he wanted to be attacked. All the attacks hit Mahoraga, causing huge holes in his body, but in the next moment, all his wounds regenerated completely. The Divine General showed a grotesque smile to the Archbishop and slowly walked towards him, each of his steps causing a hole in the ground. As he walked, the golden will above his head spun once again. Clang. The sound echoed louder in the Archbishop's mind, causing his face to contort in fury. He felt that this cursed spirit was mocking him. I will kill you as I did with that cursed spirit before the Archbishop could continue, a huge fist appeared in front of him. He didn't even have time to react when the fist hit him. The Archbishop had only a brief moment of clarity before a tremendous force sent him flying away, leaving blood, teeth, and a large part of his face floating in the air. I guess he can't talk anymore, Herpo said, looking at the Archbishop's body. The man was still alive, but he didn't think this deplorable state could exactly be called living. Asterion is crazy for creating this abomination, Herpo muttered to himself, looking at the pale cursed spirit. Is he not afraid of losing control? What if this monster adapts its own innate technique it was created with and breaks free from control? Watching the fight, if it could be called that, Herpo knew the cursed spirit's innate technique in front of him. Adaptation. Herpo spoke. Every time we attack, he adapts to our innate technique. Using spells is out of the question, he'll adapt each spell we cast immediately because of the simplicity of the spells. So that's why my Horcrux is afraid, he can adapt to my innate technique, Supreme Soul Permanence, and cause damage to my Horcrux, Herpo muttered to himself, looking at the two-headed serpent hovering above him. He could see Asterion looking at him with a sadistic and cruel smile. I take back what I said, you're nothing like Corvinus. You resemble Salazar more, both of you are mad. Salazar for creating that abomination he calls a basilisk, and you for creating this monster, Herpo said to Asterion. He knew the young man heard every word, reading his lips. Watching the fight, Rose furrowed her brow and came to the same conclusion as Herpo in her mind. She looked at Asterion and asked seriously, are you really crazy or just stupid? How could you create something that can adapt to everything? Asterion shrugged indifferently. Mahoraga will not adapt to my innate technique, it's impossible for him to break free from my control. If you say so, but don't ask for my help when that thing goes out of control. Observing Asterion's indifference, Rose spoke with an irritating smile on her lips. Asterion just scoffed coldly. He wasn't afraid of Mahoraga going out of control. Once created by him, the cursed spirit would always be his slave. Although Rose's concerns were valid, it didn't mean they would happen, especially when Asterion had complete control over his creations. By the way, those two are really strong, Rose said, pointing to the barriers where Grindelwald and Dumbledore were fighting. If it weren't for that barrier, everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers would be turned into nothing but ashes. Dumbledore's innate technique has devastating power, Asterion agreed with Rose's words. Even behind extremely powerful barriers, the blasts of hot air could still be felt by him and anyone close enough. He's worthy of being called the most powerful wizard in the world, Rose smiled and pointed at herself. But not for a long time. Yes, Miss Most Powerful in the World, Asterion replied sarcastically. Mr. Second Most Powerful in the World, Rose retorted with the same sarcasm. Then, she wore a serious look, she looked down and focused her gaze on Voldemort and Herpo. Why did 4 special-grade wizards attack Hogwarts? 3 of them were targeting me. Honestly, she already knew the purpose of these 3, one was a mad scientist who wanted her eyes, the religious fanatic wanted to kill her for something she did, to be more precise, for being born. Voldemort probably just wanted revenge. After a brief silence, Asterion replied. If you want my guess, I would say Grindelwald wants something that Hogwarts possesses, something valuable enough to risk fighting against the most powerful wizard in the world. As for what that thing was, Asterion had no idea, although he had studied a lot, his accumulated knowledge was too thin to compare with wizards who had over a century of accumulated knowledge. Especially the low-budget Kenjaku whom Asterion presumed to be thousands of years old, the man was probably a walking library. There was no possibility of him comparing to someone that old with only 3 years of study. Rose stroked her chin and looked at Hogwarts with a pensive look. In her eyes, the castle looked completely different from the first time she saw it. At that moment, Hogwarts no longer had that extraordinary magic. It seemed like an old, sick man, about to die at any moment. Rose supposed they had cut off Hogwarts' power source, effectively breaking the impregnable barrier around the castle. But this would only be possible if there was a spy inside the castle, skilled enough to hide from the castle's magical protections. The first suspect in Rose's mind was obviously Voldemort himself. Even with all of Rose's extraordinary wisdom, she never thought that the barrier protecting Hogwarts for thousands of years would be destroyed by a magicless squib. No matter, in the face of absolute strength, conspiracies are irrelevant. A dragon does not fear ants gathering against it, on the contrary, the dragon would watch with interest as they gather to fight against it. Rose spoke aloud, causing Asterion beside her to roll his eyes at the arrogant words of the 13-year-old girl. If he were the dragon in Rose's analogy, he would kill the ants before they could gather against him. It was a danger, however minimal, that Asterion couldn't ignore. You could call him paranoid, but he called it precaution. I'll love to see you getting beaten by those you call ants. I'll watch with popcorn, Asterion sarcastically retorted to Rose, who just showed a big smile on her face. No matter, it will never happen because I am strong, she said with an extremely confident smile capable of irritating anyone with sight. Chapter 79, Chapter 77, Invasion of Hogwarts, 10. Inside the barrier, Grindelwald looked at the world engulfed in flames with indifference. The world I see has no flames. As he said that, shadows fell over the surroundings, and what was once a sea of white fire turned back into a green field. Still holding a massive flaming sword in his hand, Dumbledore smiled and spoke. How many times can you change reality, Gellert? 5. 10. 20. Then the men thrust the sword into the grass once more, and in the next instant, everything for dozens of kilometers burst into flames. The once green and lively land turned into a hell of white flames. Dumbledore knew his former lover's inborn technique very well. It was extremely powerful and versatile, even more so than his own. But such a powerful inborn technique consumed colossal amounts of magical energy with each use. Not only that, the inborn technique itself placed a tremendous burden on the host's body. Gellert only smiled and drew his wand. We'll see who runs out of magical energy first, Albus. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. He assumed they would both use their inborn techniques, but seeing Gellert drawing his wand, he realized something was amiss. Knowing that Dumbledore possessed the Elder Wand, Grindelwald still drew his wand, which was at least audacious. Dispersing the fiery sword, the Elder Wand appeared in Albus's hands. Looking at the legendary wand that was now his, Grindelwald snorted dissatisfied. If it weren't for that fight on the beach, where you had help from your brother, resulting in the death of your sister, you would never have been able to defeat me and claim the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand belonged to Grindelwald, but due to a minor slip-up, he lost the duel and could no longer wield the Elder Wand. The possession of the legendary wand passed to Albus Dumbledore because he defeated Grindelwald, even if it was only due to a momentary lapse in attention when Dumbledore's sister died. A tragic day, Dumbledore commented with a sad, solitary sigh, looking at the wand in his hands. Fools would dream of possessing that wand, but he would trade without hesitation that piece of wood for his sister's life. But Grindelwald only mocked the sorrow Dumbledore showed. A tragic day. You probably used your own sister's life to steal the Elder Wand from me, Albus. Remember, for the greater good. That's not true, Gellert. I love my sister, I would never use her like that. Dumbledore wasn't angered by his words, but shook his head and spoke with genuine sadness. Then you shouldn't have brought her to the duel, Grindelwald sarcastically remarked. Circumstances led me to bring her, and you know that better than anyone, Dumbledore retorted. But Grindelwald's response wasn't friendly words, it was a cruelly inspired blast of pure magical energy against him. Dumbledore was quick to send another burst of energy, colliding with Grindelwald's magic. With a loud, long hum, the collision of magical powers sent waves of magical energy flying around. Grindelwald made a crescent movement with the wand, sending deadly bolts at dangerous angles. Beams of energy tore through the ground, leaving only destruction behind. Shockwaves and deafening explosions echoed. Dumbledore simply apparat and appeared behind Grindelwald, pointing his wand and not hesitating to cast a Confringo and many other nearly instantaneous spells. Grindelwald easily dodged the spell, smoothly moving to the side, and continued to evade each spell thrown at him with a surprising ease that could even astonish the most veteran of Aurors, almost as if he could see the future. Dumbledore knew that Gellert was seeing the future with his inborn technique. No matter the spell he cast, the opponent would see it before he even launched it. But Dumbledore knew that the future Grindelwald could see had a limit. When that limit was surpassed, Grindelwald wouldn't react in time to evade. That's what happened in the following moments. Clones of Dumbledore surrounded Grindelwald in the center, and a barrage of spells was launched against the Dark Lord. Grindelwald managed to dodge hundreds of spells at once with almost divine movements, but one in particular, camouflaged by dozens of other spells, managed to surpass his prophetic vision, leaving a lacerating cut on one of his shoulders. Or at least, that's what Grindelwald saw in his future. Without a moment of hesitation, he apparat to a particular clone, and a gigantic dragon made of pure blue flames was unleashed from the tip of his wand, engulfing Dumbledore's real body in an instant. Demonic blue flames spread uncontrollably over the scorched earth, leaving the environment even darker and more burnt. But instead of reducing Dumbledore to ashes, the blue fire dragon was halted by equally strong white flames. A sea of blue and white fire spread around, Dumbledore's long white hair fluttering around the white and blue embers floating in the air. You dare use fire against me, Gellert? Dumbledore spoke calmly, waving his wand, and all the fire, including the fiend fire, shaped into a blue and white phoenix that flew against its own summoner. Protego totalum. With a smile, Grindelwald invoked a sturdy shield in front of him, while moving his head aside, dodging the spell cast by Dumbledore who apparat behind him. That was very astute of you, Albus. Seeing the Protego totalum not holding up against the power of Dumbledore's spell, Grindelwald spoke before apparating hundreds of meters away. Manipulating the blue and white fire phoenix, Dumbledore smiled and spoke gently. We are at war, and war is not won by benevolence. The blue and white fire phoenix dissolved, and a wave of flames covered the entire territory within the barrier. The flames began to spin, making the fire even more furious and full of destructive power. Grindelwald's elegant hairstyle had long since unraveled, his short hair swayed with the furious flames around him. Since you said that. Grindelwald laughed and spoke. I'll be a little cruel, Albus. Grindelwald simply pointed his finger and whispered gently. Inborn spell manipulation, the inevitable future, reality manipulation. Albus Dumbledore felt only a huge danger approaching. The world seemed to slow down before Dumbledore. He gripped the Elder Wand and spun his wrist. A Protego totalum was erected before him almost instantly. Using his last milliseconds, Dumbledore forced his body to the side. At that moment, time returned to normal. Dumbledore only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and looked ahead. The Protego totalum was destroyed. There was no resistance against Grindelwald's inborn spell. Dumbledore didn't change his expression as he looked at the blood running down his arm and the huge hole in his shoulder. He used transfiguration to create fake skin around the wound, stemming the blood, and focused on the fight. You dodged, I aimed for the head. Looking at Albus still alive, Grindelwald spoke with a tone of regret. He knew he had only one chance to use this inborn spell, as a second time wouldn't work against the men in front of him. That was cruel, Gellert. You changed reality in one attack. I almost died just now. Dumbledore spoke with a cheerful laugh. Yet you dodged. You truly are a monster, Albus, Grindelwald said, still shocked that Albus was alive after such an attack. I have to retaliate, Gellert, don't die, Dumbledore said with a serious and deadly look. Inborn spell manipulation, the eternal flaming sun, radiant Sunday. This time, Albus didn't condense a sword, but an arrow floating above his hand. When the arrow manifested, a heat intense enough to reduce anything to ashes spread like an extremely hot wave. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, the ground turned into magma with only Dumbledore standing atop the sea of molten rock. This attack carries the temperature of the sun's radiative zone, all concentrated in a small arrow, an arrow potent enough to destroy anything physical, Dumbledore explained to Grindelwald, who floated in the air. It was good to see you again, Gellert, Dumbledore spoke as if he were speaking to a dead man. Which, in his eyes, Grindelwald was. Without waiting for his response, Dumbledore launched his attack. There was only a blinding light for a moment, then a deafening explosion echoed, a gigantic white sphere with a red core manifested in the sky. Hundreds of kilometers within the barrier transformed into a world of infernal magma and fire. The entire barrier protecting the surroundings from the attack began to crack but remained standing despite the overwhelming assault from the most powerful men in the world, because Dumbledore managed to control the area of impact, otherwise, this barrier would have already disappeared. When the blinding light ceased, there was no one left inside the barrier except Dumbledore. Gellert. Seeing everything empty, Albus showed a sad expression but soon regained his composure. Arg. Dumbledore suddenly groaned in pain and held his injured shoulder, yet he walked towards the exit, leaving behind a world of magma. Chapter 80, Chapter 78, Invasion of Hogwarts, 11. Feel free to take the other one, but I want Voldemort, Rose said, her incredibly blue eyes shining with a cold capable of freezing even the Gobi Desert. Her gaze focused on the handsome young man with black hair and red eyes. She could see he shared a resemblance with the boy next to her, they were cousins after all. This made her realize that this world was quite cruel and cold, as family killed family. Impossible, I want Voldemort too, Asterion refused without hesitation. He still needed to kill Voldemort, not only for revenge but also for personal grievances. Seeing the determination in her cousin's eyes, Rose gritted her teeth and spoke. Half. Each of us gets half of him. She spoke as if Voldemort were an item, not a person, which made Asterion see the clear difference between her male version in another reality. Rose Potter was clearly a vengeful person, though kind, she didn't hesitate to kill her enemies. She was diligent and constantly improving herself. An obvious difference from her male counterpart. They both locked eyes, firm in each gaze, neither wanting to back down and miss the chance to kill their destined enemy at this moment. I accept your proposal, Asterion said, breaking the silence. But before we begin, he may apparate and escape. No need to worry about that, I control space, he won't escape, Rose showed a cold and quite frightening smile. Asterion nodded and threw himself into free fall. Rose followed her cousin and jumped from the mouth of the two-headed serpent. With his hands in his pants pockets, Asterion narrowed his eyes, and his hair fluttered violently against the strong wind. Rose rolled her eyes at her cousin's actions, she also wanted to strike a pose like that, but she was wearing a skirt, which prevented her from doing a really cool pose at the moment. Both fell from the sky and collided with the ground with a thud. Already on the ground, Asterion repeatedly opened and closed his hand while asking Rose, have you learned domain expansion? I understand the principle behind creating the domain, Rose replied, clenching her hand and cracking her knuckles. I just haven't used it on anyone yet. That's good, they'll probably use domain expansion to break the spatial blockade you placed on us, Asterion smiled and walked over to the two special grade wizards. Baskerville. Forming a seal with his hands, he summoned his faithful companion to protect him from any attacks. Walking to Maharaga's side, Asterion jumped and sat on the shoulder of his divine general. He crossed his legs and greeted his enemies with an arrogant look. I hope you enjoyed fighting against my divine general. Herpo twisted his lips upon hearing the boy's words. Enjoyed it. He wanted to flee from him at any moment. We meet again, Air Black, Herpo greeted the 13-year-old boy with a gentle smile. But the next words made his smile stiffen. Please, don't smile at me, you look like a pedophile smiling at a helpless child, Asterion spoke with a look of disgust reflecting on his face. I don't have that kind of hobby, Herpo replied with a stiff smile, his tone cold, almost threatening. You change bodies like you change clothes, who knows what your hobbies are? I'd rather spare myself from asking, Asterion spoke, looking at Herpo as if he were looking at a piece of trash. Some unpleasant scenes involving you and corpses appeared in my mind. Herpo only took a deep breath and restrained himself from killing the boy right now. He was in a very dangerous situation at the moment, about to lose this Horcrux at any moment. Asterion turned his gaze to the handsome young man with black hair and red eyes. Oh, you no longer look like a parasite, half-breed, Asterion spoke sarcastically, his lips curling into a sadistic and cold smile. I visited your father's grave, a truly unpleasant one even after death. I hope you don't mind me destroying his tomb and the remains of your amiable father. Asterion calling him a half-breed deeply irritated him, but after hearing that his father's remains were destroyed, Voldemort became furious. Don't get it wrong, Voldemort didn't care about his father, he even felt disgust at having a muggle as a father, but his father's remains were essential for his future complete revival. Now, with Asterion's words, practically all preparations for his revival were thrown in the trash. I will kill you, Voldemort snarled. I will kill you slowly and with much pain, you will suffer and beg for forgiveness as you kneel kissing my feet. Upon hearing this, Asterion extended his hand and showed his trembling hand. See. I'm shaking with fear. His actions could deceive someone if it weren't for the sarcastic and cold tone of his voice. Mahoraga. As soon as Asterion finished speaking, the Divine General who was waiting for orders moved at that moment. He disappeared from where he was and reappeared almost instantly in front of Voldemort. Voldemort didn't flinch in front of the pale abomination and clashed head-on with punches and kicks. Bang. 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 Every punch hit Mahoraga, causing the chest, neck, and head of the Divine General to sink, but it regenerated in the next moment. Voldemort didn't show unhappiness upon seeing this and attacked once more, reinforcing his body to monstrous levels at the same time. He whispered. Innate spell manipulation, corruption of malevolent gods, universal decay. His fist was covered by a dark and eerie aura, and without hesitation, he punched the Divine General. A sonic boom was heard, and Mahoraga was sent flying away. 70% of the Divine General's body had completely disappeared, leaving only shoulders, head, and the appendage that looked like a tail. Tsung. The golden will spun above Mahoraga's head, and in the next moment, it completely regenerated its body while grotesquely smiling at Voldemort. Then I have to destroy his body completely, Voldemort murmured, looking at the monster approaching him. He already had an idea of how to destroy this abomination that could adapt to any attack and action from someone. His domain expansion was perfect for this, but looking at Rose standing not too far away, waiting her turn, and Asterion also waiting, Voldemort concluded that manifesting his domain expansion wouldn't be easy. Voldemort then turned his attention to his only ally still in a condition to help him, the only problem being that the Dark Lord didn't trust anyone, much less a temporary and highly suspicious ally like the wizard from the Middle East. At the same time, Voldemort noticed the weight of using his innate technique using this body was still too heavy, even transmuting Quirinus's body using the Philosopher's Stone, this body in the end still wasn't his, and it was decaying at a rapid pace, even using the Philosopher's Stone to delay this limit, in half an hour at most, this body would turn into a puddle of decomposed black liquid. So, he was in a very compromising position at that moment, with high risks of perishing in the next battle. But Voldemort didn't have time to think further because the Divine General began his onslaught again with extremely fast punches and kicks, each blow breaking the sound barrier. Watching the melee unfolding between Voldemort and Mahoraga, Asterion looked at Herpo and asked curiously. Aren't you going to help your companion? Herpo shrugged and replied nonchalantly. I can tell when someone doesn't trust me. If I join the fight hastily, he might think I'm fighting against him to hand him over in exchange for staying alive. Don't worry about that, you're going to die regardless of what you do. After all, I'm very kind. Showing a gentle smile, Asterion spoke. I'll give you as food for Baskerville, he has a strict diet of cursed spirits and corpses of my enemies. Herpo rolled his eyes at the shameless words of the boy, you call that kindness? If you're kind, then I'm an angel. I must decline your generous offer, Herpo spoke coldly, his gaze briefly focused on Voldemort, and he smirked maliciously. After all, I have plans to escape. Looking coldly at Herpo, Asterion wanted to see what his plan was to flee. Dodging the sonic punches, Voldemort spun in the air and kicked Mahoraga's head, splattering purple blood on the ground. Even without a head, the Divine General took advantage and grabbed the enemy's leg. Without hesitation, he threw him away, breaking everything in his path, throwing dust and large chunks of earth into the air. Taking advantage of this moment, still in the air, Voldemort stopped using the Philosopher's Stone to heal his body and focused on channeling the monstrous energy inside the stone to accelerate the creation of barriers. Voldemort intentionally reduced the range of the domain expansion to save time. What should have lasted about 1 second was shortened to 0.4 seconds. In the time it took a human to blink, the barriers manifested covering a radius of 50 meters. Showing a chillingly large grin, Voldemort spoke coldly. Domain expansion, final decay of the universe. A dark and shadowy space appeared around Voldemort, in the universe full of stars and planets, all the stars seemed to slowly die until finally, only a cold universe remained without any trace of life. The entire body of the Divine General was trapped in a specific corner of the universe, being constantly torn apart while his body regenerated in an endless cycle of destruction and regeneration. Voldemort, seeing this, clenched his teeth and poured even more magical energy, preventing Mahoraga's regeneration from healing as quickly as it was being wounded. At the same time, Herpo didn't even need to make hand seals and spoke. Domain expansion, workshop of the creation gods. The barriers manifested around them as Herpo laughed maliciously, his laughter filled with cruelty. You and Rose are arrogant, you underestimate people's will, but the world will teach you how arrogance is the mother of all failures. When he finished speaking, the entire domain expansion fully manifested. You're right, I am arrogant, but there's something you're wrong about. I never underestimate my enemies. Asterion looked at the domain expansion approaching with an indifferent face. After all, he had long expected that they would use domain expansion. One of the reasons he and Rose allowed them to use it was to deplete Herpo and Voldemort's magical energy. Even for any special grade wizard, manifesting their domain expansion cost an immeasurable amount of magical energy. Behind Asterion, Rose was even faster than Herpo. She intertwined her index finger with her middle finger and spoke. Domain expansion, infinite void. Rose's expansion manifested so quickly that it collided with Herpo's domain expansion, which was still in the middle of its path towards Asterion. Chapter 81, Chapter 79, Post-War, 1. The domain collision violently tore through space, everything within a radius of 10 kilometers shattered, torn apart, crushed, and exploded. It resembled the explosion of a nuclear bomb, a magnitude 10.1 earthquake spread from the epicenter. Fortunately, Asterion was within Rose's domain expansion, so he was unaffected, otherwise, he would have turned into a seasoned tomato sauce with his internal organs. Rose, sensing the collision, smiled with a crazed grin and infused even more magical energy into the domain expansion. When it came to magical energy, she was proud to say she wasn't afraid of running out. Let's see who runs out of magical energy first, she exclaimed with an excited look. Herpo began to sweat coldly at the sight. He hadn't expected his own words to turn against him. Asterion and Rose weren't underestimating him and Voldemort, it was he who was underestimating these 13-year-old kids. They forced him to use his domain expansion only to defeat him more easily when he ran out of magical energy. Very well. Herpo gritted his teeth and spoke. I thought my arrogance had disappeared over 2,000 years, but today I see that was not the case. Feeling he could no longer bear the drain of the domain expansion, Herpo knew he had lost this battle but not the war. Snapping his fingers, an explosion reverberated in the air. A specific part of Hogwarts had been blown up. This made the victorious smile on Rose and Asterion's faces change dramatically. Rose gradually retracted her domain expansion, and Herpo did the same. Looking at Hogwarts, which had nearly a third destroyed in the explosion, Asterion glared coldly at Herpo. He gritted his teeth and spoke. You planted bombs in Hogwarts. Coward. Rose glared at Herpo with fury, but she didn't move. Who knew how many bombs he had planted in Hogwarts? If they exploded, all the students inside would likely die. Do you remember when I appeared in front of you in the cafeteria? Herpo didn't care about being called a coward. Before that, I took a stroll through certain places in Hogwarts, leaving some gifts in those specific places. Could you kindly remove the barrier around that space? Herpo spoke with a gentle smile. Seeing the grim faces of Asterion and Rose made him feel that all the anger and punches he had endured today were worth it, especially after gathering countless pieces of information about Rose. Rose clenched her teeth and closed her hand tightly. Herpo's face remained indifferent as he felt the space around him compressed. If she continued to compress the space, this body would die. Considering the consequences of continuing, Rose opened her hand. Her blue eyes practically gleamed with the anger she was feeling at that moment. Feeling the space return to normal, Herpo's lips curved into a gentle smile, and without any hesitation, he operated away. Today was a truly relevant day for his future plan. He not only gathered enough information about Rose but also about Asterion, especially the pale monster that could adapt to any attack in action. Voldemort, who was still trying to kill Majoraga, felt the confinement in space disappear. He operated away without hesitation, leaving a still-living Majoraga, although already adapted to his domain expansion. Another loud pop, similar to a car's exhaust, sounded not too far away, making Asterion's face even darker. Herpo and Voldemort had fled. Rose was also not happy at this moment. Today, she learned that you shouldn't let your guard down until the opponent is dead, especially with opponents as cunning as these. Rose and Asterion exchanged glances and vowed to themselves that when they next encountered Herpo and Voldemort, they would kill them as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the faces of Asterion and Rose became solemn as they looked towards the barriers where Dumbledore and Grindelwald were fighting. Even at this distance, the heat wave spread, causing the grass still alive after so many battles to burst into flames instantly. This war is over. Sensing Grindelwald's magical aura disappear, Asterion murmured, though obviously he didn't think Grindelwald had died. Killing a powerful seer was incredibly difficult. As expected, a serious-looking Dumbledore emerged from the barrier and walked towards them with firm steps. The men seemed in perfect condition, but both Rose and Asterion noticed that his face had a sickly pale tone. Obviously, he had been injured during the fight against Grindelwald, but to avoid causing panic or fear in England, the men had to remain strong and intact. Looking at the devastated terrain around Hogwarts, as if a war had occurred, Dumbledore's eyes grew cold, especially seeing the ruins of Hogwarts atop the hill. This was his home, which he would give his life to keep safe. Seeing it in this state deeply hurt his heart. His pale blue eyes then focused on Rose and Asterion. His gaze softened, and he spoke. Well done, Rose and Asterion. If it weren't for you, Hogwarts would have been destroyed, and the students would have died. No need to thank us, they mainly attacked me, I just retaliated. Rose shook her head, her tone slightly guilty. In her eyes, all this destruction and death were caused because of her. If she hadn't been at Hogwarts, none of this would have happened in the first place. Don't blame yourself, child. People kill each other for the stupidest reasons, Dumbledore said, his tone gentle and weary. Asterion didn't want to talk to Dumbledore at the moment, he simply operated to Hogwarts. He wanted to see how Daphne was after participating in a battle of this scale. At least we killed one of the special grade wizards who invaded, Dumbledore remarked indifferently, watching the lifeless body of the Archbishop of the Aurora Society. It was Asterion's cursed spirit, Rose replied with a wavering gaze. Seeing Asterion disappear, Rose showed a complicated look and turned her attention back to Dumbledore. Her eyes grew firm and determined, as if she had decided something important. I accept your proposal, she said, looking at Dumbledore, her voice as serious as it could be. Dumbledore's lips curved into a gentle and genuinely happy smile. He had found a successor. Looking at Vinda Rosier holding a black box in her hands, a smile appeared on Aurelius's lips. Raising his arm, Aurelius clenched his fist, signaling to all his comrades. The pure world is coming, Minerva. Then, Aurelius operated away, followed by all of Grindelwald's acolytes. Before Minerva could respond, in the next moment, she saw a boy with black hair and red eyes appearing in the middle of the battlefield. With a simple movement from him, all the fanatics of the Aurora Society had their bodies torn apart by a huge crimson serpent that emerged from a dark portal beside him. Red blood from dozens of people splattered across the ground and walls of the courtyard, blood and organs painting the scene like a painting worthy of being depicted in hell. The teachers were indifferent to this scene, but the students, both older and younger, all showed disgusted expressions, some vomited up everything they had eaten today. Covered in blood, Asterion walked up to the blonde teenager and held her face, looking directly into her eyes. You did very well, Daphne, Asterion said with a satisfied smile on his lips. Daphne nodded and remained silent, she had killed at least 5 people today. Although trained to kill without hesitation, she was still processing that she had taken 5 human lives. Asterion naturally knew what Daphne was feeling at the moment. He wasn't a psychopath who felt nothing when killing, he felt the weight of every person whose life he took. But he killed those dozens of people in an instant not because he enjoyed killing, but out of necessity. He would live with all those deaths until the end of his days, and if necessary, he would answer for each death. After a while, Daphne recovered from the emotion of killing and looked at Asterion with concern. You're covered in blood, Daphne didn't mind the pungent smell of blood on his body. She used her thumb to try to wipe the blood off his cheek, although it only made things worse, spreading the blood even more. Asterion laughed at her attempt and held her hand, kissing her fingers tenderly despite the blood staining them. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded beside them. You only care about your little girlfriend, Asti. Asterion looked at Tracy as she approached him. The girl had a pale face, though she still teased him, showing that she had a good mindset despite the bloody scene earlier. Yeah, we're your friends too, Theodoro approached with Sabini beside him. Even Draco and Doria approached Asterion, any resentment they had towards him seemed to have vanished at that moment. Both twins looked tired and quiet but much more mature after experiencing something like this. 7 special grade wizards fought at Hogwarts today, 1 died, and the other 3 fled, Asterion said, looking at them as he spoke about the details of the war. Asterion didn't hold back, and his voice was heard by everyone in the courtyard. The teachers fell silent, they knew special grade wizards were fighting outside, but they didn't expect there to be 7. And a special grade wizard had died. Chapter 82, Chapter 80, Heir of Salazar Slytherin, 1. In the Forbidden Forest, Asterion observed the cave entrance with a calm gaze. It had been a week since the attack on Hogwarts. The incident became famous worldwide, known as the 7 Powers War. After all, it wasn't every day that 7 special grade wizards faced off in battle. The tremors of the fight were felt in almost 40 countries, with gigantic lights observed in the sky within a 40-kilometer radius. Some even assumed a nuclear war was happening. Which wasn't entirely far-fetched, each strike from a special grade wizard was almost equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Another thing was the death of a special grade wizard that shook the minds of many, especially in Italy, which had its only special grade wizard killed. The identity of the Archbishop was soon discovered. Asterion watched with satisfaction as the Italians came to retrieve the dead body of their protector. They all displayed grim and ugly expressions, almost knowing they would have to pay an exorbitant price for damages caused in Hogwarts and foreign territory. Asterion left these matters to the vultures of the Wisengamot to gain more benefits and power. Those people were like hyenas seeking carrion to satisfy their hunger, never missing an opportunity to take another bite at the dying corpse. But not everything was rosy. Hogwarts had 21 casualties in this short and deadly battle, all of whom were students, almost all from the 6th and 7th years. Asterion saw Dumbledore speaking with the parents of each student, delivering the cruel news that their sons and daughters would never return to them. Some of these parents cried, others cursed, one mother even struck Dumbledore, but the old man remained unmoved as the mother's weak fists collided with his chest. The atmosphere at Hogwarts that week was tense, all the students seemed on edge, as if expecting an attack at any moment. Fortunately, the expected attacks never came, gradually easing the tense atmosphere, and everyone returned to classes as best they could. With the help of magic, Hogwarts was quickly rebuilt, after long hours of spell work and repairing walls with reparo. The world's most famous magical castle rose from ruins even stronger. Dumbledore was the main architect of the castle. He took advantage of the castle still being in the reconstruction phase and refurbished it, giving it a more modern and beautiful look, especially by reformulating and updating Hogwarts defenses and adding others. The Hogwarts core was also successfully built thanks to the notes left by Rowena Ravenclaw. Her diaries about the core's construction were essential for the reconstruction of the new core, although the main crystal of the core had changed. This week, Asterion sent all his cursed spirits specialized in surveillance, espionage, and probing towards the Forbidden Forest. He scoured every hole in that eerie forest. And finally, after 3 long days, Asterion successfully located where the Chamber of Secrets had been moved by Voldemort. He didn't rush in carelessly. It was almost certain that Voldemort had left traps to prevent him from successfully reaching the heirloom's location, though these measures were somewhat futile against a special-grade wizard. There were few things capable of claiming the life of a special-grade wizard, especially poisons. It would take a large enough dose to kill an elephant to even begin affecting the body of a special-grade wizard. But no one would stand still as a large dose of poison entered them, so there were few special-grade wizards who had died from poison throughout history. Still, Asterion didn't enter the cave imprudently. He wouldn't risk his life for something as trivial as assumptions and data over 1,000 years. So, like any person with a bit of intelligence, instead of entering the cave and taking unnecessary risks, Asterion sent dozens of cursed spirits of grade 4 and 3 to trigger all the traps so that he could enter the cave safely. Voldemort would be disappointed if he saw how Asterion handled things. Asterion didn't act as he expected, behaving like a reckless and arrogant teenager because of his power. Entering the cave, Asterion observed that what he thought was a cave were enormous pipes capable of easily accommodating 5 people side by side. For 1,000 years ago, Hogwarts indeed had pipes worthy of making Rome jealous. As he traveled through the maze of pipes with a Lumos spell on the tip of his wand, Asterion noticed a long shadow standing in one of the corridors. Approaching without fear, he raised his wand and the Lumos intensified. Then, Asterion saw the origin of the shadow. It was a colossal shed skin of a snake-like animal, but proportionally large, nearly 40 meters long. It stood a little over 3 meters tall, enough to eat anything, including humans. It was the shed skin of the basilisk. The movie really didn't convey the feeling of oppression. There was no feeling of oppression and terror seeing such a large monster, but it was entirely different to see it in person. Of course, that was for ordinary people. Asterion, who possessed even more gigantic cursed spirits, remained unchanged in expression seeing the shed skin of the basilisk. But he had to admit, Harry was brave to face such a monster at 13 years old, relying solely on physical strength without using a single spell. Not that it would have worked anyway. Herpo the Foul created the basilisk to be almost immune to magical damage. There were few spells capable of killing an adult basilisk. But locating the shed skin of the serpent, the Black Heir knew he was close to the Chamber of Secrets. Walking for a few more minutes, Asterion passed through a circular door and entered what seemed like a chamber. The floor was covered in smooth ceramic, majestic pillars supported the entire chamber, matte green details adorned the walls, and a long ceramic path crossed a lake suspiciously colored in mossy green. At the end of the path, a huge face that Asterion presumed to be Salazar Slytherin's, stared at visitors with a cold and arrogant look. Suddenly, Asterion noticed a rancid and putrid smell in the air. A hissing sound reverberated, dangerously echoing in the shadows. The sound of something heavy dragging reached Asterion's ears. He didn't need to be a genius to know that the basilisk was approaching. If possible, Asterion didn't want to kill the basilisk. After all, the serpent could petrify anything, including special-grade wizards. It was a great weapon to catch his future enemies off guard. But to conquer the serpent, one had to be a parseltongue, that is, to speak the language of snakes. This Asterion didn't know if he had, as he tried and never succeeded in speaking it. This indicated that he didn't possess the talent for speaking with snakes, like his ancestor, Salazar Slytherin. Asterion hoped that a moment of stress would awaken this hidden talent. Otherwise, unfortunately, the basilisk would have to go to the snake heavens. Then, Asterion heard the sound of heavy stones moving. He saw the mouth of Salazar's face opening, and from it emerged a long greenish serpent with backward-pointing horns. The yellow eyes seemed half-closed, almost as if the serpent had just woken up. Anyone would be upset at being awakened, let alone a huge serpent just roused from a sleep of over 50 years and hungry. This was bad news for Asterion, who wanted a new exotic pet, like those rich people in Los Angeles. But he wouldn't give up. Having a basilisk as a pet was something he wanted, and he would have it, even if he had to teach this ancient serpent a harsh life lesson. Strength was always the most civilized dialogue in the world. Chapter 83, Chapter 81, Heir of Salazar Slytherin, 2. Focusing his gaze on the basilisk's mouth, Asterion avoided the petrifying stare and easily dodged the venomous bite, which grazed past his body. Asterion attempted to speak amicably with the serpent, but the response was a massive mouth capable of swallowing a whole cow. Obviously, the basilisk had no interest in conversation and was likely very hungry at the moment. The Black Heir wasn't surprised. 50 years of hibernation surely induced a profound sense of hunger. But that also meant the basilisk wasn't at 100%, it was malnourished and hungry, following only primitive instincts to feed. The good news was that it was easier to conquer a hungry and injured animal than one in good condition. The bad news was that a hungry animal would likely risk its life for food. Asterion reinforced his body with strengthening magic and walked along the serpent's long, sinuous body while pointing his wand towards its eyes. With a swift flick of his wrist, a Lumos Maxima was chanted, illuminating the entire Chamber of Secrets in an instant, almost like the birth of a second sun. The blinding light pierced the basilisk's eyes, bringing a warm, burning sensation and intense pain. The basilisk's enormous body writhed in agony, crashing uncontrollably against the walls of the Chamber of Secrets. Balancing between the basilisk's horns, Asterion pointed his wand downwards and used a diffindo, but the magical cut left no mark on the basilisk's verdant scales, demonstrating the incredible magical immunity of the laboratory-bred serpent. But Asterion didn't stop using diffindo. Instead, unlike the previous attempt, this time he poured even more magical energy into the cutting spell. He believed there was a limit to the basilisk's magical immunity, and once that limit was surpassed, it would be easy to penetrate the serpent's scales. Another thought occurred to him, to use the moment when the basilisk was attempting to bite and cast a stunning spell inside the animal's mouth, rendering it unconscious until the moment he received Salazar's inheritance and awakened his second-inborn technique. The only problem with this plan was that the venom in the basilisk's fangs had the ability to break magic, as seen in the movies. This meant that casting a spell in its mouth was almost certain to be nullified. Whoever created the basilisk certainly knew of such an obvious weakness and added the venomous fangs to compensate for such an exposed and easily detectable vulnerability. So it remained for Asterion to create a cut strong enough to penetrate the scales and reach the serpent's flesh, thus casting a stunning spell on the basilisk. As he cast his fourth diffindo, Asterion noticed the serpent was recovering and didn't hesitate to cast another Lumos Maxima, causing the poor ancient serpent to thrash furiously in pain once again. Holding onto one of the horns for balance, Asterion ignored the world spinning around him and continued to increase the potency of his spells. Until he used 10% of his magic in a single attack. The diffindo spell, carrying 10% of Asterion's magic, tore through the air with almost surgical precision, collided with the magic-immune scales, and cut through the impenetrable scales first, making a 3-meter-long gash, blood spraying onto Asterion's face and clothes. The serpent, feeling a pain it had never experienced before, let out a hissing roar and violently thrashed against the walls of the Chamber of Secrets, trying to strike the ant on its back. Take a nap, little snake. Asterion gripped the horns to avoid falling and cast a stunning spell with 10% of his magic. At that moment, the enormous basilisk stopped moving and crashed heavily to the ground with a thud. This kind of magical immunity is just too broken. Descending down the basilisk's face, Asterion couldn't help but complain about the serpent's magical immunity. It might seem easy what he did, but it was 10% of his magical reserves. That meant he could only use 8 of these spells. 8. Asterion could cast tens of thousands of spells with his magic reserves. Taking a deep breath, ignoring the smell of blood on him, Asterion didn't bother to adjust his appearance and made his way, covered in blood, down the ceramic path that traversed the suspicious green side. In the Chamber of Secrets, only the sounds of his footsteps echoed in the open space. Arriving in front of Salazar's face, Asterion passed through the entrance, which oddly enough was within the statue's mouth. Inside the statue, he found himself facing a small, narrow corridor that could accommodate only one person. Walking forward without hesitation, the surroundings became extremely silent with each step he took. At the end of the narrow corridor, there was a light, and as Asterion crossed that light, he found himself in front of a medieval living room with a fireplace burning with silent blue flames. Above the fireplace, a portrait of an old bald man with green eyes, dressed in an antiquated wizard's robe and holding a book in his arms. The man moved within the portrait, revealing that it was the animated portrait containing the memories of its creator. Salazar looked at the blood-covered boy and spoke calmly. After 50 years, another potential heir to my legacy. He opened the book in his arms and conjured a quill, continuing to speak. State your name and lineage. Asterion Black Slytherin, Asterion spoke, his voice cold and calm. Salazar, who was about to write the name in the book, couldn't help but pause and look up, his green eyes coldly observing Asterion, particularly focusing on his red eyes. Black Slytherin, you said? The portrait asked, as if he had misheard. Yes, that's correct, Asterion reaffirmed his ancestral lineage. I met young Corvinus in the winter of 1004. A young wizard, yet undeniably brilliant with an insane dream, Salazar spoke, his green eyes coldly shining with morbid curiosity. Although I found his dream foolish, even childish, I admired his unwavering spirit. The will to persevere in the face of all difficulties, that's the essence of humanity that Corvinus embodied. That's what makes us superior to all intelligent races, he spoke, his voice filled with pride and disdain for other races. Tell me, child. Do you dare to do the impossible? Even knowing that it will never be possible to complete your noble house's ancestral plan. Do you dare to walk an endless path? Salazar's portrait spoke, his voice tinged with a touch of emotion and a look bordering on madness. I am already treading that path of no return. Asterion looked into Salazar's green eyes and spoke coldly. Whoever stands in my way, including you, will die. Salazar was very pleased with his young descendant's response. To accomplish great things, you have to be cruel not only to yourself but to others as well. History taught that, human-shaped monsters who were deified as kings and gods, regardless of how many deaths they caused in the process of their ascensions to the top. But I must say, I did not expect my offspring to one day marry a black, Salazar remarked, looking Asterion up and down. He noticed something curious about him. Your red eyes are a mutation and make you hypersensitive to negative magical particles. Can you sense people's negative emotions? He asked, even though dead for over 1,000 years, his insatiable thirst for knowledge had not changed at all. Yes, but I don't use it much. Only when I'm creating a cursed spirit, Asterion replied nonchalantly. Salazar's curiosity was a good thing. It meant he had a great chance of awakening his second-inborn technique. Creation and manipulation of cursed spirits, Salazar murmured. Indeed, an extremely powerful inborn technique. Imagine creating your darkest nightmares hidden in your subconscious. Regaining his composure, Salazar looked at Asterion and showed a cold smile. I presume you are here to awaken your second-inborn technique. Asterion nodded, confirming his ancestor's words. At the same time, he knew what kind of person his ancestor was, someone cruel to others and even more cruel to himself. The process will be painful, so painful that all 5 attempts before you failed. They all had their spirits, minds, and bodies destroyed. Salazar Slytherin continued speaking with a cold and indifferent tone. I theorized the awakening of the second-inborn technique when I was about to die. I used my third son, who was born without magic, as my first test subject. But in the end, he failed miserably. His body exploded in front of me, spraying blood in my laboratory. Every word of Salazar lacked a hint of emotion. Even speaking of the son who died because of him, there was no trace of regret or pain, almost as if it wasn't his own son who was killed, but just any peasant. The filthy half-breed before you refused the inheritance when he heard the risks, but it was to be expected. That boy was more afraid of death than anything else. Asterion knew Salazar was talking about Voldemort. He hadn't expected that this was why Voldemort hadn't received the inheritance. Indeed, such a risky thing wasn't something Voldemort could accept, especially since he had feared death when he was still at Hogwarts. Will you accept it? Noble son of the House of Black, Salazar looked coldly at Asterion and asked calmly. I. Chapter 84, Chapter 82, Heir of Salazar Slytherin, 3. I accept, Asterion replied, his red eyes fixed on Salazar moving in the portrait. His voice was firm and indifferent. Regarding the low survival rate of awakening his second innate technique, Asterion was neither afraid nor worried. Baskerville's purpose was to give his life for him if anything happened. He could transfer all the damage to Baskerville in a critical moment. Thus, there was no way he would refuse power, especially after seeing Rose's growth rate. All his hard work seemed unworthy compared to her talent. He needed power, even more power, to achieve his goal, a pure world without monsters, a world where his children with Daphne could be normal kids without the risk of being killed on some stupid mission issued by power-blinded old men. Very well, if that is your will, I shall respect it. Salazar showed a cold smile and responded in a calm tone. He waved his right hand, and with his gesture, the entire living room began to change, as if someone were swapping one Lego piece for another, transforming the entire place. It took only a few moments to change the entire surroundings. What lay before Asterion was no longer a cozy living room but a cold medieval laboratory filled with tubes, cylinders, and a central examination table. Asterion couldn't comprehend how an animated portrait could still possess so much power, even if it was merely a set of memories. I could anesthetize you and your 5 predecessors, but believe me when I say it wouldn't help, not when your body, mind, and soul will be operated on simultaneously, Salazar spoke. 3 gigantic silver metal claws descended from the ceiling and stopped above the examination table, each claw holding a wand, 3 in total. Take off your clothes and lie on the bed, noble son Black. We will begin. Moving all 3 massive claws, each holding a wand, Salazar spoke, his tone devoid of any emotion, resembling a cold and unfeeling machine. Asterion unbuttoned his jacket, then, after removing it, he folded it and placed it on a metal bench. The Black Heir did the same with all his clothes. Now unclothed, he lay on the cold examination table and looked up, where the enormous metal claws moved with almost shocking precision. In Asterion's mind, Salazar's portrait seemed more like an AI than a set of memories placed in a portrait. He supposed there was an energy and control core in the animated portrait, which it could use to control and change things. But he had no time to think further, as a metal syringe was inserted into his neck, injecting a liquid into his veins, causing extreme discomfort. Asterion didn't need to ask what was injected into him, as Salazar had already provided the answer in the following moment. Phoenix tears with other regenerative medicines. His cold voice reverberated through the laboratory. At the same time, sturdy straps restrained Asterion, completely immobilizing him, including a gag in his mouth. This measure was to prevent him from thrashing too much during the surgery. A petrifying spell couldn't be used, as it would alter the body's rigidity, making the operation more difficult. Beginning operation, the cold voice echoed again, and then all 3 gigantic claws approached Asterion. Salazar spoke to himself while the first of the 3 claws opened Asterion's skin, revealing the veins beneath the skin and muscles. Each cut was so surgically precise that the veins remained intact, with blood still circulating within them. While the first claw opened the skin to expose the veins, the second claw opened Asterion's skull, revealing the brain. The third claw was the most mysterious, as it was operating on his very soul. A spiritual body identical in appearance to Asterian's floated beside the physical body. Like the physical body, the spiritual body had its skin opened and its veins exposed. From a very young age, I always asked myself several questions that my incompetent tutors never knew how to answer. What are innate techniques and why do they manifest? What is magic and how can our bodies contain this energy capable of altering reality itself? And finally, what are cursed spirits and why are they born solely from human emotions? I spent 254 years studying these three questions. My companions helped me on this long journey for the truth. Rowena, in particular, fascinated me with her thirst for truth. She was the only woman who dared to stand out in a male-dominated world. Having a different reproductive organ never affected her reasoning and judgment, she was terribly cold and calculating. We spent hours together in a laboratory, experimenting with our discoveries on monsters and humans. After hundreds of years of studies and experiments, Rowena theorized that there are different overlapping planes, like layers above our world, each representing a different world full of infinite mystery and possibility. A fascinating theory that could explain the origin of magic. Naively, many wizards think that magic is in the air, a misconception started by a Greek wizard who concluded that the air we breathe was full of magic. But with Rowena's theory, the question arises of how our bodies can contain this energy and use it effectively, and how this spiritual plane, as she called it, is connected to our bodies. The more questions were answered, the more arose, almost as if there was no end to the quest for truth. However, this did not discourage Rowena and me, on the contrary, it fascinated and motivated us to press on. Asterian listened to everything while his body, mind, and soul seemed to scream in agony, a pain so intense that it made the sensation of being crushed by a truck seem almost insignificant. Yet, he listened to all of Salazar's words with pleasure, for they opened a window of thought he had never considered before. After 200 years, we concluded that innate techniques are essentially what we desire deep in our hearts, a physical manifestation of magic imprinted on our body, mind, and soul. A miracle that few possess in this world. About 10% of wizards have an innate technique, while 90% do not. However, even after more than 200 years of studies and experiments, I could not solve the enigma of how the innate technique is passed from generation to generation. How one person's desires can transfer to their offspring remains a mystery. But we discovered that the innate technique acts almost like a mystical link, uniquely connecting our physical bodies to the spiritual dimension in a much deeper way, which in turn feeds our magical energy reserves. This explains why wizards without an innate technique do not possess as much talent as those who do. Those who possess it are more deeply connected to the spiritual dimension. At the end of my life, I theorized that it was possible to awaken the dormant innate technique within a wizard, even to awaken other innate techniques within a single body. This was only possible because I met a wizard named Herpo, the creator of the Horcrux. He was still alive after so long. His innate technique consists of seeing and manipulating souls. He created the spell to extract the soul from a physical body, the same one I am using now. Despite the pain he was feeling, Asterian almost immediately thought of the person who was using Mustafa's body, especially after hearing his words while they fought. Herpo had an interesting theory. Unlike Rowena and me, he believed that magic had a single origin, a primordial root that connected everything. He wanted to reach the root and become one with magic. An interesting theory, but full of flaws due to his arrogance. Salazar continued to speak without pause while manipulating the three metal claws with a mastery worthy of one of the most famous wizards of all time. Unfortunately, my research was disrupted. Helga and Godric discovered my experiments with human subjects. Both were furious upon discovering such experiments. After a long discussion, I left Hogwarts and all my legacy in the Chamber of Secrets. Naturally, the blame for all the experiments fell on me, something I did on purpose. Rowena should not bear the infamy I had. Not when she represented all the witch women who would be born in the future, were all looked up to her, creating an ideal model for witch women. Looking at the nearly fully opened and blood-covered body on the operating table, Salazar couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Despite a pain 1,000 times more intense than any other, young Asterian only trembled and emitted occasional groans of pain. Compared to his son and the other 5 test subjects, Asterian was faring better. The surgery was going so well that Salazar was surprised. For the first time, he saw a possibility of success. Salazar wondered why his own children lacked such determination and courage. They were unworthy of carrying his name and legacy. Fortunately, after 1,000 years of waiting, he would likely have a worthy heir. Let's move to the final stage, Salazar murmured. Chapter 85, Chapter 83, Salazar's heir Slytherin, 4. Moving the operating table with the still conscious Asterian, Salazar floated the table toward a small pool. However, unlike the clear water one might expect, the water was dark and thick, resembling tar. The temperature of the black water was not cold, on the contrary, it was boiling. On the operating table, with blurred and exhausted eyes, Asterian only heard a distant voice, as if echoes overlapped, creating an almost ethereal and vague sound. This is the final stage, young Asterian. My innate technique, hidden within your body, has been brought to the same level as yours. The only thing missing is a large amount of magical energy to awaken my innate technique in your body, Salazar said. If you survive, you will be reborn like a phoenix. Asterion didn't quite understand what Salazar said, as he was too exhausted and had lost a lot of blood, so much that the regenerative liquid Salazar injected wasn't enough to replenish the lost blood. But he knew that what was to come was the final stage. Mentally, the black air called his faithful companion. Baskerville. Under Salazar's cold and calm eyes, Asterion's shadow rippled, and from it emerged a massive dog with hundreds of pairs of red eyes. Baskerville looked at his master and lay down on the ground, patiently waiting for the right moment to receive all the damage his master, creator, and father would suffer. Salazar looked curiously at the cursed spirit but remained completely silent. In his eyes, this was Asterion's method to save himself, even if the operation failed, though he didn't know how. With a cold look, Salazar lowered the operating table and submerged it in the bubbling tar-like pool. Unable to breathe, see, hear, or touch, Asterion felt only as if he were submerged in flames. A large amount of magical energy began to surge uncontrollably through his body, causing an almost indescribable pain. He thrashed even more violently than when his soul was torn open by Salazar. At the same time, the second innate technique within his body, mind, and soul began to emit a green emerald glow. But when the second innate technique was about to awaken successfully, Asterion's own innate technique finally noticed the intruder and, like any animal defending its territory, began to attack the intruder. The other innate technique naturally fought back with all its might. Fortunately, with the energy supplied by the tar pool, it managed to withstand the attack. Thus, a fierce battle ensued within Asterion's body, mind, and soul. A massive, grotesque black monster faced a gigantic green emerald serpent, and the battlefield was Asterion's very own body. Seeing Asterion's body thrashing violently, Salazar frowned. He observed that Asterion was on the verge of awakening his second innate technique when suddenly, he began convulsing violently. Even Salazar did not know what was happening, and then an almost absurd idea formed in his mind. Could it be that Asterion's existing innate technique is resisting the new innate technique? How is it possible for something like this to have instincts? But if we consider that the innate technique is a system with its own immune defense against external threats. Salazar murmured, his eyes filled with fascination and satisfaction at discovering something unknown to anyone else. As for helping Asterion, Salazar had a hypothesis, simply cutting off the energy would be enough to assist him. After all, everything needs energy to move, this is an immutable law of the universe. But doing so would mean admitting the experiment was a failure once again. However, if you were to ask if Salazar would help, the answer would be no. He wanted to see if Asterion would die or be reborn from the ashes. Although losing such a promising heir would be unfortunate, the results generated by the experiment were a significant advancement in his theories. Asterion did not know what Salazar was thinking, nor did he care, for at that moment, he was in a critical state of near death. The two innate techniques seemed incompatible with each other, neither willing to yield and continuing to fight for dominance. Asterion knew that if this continued, his end would be near, and he would once again know the darkness of death. Clenching his teeth, he looked at the two battling beasts and mentally shouted. "You are in my damn body, I control you, not the other way around." When Asterion shouted, the two beasts momentarily paused but then continued fighting. However, this made the black air realize that not all was lost. He extended his hands forward and closed his eyes, attempting to utilize both innate techniques simultaneously. The innate technique, creation and manipulation of cursed spirits, was something Asterion was very familiar with, he almost immediately assumed control. On the other hand, the innate technique, the imperfect destruction of truth, was something different, capable of analyzing and destroying anything analyzed. It was entirely different from what he was accustomed to. There was an infinite amount of information, impacting his already exhausted mind, yet the battle had completely ceased. Asterion sighed in relief and continued his control, utilizing both techniques simultaneously, one created and manipulated, while the other analyzed and destroyed. They seemed to form a cycle of destruction and creation, complementing each other. The black air used this synergy and began to adapt, both innate techniques ceased fighting and started to mobilize together, as if following the same path. If Asterion didn't know that he was awakening his second innate technique, he might have thought he was undergoing a fusion process. Seeing Asterion's body stop convulsing, Salazar couldn't contain himself and laughed, he laughed uncontrollably. "Ahahahahaha. Do you see this, Rowena?" Salazar shouted. "This is the result of our research. The first wizard of all time with two innate techniques." Ahahahahaha. Suddenly, Baskerville, who had been lying with closed eyes, slowly opened his hundreds of eyes and looked at the tar pool. A calm and serene look reflected in his 100 eyes. He closed his eyes, and his body expanded uncontrollably until Baskerville exploded directly. With a gruesome and tragic sound, blood splattered everywhere, from the walls to the ceiling. At that moment, an arm emerged from the tar pool, and soon, a body covered in a thick, black liquid rose perfectly well. The familiar red eyes were brighter than ever. Simultaneously, a massive amount of magical energy filled the laboratory, surpassing even Rose's magical energy and approaching dangerously close to Dumbledore's. Emerging from the tar pool, Asterion left wet footprints on the blood-soaked floor. In the end, Asterion transferred all the damage to Baskerville's body. The regenerative liquid from Salazar could not repair the damage caused by the surgery, so, reluctantly, he opted to sacrifice his faithful companion who had protected him many times in the past. Looking at the purple blood covering the walls, floor, and ceiling, Asterion, drenched in tar, surveyed everything in silence. Despite being a cursed spirit, he had a genuinely deep appreciation for them, with Baskerville holding a particularly significant place in his regard. Are you sad about the death of a cursed spirit? I must say, it's the first time I've seen a wizard feel sorrow for a monster. The animated portrait of Salazar was splattered with blood, but the painting itself was clean, his green eyes fixed on Asterion with a hint of disapproval. What I do with my life is none of your business, and be careful, or I'll make you disappear completely from this world. Asterion's words were cold and slightly threatening as he looked directly into Salazar's eyes. Salazar didn't hesitate to mock him, ignoring the veiled threat. I'm already dead. Do you think your little threat scares me? No, I'm sure you're not afraid of death, but you and I are alike in one sense. Asterion's lips curled into a cold smile. I hate it when someone destroys the place I consider a sacred sanctuary. Hearing this, Salazar's eyes almost immediately gleamed, a red pentagram reflected in his green eyes. Watch your words, boy. His voice was low and threatening, almost hissing like a snake. Deepening his smile, Asterion responded to the threat in kind. I say the same to you, decrepit old man. In Asterion's red eyes, a five-sided pentagram reflected. Unlike the red pentagram of Salazar, Asterion's pentagram was black. Asterion understood why House Slytherin was considered magical royalty, even more than House Black. This innate technique was as broken as Rose Potter herself. While Asterion could create anything, this innate technique could analyze and destroy his creations in the same second. How do you block something that can see through all defenses and directly into your essence? The threatening look on Salazar's face dissipated upon seeing the pentagram. He showed a satisfied expression and stroked his long beard. As he watched Asterion walk towards the exit, his clothes stained with purple blood, Salazar Slytherin spoke. You are like me, Asterion Black Slytherin, a monster capable of sacrificing any morals and respect to achieve your goals. But unlike you, who hides behind a foolish dream, I show my true face to everyone. Asterion didn't look back and continued walking with an indifferent expression. Alike. In some ways, Asterion really did think he was like Salazar, but in other ways, they were completely different. Chapter 86, Chapter 84, Sequels. Walking through the newly renovated corridors of Hogwarts with his clothes stained with blood, wherever he went, the crowd made way for him, almost as if they were paving the path for their king. After participating in such a high-level battle, everyone realized that only a similar power, like Asterion, could help them, not just them but the entire country. Without beings like Asterion, all of England and the United Kingdom was no different from a child in the face of special-grade wizards. As Asterion was about to descend the stairs and head towards the Slytherin common room, he saw someone he did not want to see at that moment. Mainly because he couldn't control his magical energy as before, not when his magical reserves had almost tripled. Rose's incredibly blue eyes fell for a moment on Asterion's shadow. She was puzzled not to see the adorable hundred-eyed dog. Where is Baskerville? She asked, approaching him, not caring about the putrid blood on his clothes. Backing away from the sudden approach of the white-haired girl, Asterion turned and descended the stairs to the dungeons, but not before answering Rose's question. I killed him. With cold and indifferent words, he disappeared down the staircase. Rose stopped and widened her eyes upon hearing this. She looked at the place where Asterion disappeared and bit her lips in frustration. She felt the distance between her and her cousin had increased. Baskerville's sudden death also left her shocked. The adorable dog was something she liked, especially for the loyalty she felt from him. She also knew that Asterion loved the hundred-eyed dog as well, so hearing that he killed him shook her mind. Looking deeply at the stairs, Rose took a deep breath to calm herself and walked away. She was late for the private lessons she was having with Dumbledore. Inside the Slytherin common room, Asterion sat on the couch and looked at the ceiling, not caring about his blood-stained clothes. Wine, Baskerville. He said while extending his hand, but only silence answered him. That's right, he can't serve me anymore. Asterion murmured to himself. I killed him. Looking at his own hands, he continued to murmur to himself. Maybe Salazar wasn't so wrong, after all. We are the same. Suddenly, he heard a female voice next to him. You look tired, Air Black. Looking to the side, Asterion saw a vaguely familiar face. You really look like Sissy, he murmured. Doria frowned, hearing the intimate nickname for her mother. She clenched her fists and looked at Asterion with a touch of anger. Then, she relaxed her fists and let out a sigh filled with frustration and anger. How is my mother, Air Black? She asked after a brief silence. Relieved to be out of a marriage with the trash that is your father. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the teenager beside him and responded casually, not caring about disparaging a father in front of his daughter. I see. Doria lowered her head and murmured, lost in thought. May I ask something personal, Doria? You can decline if you feel uncomfortable. Asterion asked, surprising Doria. Feel free to ask, Air Black, she replied with a calm expression. Why did you and Draco never care about Sissy? Doria remained silent, as if considering his words, before finally responding, partly because of our father and maybe out of fear. Asterion wasn't surprised by Lucius's involvement, but the fear genuinely surprised him. Why would you be afraid of your own mother? Asterion asked curiously. After hesitating for a long time, she answered in a somewhat trembling tone, we were 4 years old, Draco and I wanted to sleep in her bed, but we saw something that still sends shivers down my spine. She opened her mouth and devoured that grotesque cursed spirit. Doria hugged herself as if trying to warm up. That scene is etched in my mind. From that day on, every time I looked at my mother or when she approached me, my mind went back to that scene, and I saw her as a monster with cold, emotionless eyes. Sometimes I wondered if one day she would devour me as she did that cursed spirit. She finished with a slightly trembling and tearful voice. Asterion listened to everything in silence. Manipulation of cursed spirits, the simplified innate technique of the Black House, involves exorcising the cursed spirit and swallowing it to control it. You probably know this, he said to Doria, who nodded silently. After being exorcised, the cursed spirit transforms into a blue orb in our hands, and then we swallow it. The taste. Asterion paused, choosing his words carefully before continuing, it's the worst taste you can imagine, like an old rag soaked in feces and anything disgusting you can think of. His words made Doria's eyes widen in complete disbelief. Unfazed by Doria's wide-eyed reaction, Asterion continued. Day after day, night after night, we exorcise and consume cursed spirits, the filthiest things to ever walk the surface of this planet. This affects our minds, makes us colder and unable to show many emotions. That's the price of gaining such power. But I'm sure nothing hurt Narcissa more than seeing her children afraid of her. His cold and indifferent voice struck Doria like thunder. I know it must have been a traumatic scene to witness at such a young age, but give your mother a chance, because she's suffering more than you can imagine. Leaving these words, Asterion climbed the stairs and headed towards the boys' dormitory. Drained on the sofa, Doria stared at the ceiling and remained in complete silence. Mother. In Asterion's room, he could be seen unbuttoning his shirt while looking at himself in the mirror. His eyes were red, exhausted, and cold. He grabbed a wine bottle from the table beside him and drank directly from it, but before he could finish all the alcohol, his hand started to spasm, making it impossible for him to control his fingers. Asterion watched in silence as his fingers twitched in all possible directions. The bottle slipped from his hand, shattered into pieces on the floor, spilling the purplish liquid everywhere. Gripping his wrist tightly, Asterion clenched his teeth and stifled a pained groan as an overwhelming pain coursed through his body, reminding him of Salazar's surgery. Falling to his knees, he breathed heavily as his hands gradually returned to normal and the pain subsided over time. Asterion knew this was the price for gaining unnatural power. A black pentagram appeared in his eyes, and Asterion looked at himself. A hologram of his own body appeared in his mind, with several red areas indicating where he was injured. It was not surprising, given that even his soul had been opened. It was normal to have any aftereffects from a surgery. His had just begun to appear and would likely become more painful over time. But Asterion estimated that potions would alleviate the aftereffects, possibly even neutralize them. Rising from the floor, he could still see slight spasms occurring in various parts of his body. I need to return to the Black Mansion, not just for the potions lost with Baskerville's death, but also to start preparing for Voldemort's official return. Asterion murmured to himself as he finished unbuttoning his shirt. Chapter 87, Chapter 85, Civil War, 1. Entering the Black Mansion, Asterion walked into the living room. Next to the fireplace, he found Arcturus, the head of the Black House, seated in an armchair while reading his newspaper. Unlike his usual elegant attire, he was dressed in comfortable, loose clothing, something Asterion never thought he would see Arcturus wear. Looking around, the entire living room seemed the same as when he left, with one exception. The animated portrait of his grandmother, Walburga, was above the fireplace. Welcome back, Asterion. Without lifting his head to look at his great-grandson, Arcturus continued reading with a calm and indifferent expression. A cigar, releasing a thin stream of smoke, rested between his lips. It seemed the old patriarch had returned to his old smoking habits. My lovely grandson. The animated portrait, of course, noticed his arrival, facing the door as it did. It's good to see you still so lively, grandmother. Handing his coat to Creature, who stood nearby, Asterion loosened his tie and spoke as he sat on the sofa. How was Hogwarts? Walburga asked, her voice full of happiness at speaking with her grandson again. She seemed like a normal, concerned grandmother if not for her extreme racism, rivaling or surpassing that of Hitler. It was. Asterion pondered for a moment and concluded with a single word, enlightening. Shifting his focus from the newspaper, Arcturus's gaze fell upon his great-grandson. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Holding the cigar between his fingers, he flicked the ash into the ashtray and spoke, I see you've matured, not as arrogant as before. Asterion did not respond and instead redirected the question back to him. Any movement within the pureblood faction? It was almost certain that after escaping, Voldemort would regroup with his old fanatical followers. This was inevitable, but it also meant a civil war was about to erupt within the noble faction. Arcturus narrowed his eyes, looking at his great-grandson and wondering how Asterion had learned this without him sending a letter. Voldemort is back, at least a part of him. Sensing his doubts, Asterion didn't hide it and said it directly. Arcturus's eyes grew cold upon hearing his words. Now he understood why people were restless. The monster that had terrorized England 13 years ago had returned from the dead. Everything made sense now. Before, he was puzzled by the agitation. After all, his great-grandson was the only special grade wizard in the pureblood faction, the only one who could stand against the most powerful wizard in the world and his successor, Rose Potter, another special grade witch. Unlike the light faction, there was no possibility of two lions occupying the same mountain in the pureblood faction. Especially since Voldemort had killed Regulus, his son and Asterion's father. What do you plan to do? Arcturus straightened in his chair and asked, his relaxed aura completely vanishing, replaced by the aura of a man nearing a century in age. Kill. Asterion uttered a single word, his red eyes glowing with a black pentagram. A massacre. Treason must be met with the highest penalty, death. Arcturus was satisfied with the response. Hesitation meant weakness, and weakness translated to death. Suddenly, Arcturus noticed the black pentagram in his great-grandson's red eyes. What happened to your eyes? Power. He continued. Power enough to make Dumbledore hesitate to attack me. Arcturus and Walburga in the portrait couldn't help but widen their eyes. Asterion's words implied that he could fight and even defeat Albus Dumbledore, the strongest wizard in the world. What did you do? Unlike Walburga, who couldn't be happier and prouder, Arcturus frowned deeply. If there was one thing he knew about the world, it was that there was always a price for power. What was necessary? Asterion didn't explain and had no intention of doing so. His words made Arcturus even more concerned. He got up from his chair and walked over to his great-grandson. Standing in front of him, he gripped the boy's shoulders and looked deeply into his red eyes. Asterion, this isn't a game. You've gained a power you shouldn't have. There is always a price for power. Arcturus spoke, his voice tinged with worry and anxiety. Of course, Asterion knew that the surgery he underwent would leave lasting effects on his body, mind, and soul. It was the price for gaining such immense power in such a short time, but in his view, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. I'm fully aware, Lord Black. Removing Arcturus's hands from his shoulders, Asterion spoke, his face remaining indifferent. Though Arcturus's concern warmed him, he understood that, above all, actions had consequences. Arcturus himself had taught him this when they first met. Seeing this, Arcturus only let out a weary sigh and sat down next to his great-grandson. You're as stubborn as a bull, just like your father, he said, his voice helpless. Walburga couldn't help but worry, but she said nothing. She could see that her grandson was quite independent when it came to himself. Where is Bella? Feeling the atmosphere a bit heavy, Asterion changed the subject. Humph. At the mention of his great-niece, Arcturus snorted coldly. The girl disappeared a week ago and hasn't returned. She's probably with Voldemort at this moment. Asterion nodded, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He didn't think Bellatrix had betrayed them. The woman might be insane, but she was loyal to the family above all else, unlike his uncle, Sirius. Asterion remembered something and called out loudly, "Creature!" Instantly, a house elf in old, worn clothes appeared before Asterion. I hear your call, Lord Asterion, he said, bowing humbly. His raspy, aged voice was somewhat uncomfortable to listen to. Did Bellatrix leave anything with you before she left? Asterion asked. Yes, Lord Asterion. Lady Bellatrix left a box with Creature and ordered Creature to give it only if you asked, the house elf said, gripping his own ears tightly, almost as if he wanted to tear them off. Bring it to me. Asterion ordered under the surprised eyes of Arcturus. Yes, my master. Creature disappeared the next moment. A few moments later, Creature returned, holding a wooden box in his hands. Taking the box, Asterion opened it and saw a jeweled golden cup. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff. With this, there are 4, Asterion murmured, closing the box. He already possessed the locket of Salazar Slytherin, the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, the cup of Helga Hufflepuff, and the ring of Marvolo Gaunt. 3 were missing, the snake Nagini, the diary, and Rose Potter herself. Though he didn't consider the latter a concern, he doubted that Rose would fail to notice a fragment of soul in her own body. Chapter 88, Chapter 86, Civil War, 2. Asterion. Hearing his name called, Asterion looked towards the door and saw Narcissa entering the living room. Her pale hair was loose, cascading over her shoulders and back, and she wore a simple black dress. Narcissa seemed much freer than before, not as serious as when she got divorced. The divorce really helped her readjust her life. You've arrived at a great time, sissy. Setting aside the box containing Hufflepuff's cup, Asterion spoke calmly. What do you need me to do? Sitting beside him on the sofa, Narcissa tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked with a serious look. An informal gathering, drinks and cigars, for our guests. Asterion replied, his red eyes glowing momentarily. He couldn't believe all the noble houses had surrendered to a crazy psychopath who kills on a whim. Even the stupidest person knew that aligning with someone like that was a huge risk, especially with the civil war about to break out. Has something very serious happened? Noticing the seriousness hanging in the air, Narcissa's gaze moved between Asterion and Arcturus. Voldemort has returned. Placing the cigar between his lips, Arcturus replied, releasing a trail of smoke into the air. His cold and indifferent eyes had a faint murderous intent that lingered in the air. The image of Regulus's body returning in a coffin couldn't help but appear in the old patriarch's mind. A shiver ran through Narcissa's body upon hearing the cursed name. Her face paled as she relived some memories of encounters she had with the Dark Lord. After a prolonged silence, she asked, another war? Just a civil war within the faction, but I do not rule out Dumbledore entering the war. Asterion replied, his gaze thoughtful. Taking a deep breath, Narcissa tied her hair into a ponytail and responded as she stood up from the sofa. I will make the preparations. The entire living room will be ready to receive our guests tonight. Thank you, Sissy, your help at this moment is crucial. Asterion thanked her with a smile on his lips. Without Narcissa, planning a last-minute party would be a challenge for him and Arcturus, as neither of them knew anything about organizing parties or gatherings among nobles. In the future, as his wife, Daphne would be responsible for these types of formalities, such as parties and informal gatherings. It wasn't just Daphne, one could say that in British society, women were essential for these types of tasks. Giving Asterion a kiss on the cheek, Narcissa hurried out of the living room. She had much to do and plan. At times like these, she missed her sisters, even the crazy Bellatrix. I hope many come. Flicking the ashes into the ashtray, Arcturus sighed with a touch of weariness in his tone. Those who don't come are enemies of House Black. Rubbing his forehead, Asterion replied exasperatedly, feeling a prolonged headache, apparently another side effect of the surgery. Not many in the first place. Voldemort left a deep mark on his own allies, especially after the revelation of his mixed blood origin. Arcturus spoke, with obvious sarcasm at the mention of Voldemort's mixed blood heritage. Hiding will give an impression of fear to his allies, so he has to choose a good location for his base and start preparing for war. Arcturus continued. That filthy rat is probably at Lestrange Manor or Malfoy Manor. Asterion nodded. War wasn't as simple as one might imagine. No matter how many men you have, without logistics behind it, everything will collapse like a house of cards. Arcturus looked at his thoughtful great-grandson and couldn't help but let out another heavy sigh laden with guilt and helplessness. Sorry to make you bear this burden when you're so young, Asterion. He said, his voice tired. Arcturus knew he didn't have much time left, but he really didn't expect that at the end of his life, he would still be part of another war. If you want to be king, you must bear the weight of the crown. Asterion responded to Arcturus's words with another phrase, one that made the old patriarch smile. Yes. With a nostalgic smile, Arcturus closed his eyes and replied peacefully. Old age is affecting me, sometimes I forget my own principles. Both remained silent after this conversation, enjoying the warm and comfortable silence before the fires of war engulfed England once again. Later that night, more and more guests arrived at Black Manor, men and women, all of noble origin and powerful wizards, mainly those with an aged appearance, all of whom emanated powerful and sharp auras like swords ready to be drawn at any moment. These elders were of the same generation as Arcturus, invited by the patriarch himself, perhaps the last request before his death. All experienced individuals who had spent decades fighting between life and death. In the living room, everyone was seated in elaborate armchairs and chairs, a large amount of accumulated smoke hovered in the air. The patriarchs of noble houses sat on the right, with their wives on the left. I will be direct and to the point. Sitting in the main chair, Asterion looked at everyone present, his demeanor calm and composed, even under numerous gazes. Voldemort has returned. The murmurs that had filled the room almost immediately ceased completely. From this moment on, those who have come to this meeting will be my allies. I will protect you as your future leader. Although his voice was calm and cold, it somehow soothed the entire room. Voldemort is not the problem. Everyone listened intently. The mere mention of his name made some present shudder, showing the monster Voldemort was. The only problem in this civil war is that in the end, we will be even more weakened. We won't have as many seats in the Wizengamot as before. Dumbledore will take control of the Wizengamot. The tense atmosphere was revived once again with Asterion's words. The Wizengamot was created by them to remain in power after the dissolution of the old Wizards' Council. The smartest among them had already guessed what was about to happen. Counting everyone present at this moment, we have 17 of the 72 old noble houses that founded our society. Asterion continued. Now, like our ancestors, we have two options in front of us. Continue with the Ministry of Magic or dissolve the current regime and found another. When Asterion's voice fell, everyone became lost in thought, all deeply considering his words. What they were discussing was not irrelevant, it would change the entire internal and international landscape. What do you propose, Lord Black? An elderly lady asked, taking the lead. We won't be able to stay in power within the Ministry of Magic, even with the neutral faction on our side. Asterion's gaze fell upon his future in-laws, Aurelius and Helena Greengrass, next to them, the youngest daughter of House Greengrass, Astoria Greengrass. As for Daphne, she was sitting right next to Asterion, holding his hand the entire time. I propose we create another governing body. Asterion spoke with determination. Honestly, there was another option, to use the lesser noble houses to occupy the seats of the great houses that had disappeared over time, but that was impossible. The power of the extinct noble houses had already been distributed among the great noble houses over millennia. Decentralizing at this moment was a risk of rebellion that Asterion didn't want to take. Thus, creating another governing body was essential, especially so that Asterion and the noble faction could still have power in the future. Otherwise, with the few seats they had left in the Wisengamot, Dumbledore would create more and more laws gradually stripping them of their powers, and they would no longer be as powerful as before. The noble houses that founded the British Wizarding Society and influenced the entire world in ancient times will gradually be sidelined for a filthy democratic future where Muggleborns and half-bloods gain more and more power. What new governing body would that be, Lord Black? Arthur Knott, father of Theodore Knott, asked. Looking at everyone present, Asterion spoke. The clock tower. Clock tower. Everyone murmured, rolling the word around in their mouths as if tasting its meaning. The clock tower, Asterion replied solemnly, meeting Arthur's gaze. It would be a governing body comprised of a parliamentary table of 12 lords, elected with 5-year terms subject to re-election. The clock tower will be a place of politics and innovation. It will be the center of our society, a place where our magical civilization begins to advance, surpassing all others. And how would we do that? Aurelius Greengrass asked, his question striking directly at the heart of the matter. All noble houses, regardless of who they are, must open their libraries and place their legacies in the clock tower. Asterion said, but only silence responded. Chapter 89, Chapter 87, Civil War, 3. Asterion's proposal made everyone hesitate. They were not noble solely because of innate skills, the monopoly of knowledge was what made them superior to Muggleborns and half-breeds. While Muggleborns only began studying at 13 when they went to Hogwarts, descendants of noble houses started from childhood, laying a solid foundation for their future. Giving up this advantage was something they were reluctant to part with. As the future Lord of House Black, I will be the first to open the library of House Black. The entire legacy of House Black over 1,000 years will be placed in the Clock Tower Library to be accessed at any time, Asterion said, seeing everyone hesitating, including House Greengrass. He wasn't surprised. He expected this when he proposed it, so Asterion was the first to set the example. Asterion's words widened many eyes. The idea of freely accessing all the knowledge of House Black, successor to House Slytherin, made everyone look at Asterion with warm gazes, almost as if they were admiring a beautiful woman. Asterion knew that knowledge was a tempting weapon, used by those who knew how to manipulate it to establish the foundations of human society, creating a society like no other, differentiating humans from other magical sentient races. No wizard would resist the temptation to obtain all the knowledge of a great noble house like House Black. House Greengrass will also open its entire library, Aurelius, Asterion's future father-in-law, said, supporting the idea. There was a smile on the man's lips. With Aurelius's words, other patriarchs made their decisions. House Caro. House Shafiq. House Yaxley. Listening to everyone, Asterion firmly held Daphne's hand and could barely stop himself from smiling. The first part of his plan went so smoothly that it surprised even him. Asterion even thought of sending a gift to Voldemort for making things easier for him. And the gift he would give to his father's killer would be a slow and painful death. Will Dumbledore accept this new government? Arcturus asked, calming everyone present. Yes, Dumbledore had to accept the new government so that the Ministry of Magic could peacefully end. Orderly dissolve without bringing too much chaos to the country. Taking a sip of wine, Asterion wasn't dissatisfied with his great-grandfather's words. It was a very important question in the first place. Savoring the wine for a moment, Asterion swallowed the purplish liquid and calmly replied, Dumbledore will accept it. The clock tower will facilitate the rise of Muggleborns in our society. His words made everyone's faces darken. The idea of Muggleborns freely enjoying the knowledge accumulated by their ancestors left a bitter taste in their mouths. I know what you're all thinking, but consider a different angle. Asterion didn't need to read minds to understand what was going on in these people's heads. We will still be in power. Our knowledge will be used to foster new innovations in our society. We can use this to our advantage without attracting too much hatred. In other words, the future creators of these innovations will have to sign a profit-sharing contract, or they won't be able to patent their own creations. This made everyone feel better. Yes, as long as they were in power, they could create laws to prevent certain unpleasant things, like the possible future tide of democracy coming in like a tsunami. But, before we begin our preparations, I know many of you were Death Eaters, Asterion spoke, grabbing everyone's attention again. A slight tension hung in the air, anticipating his next words. I don't trust you, his words were direct and to the point. But for this to work, we need to have a certain level of trust among all present. I propose an unbreakable vow for all of us, he continued without waiting for anyone's reaction. This unbreakable vow will be performed during a ceremony for each new member of our faction. In other words, my children, your children, grandchildren, and future descendants will be required to make an unbreakable vow to ensure the security of the interests of our noble houses. Although Asterion knew that the unbreakable vow wasn't so unbreakable, given that the vows of Dumbledore and Grindelwald were broken, but the unbreakable vow was still the most powerful binding method in the wizarding world. Which was a great solution to the problem of distrust. Everyone didn't rush to respond, and Asterion wasn't in a hurry at this moment. It wasn't an easy decision to make, it involved the possible survival of their houses. It was totally normal for them to talk amongst themselves. While everyone conversed among themselves, Daphne approached Asterion more closely and whispered, "You really surprised me. I came urgently after receiving my mother's letter." Her warm breath tickling Asterion's ear. Asterion looked at her and rolled his eyes. "What excuse did you give to leave Hogwarts?" he whispered. "I just said that my sister's situation worsened," Daphne replied innocently. Asterion just shook his head. He looked at his friends accompanying their respective parents. They were all silent, looking at him with admiration. The only thing bothering him was that Draco and Doria weren't present, which meant they were on Voldemort's side, or rather, where Lucius wanted them to be. Asterion estimated that about half of Slytherin was empty at the moment, which must have surely surprised Snape with so many excuses students used to leave in the middle of the school year. This must have also alarmed Dumbledore, who obviously knew that Voldemort had returned. Poor Snape, Asterion pretended to be sad and sighed. "Please, you must be happy about his suffering." Showing a playful smile, she whispered in his ear as their fingers intertwined. Squeezing her hand firmly, he casually replied, "I'm not that cruel." This time it was Daphne's turn to roll her eyes at his remarks. Remembering something, Daphne whispered to him, "Rose has gotten quite close to Dumbledore recently. She spent a lot of time in his office." Asterion was surprised for a moment but calmly accepted the news. It was expected that Rose would side with Dumbledore, especially after the Hogwarts attack. "Worried about your cousin?" Daphne teased sarcastically, seeing his silence. "Was that a hint of jealousy I detected in your tone?" Asterion raised an eyebrow and asked, his voice tinged with amusement. "You went into a broom cupboard with her," Daphne spoke coldly, her voice almost spitting venom. "Firstly, she dragged me in there. Secondly, nothing happened between us inside the broom cupboard. Thirdly, she just wanted some advice about her life." Holding Daphne's hand firmly, Asterion patiently explained. For some reason, he found his fiancée's jealousy quite adorable, especially regarding Rose, whom he only saw as a cousin with some parental affection. Daphne felt like some weight had been lifted off her shoulders hearing his words. Although it was normal for a lord of a noble house to have lovers outside of marriage, she didn't want that for her future marriage. Asterion was hers, and she didn't want to share him with anyone else. Lord Black. Hearing his name being called, Asterion focused his attention on the guests who had stopped murmuring among themselves. It seemed like everyone had come to an agreement. A good thing in his opinion. "We have agreed to make an unbreakable vow. In the future, our interests are intertwined not only by promises but by blood and magic," Aurelius Greengrass spoke, assuming the role of representative of the nobles present. Everyone applauded for the wording choices of Daphne's father. The man was a born politician who took on the role of representative in a few short minutes of discussion. Asterion presumed that the man would be one of the 12 lords of the clock tower in the future, especially with the support of the neutral faction, which was not as neutral as before. Asterion rose from the chair that resembled more of a throne and lifted his wine-filled glass. Everyone followed Asterion's lead, rising from their seats and raising their glasses. "A toast to a new beginning and a new era," Asterion spoke, displaying a rare smile. "A new era. A new era. A new era." The patriarchs exclaimed as they raised their glasses high. Watching everyone like this, Asterion smiled and drank all the purplish liquid from his glass in one gulp. "My era," he murmured to himself. Chapter 90, Chapter 88, Civil War, 4. Lestrange Mansion. Seated around a long rectangular table, 12 witches and wizards remained silent. Of the 12, at least half had escaped from Azkaban, all of them looking towards the head seat, where a young man with soft black hair and red eyes was seated. The table, a huge serpent was smoothly sliding between the plates and goblets. A hissing sound echoed particularly loudly in the silence of the room. Perhaps the only one relaxed in such a tense environment was Bellatrix. The woman was filing her nails, ignoring the murderous looks her former husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, was giving her. Blowing off the nail remnants, Bellatrix extended her hand and looked satisfied at her perfectly manicured nails. "What can you tell us about your cousin, Lady Lestrange?" Lucius asked, his tone low, fearful of offending the head of the table. Bellatrix placed a finger on her lips and pondered her choice of words with an innocent look. "In terms of appearance, he's adorable, lovely, cold, and very cruel. He wouldn't let me eat sweets after dinner." In the end, she spoke with a particularly resentful tone. Lucius's face twisted slightly at the absurd response of the mad woman. "He's talking about his weaknesses and strengths, Lady Lestrange." Ernest Macmillan, Patriarch of House Macmillan, spoke, his voice somewhat helpless. Although he noticed the murderous look from the Patriarch Lestrange when he called Bellatrix Lady Lestrange. "In terms of strength, we will die almost instantly if we face him head-on. Any special level cursed spirit will turn all of us into a delicious tomato sauce seasoned with our organs to put on the salad." Bellatrix spoke in an animated voice, as if being crushed was a good final fate. This made everyone avert their eyes. Conversing rationally with a madwoman was difficult, especially with Bellatrix, who was famous for her madness. But when it came to loyalty, no one questioned her. Everyone could betray the Dark Lord, but not Bellatrix. The woman was such a loyal follower that she did things that made some people in this room feel sick. And mind you, no one present in this room was innocent. The person with the fewest kills had at least 10 deaths to their name, so it was quite an accomplishment to make these racist murderers feel nauseous. We already know that, Lady Lestrange. Lucius spoke in an annoyed tone. Bellatrix's green eyes fell on Lucius, her lips curling into a malicious smile as she spoke in a sadistic tone. How's the single life? Bringing your sex toys home? Poor Narcissa, betrayed and even blamed for the divorce. If it were me, I would have killed the mistresses and the fruits of the betrayal right in front of you. When she said this, Bellatrix intentionally looked at Rodolphus, who seemed ready to attack at any moment, especially at the mention of his beloved and dead child. Everyone felt a chill hearing this. They did not doubt that Bellatrix could do it. Lucius, in particular, showed a cold and slightly murderous expression. Enough of this foolish discussion. With a cold and indifferent voice, everyone fell silent and focused on Voldemort, who was petting the serpent Nagini. Asterion Black's weaknesses, Bellatrix, Voldemort said, his tone making everyone shudder involuntarily. Bellatrix showed no fear, her smile grew as she spoke. There is only one. Everyone looked expectantly at Bellatrix. And what would that be, Lady Lestrange? Ernest asked eagerly. He loves his family. As Bellatrix finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Bellatrix's words were obvious to everyone. It's unrealistic to attack Black Manor. Voldemort looked at Bellatrix with his red eyes and spoke calmly. Even though he had never been to Black Manor, he knew there was certainly something of great danger protecting that 1,000-year-old mansion. I agree. Surprisingly, Bellatrix agreed with Voldemort's words. Attacking Black Manor is a suicide mission. Arcturus wouldn't hesitate to blow up the entire mansion with everyone in it. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air. We will first attack Gringotts, Voldemort said, drawing everyone's attention immediately. We will leave no one alive. Yes, my master. Bellatrix was the first to speak. She stood up and saluted like a soldier who had just received orders. As for why they were attacking Gringotts, Bellatrix didn't ask, nor did anyone else around. Working with Voldemort, they knew that questioning orders meant death. They had seen this happen countless times in the war 13 years ago. No one wanted to be the next corpse thrown into an unknown ditch. Suddenly, everyone heard a knock on the door. Enter, Voldemort said casually. The doors opened, and a young girl of 13 entered the room, with pale blonde hair and icy blue eyes. The drinks as ordered, father. The young girl bowed to Lucius, and the trays holding wine glasses floated automatically to the table. Picking up the wine glass, Voldemort's cold eyes fell on the girl with a faint murderous intent. You should bow to me, Doria. This is my final warning to you. Thank your father for being a loyal follower, otherwise, I would kill you now. Doria's body trembled at his words. She quickly bowed to Voldemort and spoke with a slightly trembling voice, why yes, my lord. Fear infiltrated the young girl's heart like a deadly poison, making her look as if she was about to die at any moment. This horrible feeling made her face pale. Ignoring the tense atmosphere caused by Doria's mistake and Lucius's extremely irritated face, Bellatrix looked at her niece and spoke cheerfully, you really look like your mother, Doria. As if hearing a call for salvation, Doria looked at the aunt she had never had contact with and greeted her respectfully, but did not bow due to the previous events. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, aunt. Bellatrix hummed and casually chatted with her niece. You are almost a copy of your mother, she looked exactly like you at your age. Enough of the useless chatter, Bellatrix. Voldemort interrupted the conversation and spoke, prepare for the attack. Everyone stood up, placed their wands over their chests in respect, and left in an orderly fashion one by one, leaving Voldemort alone, petting Nagini and lost in thought. Inside a room. Sound of a slap. The sound of a loud, strong slap reverberated between the walls. Holding the left side of her face, Doria suppressed the tears threatening to fall and looked at her father with a resentful gaze. Never embarrass me like that again. Lucius roared, his eyes almost brimming with fury. You are just like your mother, useless, not even fit to perform simple tasks like serving drinks competently. Draco, who was watching everything from the side, opened his mouth to defend his twin sister but closed it, seeing his father filled with rage. But it doesn't matter anymore. You will marry the son of House Macmillan. Calming down a bit, Lucius straightened the creases in his clothes and spoke coldly. Doria couldn't help but widen her eyes upon hearing that, the memory of the Macmillan house son appearing in her mind. A decently handsome but talentless skinny boy. Doria didn't want to marry someone like him, weaker than her, not her who had always been taught to respect the strong. Seeing the veiled rejection on her daughter's face, Lucius mocked, who said you have a choice. Without waiting for her to respond, Lucius left the room with his cane. Sister. With their father absent, Draco approached Doria, but halted his steps at that moment. Doria looked at him as if he were a traitor. Draco clenched his fists and tried to explain, but every time he tried to speak, the words couldn't come out. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Doria straightened her back and showed an indifferent expression. Leave, Doria spoke coldly. Leave my room now. Draco hesitated, but obeyed and left the room with his head down. Now alone, Doria bit her lips so hard that blood came out. Looking at her wrist, she felt disgust and hatred seeing the skull and snake tattooed on her wrist. Suddenly, the doors of the room were abruptly opened, startling Doria. Looking up, she found her Aunt Bellatrix looking at her with a big smile. You're bleeding. Bellatrix noticed the blood on her lips and the red mark on her niece's left cheek. She already knew what had happened. It's nothing. Doria tried to wipe the blood from her lips, but only made it worse, spreading it all around her mouth. Sitting on the arm of the chair Doria was sitting in, Bellatrix spoke with an amused smile. Staying strong even after what happened, your mother would be proud of you. My mother would probably mock me if she saw my state now, Doria spoke, her tone low and full of disdain for herself. Knowing Sissy, she would have hugged and comforted you in her arms. Then she would have ripped Lucius's head off for touching you. Bellatrix spoke, her lips curling into a cold and sadistic smile. She approached Doria's face and helped clean the dried blood spread around her mouth. You are very beautiful, you must have many suitors at Hogwarts, Bellatrix commented amusingly, looking at her niece's lovely face, which had entirely inherited her sister's beauty. Not as many as my mother probably had, Doria replied in a lighter and more relaxed tone with the change of subject. You have no idea how popular Narcissa was at Hogwarts. The famous Ice Queen of Slytherin. The line of suitors was so long that almost every boy had a crush on her. If she winked at a boy who was dating, relationships would end, Bellatrix said, recalling her time at Hogwarts with a low laugh. A smile appeared on Doria's lips upon hearing this. But her smile faded. Daphne Greengrass is the Queen of Slytherin. Her tone was a bit disheartened. She should have been the center of attention, but because of Daphne, she was just another pretty girl. Being Asti's fiancée certainly made her popular. Having finished cleaning the blood, Bellatrix spoke casually. Looking at her niece's disheartened face, Bellatrix showed a mischievous smile. She knew how important it was for a proud girl to be the most popular at school. You can become popular too, just get into Asterian's bed, and you'll gain power, Bellatrix said with a cute smile on her lips. Doria felt her cheeks heat up at her aunt's bold proposal. Remember, dear niece, a black never bows to anyone. With that, she stood up and walked towards the room's exit. Where are you going? Doria asked. She didn't want to part from Bellatrix, the only woman she could seemingly trust. To bathe in goblin blood and listen to their sweet screams while I torture them. Looking over her shoulder, Bellatrix responded with a cold and somewhat crazy smile. Watching Bellatrix leave the room excited like a child going to play in the park, Doria murmured to herself. My aunt is crazy. Chapter 91, Chapter 89, Civil War, 5. Death Eater attack on Gringotts. Closing the newspaper and placing it on the table, Asterian showed a thoughtful look. Voldemort attacked Gringotts to secretly recover Hufflepuff's cup. The attack on Gringotts was just a distraction. Voldemort must have already noticed the absence of 2 Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup and Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Asterian murmured to himself. At the same time, he must be worried about the safety of the other Horcruxes at Hogwarts, which I've already taken. He must be getting a bit paranoid at this point. Asterian continued to voice his thoughts with a cold smile on his lips. Asterian. Hearing his name called, the Black Heir looked towards the source of the voice and saw Narcissa looking at him with a worried and hesitant expression. Is something bothering you, Sissy? Asterian asked gently. Even a fool could see that Narcissa wanted something but was hesitant to ask. Clenching her fists, Narcissa bit her lips and opened her mouth but hesitated, remaining silent. Raising an eyebrow, he asked with a serious look, Am I so unworthy of your trust, Sissy? I trust you, but you are a leader, and you cannot put feelings ahead of the interests of the entire group. Narcissa spoke as she sat down and smiled, though the smile was tinged with sadness and remorse. Seeing the proud and cold Narcissa acting this way, Asterian knew she was worried about her children. If you are talking about Doria and Draco, you don't need to worry. I won't harm them. After all, it's not their fault they have a father with poor judgment. He spoke in a soft and gentle tone but ended with a hint of scorn for Lucius. Thank you, Asterian. Truly, thank you. Moving forward, Narcissa hugged Asterian deeply and spoke with a voice full of emotion and tremors. Only she knew how many nights she couldn't sleep thinking about her children living in the same house as a monster like Voldemort. It terrified her. The idea of seeing her children return in coffins made her heart feel like it was being stabbed repeatedly. Don't worry, they will be safe, I promise you that. But you need to focus. Today we have the meeting with Dumbledore to establish our preliminary alliance and set the terms for the future transfer of power. Patting Narcissa's back, Asterian spoke in a serious tone. Breaking from the hug, Narcissa nodded with renewed determination. She kissed Asterian on the cheek and left with hurried but firm steps. Suddenly, 2 girls entered the living room. He knew both of them. Daphne and Astoria, his future wife and future sister-in-law, respectively. Unlike her older sister, Astoria had darker blonde hair and green eyes, inherited from her mother, Helena. She was small, even for 12 years old, her complexion showing a sickly paleness. But even suffering from a terrible blood curse, the girl displayed a cheerful smile and a very light aura, almost as if she didn't care about her curse. Still getting used to the mansion, Astoria. As Daphne sat next to him, Asterion asked his young sister-in-law. A bit too dark for my taste. Ignoring her sister's disapproving look, Astoria commented on the dark themes of the mansion. But, a very cozy place. She spoke, looking playfully at her sister. So, how far have you two gone? With curiosity shining in her eyes, Astoria lowered her voice and asked eagerly. Daphne's pale cheeks turned red with her younger sister's intimate question. Astoria. Embarrassed, Daphne looked shyly and angrily at her sister. You are forbidden to read those books in your room. Pouting dissatisfied, Astoria rolled her eyes at her older sister and looked mischievously at Asterion, who remained silent, listening to the whole conversation with interest. We just kissed. Faced with her gaze, Asterion responded indifferently. Boring, Astoria lost interest almost instantly upon hearing that. She couldn't help but look at her sister with a disappointed look. That disappointed look made Daphne feel even more irritated. Getting up from the chair, she grabbed her sister and dragged her out of the living room regardless of the pleading words she heard. Asterion watched everything with an amused look. It was nice to relax like this before the real work began. A table was set in the middle of the room, on one side all the noble faction allied with House Black, on the other side, the entire light faction, led by Albus Dumbledore. As for the Ministry employees in important positions, they were all ignored, including the current Minister of Magic. The Ministry of Magic would cease to exist, only those truly in power were important in this meeting. Another election would be held when everything normalized and all power was transferred to the new governing body, the Clock Tower. Asterion was not leading the entire negotiation, he left that to the veteran politicians of the Pure Blood faction, like Aurelius, Arcturus, and others. At this moment, he was needed only as a symbol of power, just like Dumbledore on the other side of the table. Let us begin. Dumbledore spoke with a gentle smile, his blue eyes behind the lenses of his glasses appearing especially kind at that moment. Yes. Arcturus nodded, and everyone began to take their respective seats. Papers containing all relevant information were distributed equally to everyone present in the room. The hall echoed with the rustling of the pages. Dumbledore concentrated on reading. The first thing he noticed was the name. Clock Tower. The Hogwarts headmaster found the name oddly fitting for British society, but the next pieces of information made him sit up straighter. The entire legacy of the noble houses in one place, all the information of an entire civilization gathered for everyone to read regardless of origin. Even though he knew there was an enormous price to pay for such knowledge, Dumbledore still wanted to laugh joyfully. If such a proposal were implemented, England would be the only magical society in the world with such conditions for learning and centralization when it came to civilization. Calming the excitement in his heart, he continued to read attentively. 12 Lords. Dumbledore murmured as he reached the part about the distribution of powers. Department of General Fundamentals. Department of Individual Fundamentals. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Department of Zoology. Department of International Magical Cooperation. Department of Botany. Department of Astromancy. Department of Creation. Department of Curses. Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Department of Magical Games and Sports. Department of Policies. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. The number was much smaller than the seats in the Wisengamot, where all powers were divided almost equally. If the Clock Tower proposal were successfully approved, it meant that certain powers would have to be centralized in a few individuals, making them particularly powerful, a disadvantage in the fight against future corruption. On the other hand, with fewer departments, the entire legal system would be streamlined, making it more efficient in terms of internal control, although efficiency would be contested, as there wouldn't be as many filters in case of irregularities. But in the end, everything could be adjusted gradually, making the Clock Tower very suitable to replace the current Ministry of Magic, which was full of corruption and injustices. I presume the 12 Lords can delegate their powers, Dumbledore asked, removing his glasses. All 12 Lords can appoint senators to oversee each department, Arcturus replied with a cold tone, very different from Dumbledore's enthusiastic attitude. Senators, Dumbledore murmured with a gleam in his eyes. Honestly, each of the 12 Lords wielded much power. It was as if there were 12 kingdoms within one large empire, all coexisting with each other. But, looking at the number of nobles on the other side of the table, Dumbledore smiled. He perfectly understood why the Clock Tower proposal was put forward. The Pure Blood faction would no longer have as many members occupying seats in the Wisengamot after the Civil War. This meant that the Pure Blood faction would no longer have the final say in the Ministry of Magic. Honestly, many might think Dumbledore should refuse this proposal and directly control the Ministry of Magic, but Dumbledore himself knew that if he did that, the entire British wizarding society would collapse. Tyranny would only sink this country into even more death, chaos, and despair. Everyone would go to war to maintain power, regardless of the dire consequences, further weakening the entire wizarding society as a whole. Politics was a mess. Dumbledore cursed mentally and looked at Asterion standing next to Arcturus, the orchestrator of everything happening today. Smiling gently at the boy, Dumbledore spoke. Let's go over the terms, Lord Arcturus. With his words, the entire room shifted atmosphere. Gunpowder seemed to have been thrown into the air, ready to explode at any moment. The meeting continued with detailed discussions on each department's roles, responsibilities, and the selection process for the 12 lords. Despite the formality of the proceedings, there was a palpable sense of anticipation and uncertainty in the room. For Asterion, this was just the beginning. The real challenge would be in the implementation and the inevitable resistance from those who were deeply entrenched in the old ways. But for now, the focus was on laying a strong foundation for what they hoped would be a new era of magical governance. Chapter 92, Chapter 90, Civil War, 6. The Leaky Cauldron. We're a joke, aren't we, Rufus, said a woman, silver strands visible among her red hair. Her blue eyes seemed particularly tired with a touch of exhaustion. The 50-year-old woman had an aura of someone who had spent a long time in a position of power. Don't be so melodramatic, Amelia. Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Aurors, drank his butterbeer and replied in a calm tone. I'm not being melodramatic. We weren't called to such an important meeting. It feels like we're just trainee secretaries, despite the blood and sweat we've given for this country. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, scoffed in a cold and sarcastic tone, with a touch of self-mockery. She looked around and saw everyone talking about the new governmental body that would rule over the country. They all seemed excited with a touch of hope for the future that awaited them. Amelia did not mock these people for their naivety. They could not know that it was just a fundamental exchange of interests between the factions that controlled British wizarding society. Hypocrite Dumbledore. Amelia whispered to herself as she drank her entire butterbeer in one gulp. He did what he thought was best for us, Amelia. Seeing the state of his longtime friend, Rufus understood what she was feeling, but he focused on the future, an uncertain future that was to come. I know, but it's still discouraging to know that decades of your work were thrown away like crumpled paper in a trash bin. Amelia spoke, her voice low and hoarse, very disheartened by all the recent events. Look on the bright side, you became one of the senators, reporting to only one of the 12 lords. Rufus tried to cheer up his friend, although he wasn't exactly good at comforting people in the first place. It was the least that old bastard could do. Amelia gritted her teeth, remembering the news that she had been demoted and would be under the command of one of Dumbledore's allies, as one of the 24 senators in the future Supreme Court. She felt she was just a moment away from punching that old wizard's special grade face. Especially with him speaking in that comforting and gentle tone, as if he were comforting her. And them. When Amelia mentioned them, Rufus's face turned indifferent and cold, a murderous intent accumulated over decades enveloping him, making the atmosphere particularly colder. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Rufus lowered his voice and whispered coldly, they aren't killing like they did in the war 13 years ago, so the news of his return isn't known yet. Everyone is working to prevent the information from leaking, including the noble faction. The news of the Gringotts attack was given as a terrorist attack by the crazies from the Aurora Society. At least I'll get revenge on that crazy bitch for killing my fiancé. Amelia clenched her fists and spoke in a particularly cruel and cold tone. Rufus sighed at the mention of Amelia's fiancé. Carl had been his partner in the war 13 years ago, but unfortunately, he crossed paths with Bellatrix Lestrange. It was commonly known that the chance of surviving an encounter with Bellatrix was very low. The woman was practically a one-person army with her hundreds of powerful cursed spirits. Carl, unfortunately, met her. Rufus had to deliver Carl's remains, or at least what was left of him, to his family. Bellatrix had been particularly cruel to Carl, leaving him with only his head and a smiling face drawn in blood on his cheek. Ghosts of the past always come back to haunt us, Rufus commented, letting out a heavy sigh. Amelia didn't respond and ordered a full mug of butterbeer. Today, I'm only leaving this bar unconscious, she said, looking at Rufus with a cruel gaze. Seeing this look, Rufus let out another sigh and decided to join his old comrade in arms. Another mug, Tom. Black Mansion, Arcturus's study. So, how was the public reaction? Asterion asked, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Somewhat mixed, but the majority support the change, Arcturus replied, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Dumbledore's prestige is indeed great among the Muggle-born, finished the Black Patriarch. If it were us, we might have a rebellion right now, Asterion said sarcastically. We're not French, Asterion, Arcturus added with a hint of amusement in his tone. Asterion laughed at the joke. Yes, compared to England, France had the rightful title of the City of Revolution. If you are a powerless commoner, these words mean nothing. But if you are a king, emperor, or president, these words mean the guillotine. Being a ruler of France means sitting on a throne of TNT ready to explode at any moment. Voldemort is hesitating to attack or reveal his presence. Flicking the ashes of his cigar into the ashtray, Arcturus commented in a puzzled tone. Arcturus and all the others might be confused, but Asterion knew that Voldemort was probably feeling cornered and extremely paranoid now with the loss of so many Horcruxes. This gave Asterion a sadistic pleasure, imagining the men seeing eyes even on the walls, watching his every move. Don't worry about Voldemort, let's focus on his allies. Let's cut down these noble houses as if someone were cutting off heads, Asterion said, raising his glass of whiskey and holding it up to the light, illuminating the liquid inside the glass. Most of them are Death Eaters who escaped with Bella's breakout. They are all bankrupt and without any apparent power. All the gold, property, and shops in the names of these noble houses have been distributed among the noble and neutral factions. Arcturus nodded and replied. Compared to the war 13 years ago, this war was much easier. Economically and numerically, they had been on the winning side of the war since the civil conflict began. On the other hand, Voldemort and his Death Eaters had nothing but a few people and the money funded by the Malfoy house. This greatly benefited the Black House and all its allies, who had superior power, money, and strength in every sense. If it weren't for Voldemort being a special grade wizard, his entire fortress would have collapsed like a house of cards, and they would have won this war the following week. But there's something strange. Arcturus's words caught Asterion's attention, who looked at his great-grandfather, confused. Other countries have become involved. Arcturus showed a cold look and spoke in a rather disdainful tone. Which countries are secretly funding Voldemort? Asterion asked, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. The intervention of other countries was something he did not expect. But thinking that a weakened England was better than a strong England internationally, Asterion was not very surprised by the intervention of these countries. Especially with England having 3 special grade wizards, with Albus Dumbledore considered the strongest in the world. Rose didn't have much reputation, but Asterion was different. He had personally exorcised 5 special grade spirits, which made his reputation quite high internationally. Germany and France, Arcturus replied, smoking his cigar. Asterion nodded. Both countries deeply hated Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Especially the German Minister of Magic, whose brother was killed in the war between the 2 powerful special grade wizards. Old ghosts always come back to haunt us. Arcturus blew a circle of smoke into the air and sighed helplessly. It doesn't matter, their involvement in our civil war gives us the loophole to retaliate without being sanctioned by other countries. Asterion showed a cold smile. Especially with the Geneva Convention next year, where all the special grade wizards will gather to discuss the new treaty. Arcturus nodded. Next year's convention would definitely be something interesting to watch. Chapter 93, Chapter 91, Battlefield, 1. Asterion and Arcturus chose the battlefield in a field not far from Scotland, not only to minimize damage but also to distance themselves from Diagon Alley. It would be foolish to fight in the economic center of the British Wizarding Society. The Civil War had become complicated, especially with Germany and France secretly sending money and people to work alongside Voldemort. To anyone else, these witches and wizards from other countries were nothing more than Voldemort sympathizers who joined the dark side to create an extremist society. But everyone involved knew that these witches and wizards were nothing more than agents sent by both countries to make the situation even more chaotic and filled with deaths. On top of a hill not far from the battlefield, Asterion sat in a chair, staring at the hill miles away. On that hill, he could sense Voldemort's magical aura, but neither Asterion nor Voldemort had moved. It seems he has learned his lesson. Seeing Voldemort had not moved to join the battle, Asterion murmured to himself. Pawns fight pawns and kings fight kings. This phrase holds especially true in this world, where wizards have a huge disparity in levels of power. Grade 3 wizards fight grade 3 wizards, and so on. This was an implicit tacit agreement among all those participating in this war. 13 years ago, Voldemort ignored this and went to the Potter house, fearing a mere baby, where he ended up dying due to a simple mistake and a mother's love. Asterion could feel the man's gaze on him but selectively ignored it. He watched the battlefield with a calm gaze. The quality of wizards between the Clock Tower and the Death Eaters was nearly equal, especially with the elites of both countries, Germany and France, participating in this civil war. The ministers of both countries did not hesitate to use their elites in this conflict. This turned a quick battle he planned with his allies into a war of attrition. Asterion could have quickly ended the war by killing Voldemort, but he chose not to. The reason was very simple: this war was beneficial to him. The longer the war lasted, the more he could extend his influence over the Clock Tower. This was also Dumbledore's thought. The longer the war dragged on, the more the pure-blood faction would be weakened. So, whether it was Asterion or Dumbledore, both wanted this war to continue for a while longer. The gigantic plasma beam tore through the earth, sending shockwaves around. Bellatrix dodged a piercing spell and smiled gleefully. With a flick of her wrist, she moved her arm in a half-moon arc, and her wand released a burst of flames towards her opponent. Her black hair billowed through the orange flames. The opponent cast a protego, and using the time the shield bought him, he apparat to a safe distance, breathing heavily. Sweat trickled down the man's face as his brown eyes remained fixed on the woman in front of him. "Don't look at me like that, I'll feel flattered," Bellatrix said in a somewhat coy tone, in response to the man's intense gaze. Suddenly, Bellatrix's expression changed. Her hairs stood on end, alerting her to danger. Without hesitation, she leaned back and watched as a blade sliced past her throat, leaving a trail of blood behind. Apparating to maintain distance, Bellatrix observed the tall young man with black hair and blue eyes, staring at her with a particularly deadly and cold gaze. "That was dangerous, I didn't sense you," she said with a delighted look. Born with an extraordinary perception due to her simplified innate technique, she could sense anything magical within 100 meters. But she couldn't sense the young man in front of her. Her eyes could see him, but her senses told her no one was there. Come to think of it, you look familiar. Looking at the young man's face, Bellatrix placed a finger on her lips and showed a cute and innocent expression, seemingly talking to herself. Then, her smile twisted into a sadistic and cruel grin. By any chance, did I kill one of your relatives? Neville clenched his fists and looked coldly at the torturer of his parents. His alchemical items, 2 daggers, spun deftly in his hands as he approached. Bellatrix smiled and recognized that look. It was the same look countless people had given her over the years, a look of hatred and repressed fury. Using her index finger to touch the blood on her neck, Bellatrix licked her own blood and smiled happily. It's been a while since I've seen my own blood, she said cheerfully, unconcerned with the young man's approach. Neville advanced, his grip on the daggers tightening. He felt the same look he had faced when confronting Asterion, the deeply rooted disdain in his opponent's eyes. Contracting the muscles in his legs tightly, Neville stomped on the ground and disappeared from his spot, leaving the ground beneath him sunken. He reappeared in front of Bellatrix, his dagger slicing through the air towards her head and heart. With a broad smile on her lips, Bellatrix stepped back and dodged the attacks. In the next moment, she spun and kicked Neville's head with a swift and powerful kick charged with magical energy. Neville didn't dodge the kick, he grabbed her leg despite the impact that reverberated through his body. With his other hand, his dagger moved like a serpent writhing in the air. Bellatrix waved her hand, and a curtain of black smoke appeared in her palm. From it emerged a small bird. As the bird appeared, a strong gust of wind sent Neville's body flying backward, spinning in different directions. You are physically strong, with extraordinary senses. Unfortunately, you have no magic, Bellatrix said as she looked at her dislocated wrist. She grabbed her left wrist and twisted it forcefully, setting the bones back in place. You must be Frank and Alice's son, she said with a nostalgic smile. We studied together at Hogwarts. Narrowing her eyes, she watched Neville get up without any injuries and spoke with a cheerful and sadistic tone. It was beautiful to hear her screams, begging for death. Neville, hearing this, spoke each word through clenched teeth. You are a monster. How can you torture people like that and smile afterward? Tilting her head to the side and showing a genuinely confused expression, she asked as if hearing a stupid question. Isn't it obvious? Because it's fun, she finished with an innocent smile on her lips. Monster, you are a monster, even more cursed than Asterion Black, Neville said coldly, assuming a fighting stance, a tender and youthful killing intent radiating around him. What hypocrisy, do you realize you are fighting for the will of the sweet and lovely master? Bellatrix spread her arms and spoke, dissatisfied with his words, more specifically, dissatisfied with his slander of Asterion. He will die too when I kill you. Neville remained indifferent to Bellatrix's words. Hearing this, the smile on Bellatrix's face vanished completely. Behind her, numerous curtains of smoke unfolded. How dare you threaten my master, you filthy half-blood? I'll kill you like one crushes an insect, you aborted wretch. Raising her head, Bellatrix's beautiful face twisted with anger and fury. Chapter 94, Chapter 92, Battlefield, 2. Hundreds of cursed spirits, each more grotesque than the last, emerged from the smoke curtains emitting repugnant sounds. Die. With a wave of her hand, Bellatrix commanded all the cursed spirits to focus entirely on Neville, thousands of eyes staring fixedly at him. Neville couldn't see the cursed spirits, but he could feel them perfectly. He couldn't help but curl his lips. Bellatrix was furious, and that made him happy for the first time in many years. Tightening his grip on his daggers, which had the ability to cut through magical energy and negative magical energy, Neville didn't falter in the face of the horde of cursed spirits he could sense. On the contrary, he advanced toward Bellatrix, surrounded by cursed spirits. A massive centipede lunged forward, its hundreds of legs pounding against the ground as its open mouth drooled corrosive saliva. Neville spun his dagger in his hand and landed it on the centipede's carapace. Without hesitation, he plunged the dagger into the carapace and charged forward, tearing through the centipede's entire torso. Blood splattered everywhere. Before the cursed spirit could regenerate, Neville spun in the air and stomped with his extreme force on the centipede's head, causing it to explode and scatter blood and organs across the ground. He didn't stop, continuing to advance toward the next cursed spirit, plunging his daggers into cursed spirits while dodging numerous other attacks. With a cold smile, Bellatrix snapped her fingers, sacrificing one of the cursed spirits, causing it to explode near Neville. Neville didn't even have a chance to react before he was engulfed by the explosion of the cursed spirit. When the explosion subsided, Neville's figure was revealed. Red blood fell onto the earth. Neville, with a large portion of his body burned, breathed heavily as blood trickled from his forehead and left arm. His blue eyes fixed on the woman with black hair. Is it hurting? If it is, I can wait for you to rest a bit, filthy abortion. Sitting on a grotesque worm, Bellatrix crossed her legs and asked with a cold smile. Think of it as my mercy for Alice's son. Neville took a deep breath. Every word that came out of that woman's filthy mouth made him furious. He found Asterion Black irritating, but he discovered that Bellatrix was even more unbearable. At this moment, he just wanted to shove his daggers into that woman's mouth and rip her tongue out. The descendant of the Longbottom house calmed himself and focused on the moment. He needed to be quick, quicker than ever before. Any cursed spirit could explode and kill him on the spot. Neville tensed all the muscles in his body, hardening them like never before. The blood flow in his body began to accelerate, and his heartbeat increased. Feeling his body burning from within, Neville opened his mouth and exhaled a hot, scalding breath. In the next moment, he took a step forward. The world blurred in Neville's eyes, making it difficult to see anything clearly, even with his extraordinary senses. Nevertheless, his eyes never left Bellatrix. At that moment, Neville Longbottom's speed reached an incredible 10 times the speed of sound. Perhaps in the entire history of the wizarding world, he was the only one to achieve such abysmal speeds without using a single drop of magical energy. Sheesh. It was like an arrow tearing through everything in its path, cursed spirits or not. Any cursed spirit was cut in half in the blink of an eye. A large amount of purple and green blood spread across hundreds of meters. Neville arrived in front of her, his dagger pointed directly at Bellatrix's throat. Die. Neville shouted angrily, ignoring the muscles torn apart by the exorbitant speed he had reached. Bellatrix didn't even have time to react before her throat was stabbed. Even with her throat impaled, Bellatrix unconsciously moved her hand and reached for Neville's abdomen. Bellatrix's world seemed to slow down, her body, mind, and soul seemed clearer than ever before. In that instant, she managed to achieve what many wizards would never accomplish in their lifetimes. She cast a spell without a wand. Maxima Bombarda. As the wandless and incantationless spell was cast, magical energy tore through reality, making the impossible possible. A fleeting glow appeared in her palm, and a ball of blue energy tore through Neville's skin, exploding organs and bones. Boom. Both were thrown backward by the explosion. A large amount of blood flowed from Bellatrix's throat, but she showed no fear or remorse. On the contrary, she let out a lively, fun-filled laugh. Her clothes were almost all blown off, revealing a large portion of her nudity and severe burns on certain parts of her body. Neville was in an even worse condition. In addition to the severe burns covering his body, half of his right abdomen was missing, leaving a huge hole where his stomach used to be. A large amount of blood flowed from the mortal wound. 2 loud snaps, similar to car exhausts, sounded on their battlefield. An old man wearing a blue robe and a long white beard pointed directly at the fallen Bellatrix while checking Neville Longbottom's condition. Beside Bellatrix, a teenager appeared, looking coldly at Dumbledore. Asterion looked at Bellatrix's deplorable state, the pentagram in his eyes revealing a gleam. A hologram of Bellatrix's body appeared in his mind, with at least 100 areas highlighted in red, indicating some kind of injury. Over 100 broken bones, severely damaged organs, and a gaping wound in the carotid artery. Knowing his cousin's injuries, he grabbed a very expensive potion, made by Nicholas Flamel himself. He opened the potion and poured the liquid onto her neck wound, which was the most severe of her injuries. A large amount of white smoke was emitted as the liquid came into contact with the blood and the wound. Unconcerned with Dumbledore and the wretched abortion that was dead in his eyes, Asterion took the still-conscious Bellatrix in his arms, his touch as gentle as possible, afraid of worsening her injuries. Cough! Bellatrix coughed violently and looked affectionately at Asterion, speaking in a hoarse, trembling voice. My Prince Charming came to rescue me. Asterion rolled his eyes. He didn't expect Bellatrix to still be able to joke in such a serious situation. Look at your condition, you almost died, Asterion reproached his cousin as he hugged her slightly tighter. You should have seen that filthy abortion, Bellatrix replied, unbothered by being reprimanded, her tone weak and tired. No longer wanting to speak to this madwoman, Asterion operated away, leaving Dumbledore to try to save Neville's life. Chapter 95, Chapter 93, Conflicts on the Battlefield, 1. Placing Bellatrix gently on the bed, Asterion sat beside her and gently moved the black hair that was covering her face to the side, looking directly into her green eyes. His red eyes staring directly into hers. What? Want to make love? Even with hundreds of broken bones and severely injured, Bellatrix asked with an ambiguous smile on her lips. She licked her dry lips with dried blood, looking at him with growing anticipation in her eyes. Asterion rolled his eyes and replied in a calm and serene tone. What happened that night won't happen again, Bella. I won't betray my future wife again. Bellatrix pouted and spoke with a voice full of dissatisfaction. That didn't stop you from sleeping with me the other time. Stroking her cheek, Asterion responded with the same even tone. I was shaken by the news of Arcturus's death. Honestly, after sleeping with Bellatrix, Asterion felt a bit unworthy of Daphne. He hated betrayal and did what he hated the most, betraying someone who had given him their full trust. He regretted betraying Daphne, even if it was at such a delicate moment when he received the news that he would have to kill Arcturus. That makes you better than my ex-husband, Bellatrix murmured to herself, noticing the look in his eyes. Taking Lucius out of the equation, anyone is better than your husband, Asterion laughed and replied with a slight tone of amusement. Bellatrix also laughed at the joke and replied with another joke, or if it could be called a joke in the first place. I would have killed the mistresses and cooked them and made him eat them. It would have been hilarious to see his expression when I told him what he ate. Asterion pursed his lips hearing that. Bellatrix's sense of humor was as bizarrely bizarre as before. Letting out a tired sigh, Asterion spoke with a helpless tone. Please, refrain from making people cannibals, this world is dirty enough. Yes, master, Bellatrix replied with a serious look, then smiled innocently like a child asking for permission to buy a toy they saw. But can I continue to kill? Yes, but only enemies, Asterion nodded and continued with an extremely serious expression. When you're moderately healed, return to Voldemort's camp and start the plan. Bellatrix's smile stretched from ear to ear, a creepy smile full of sadistic feeling. Time to start the game, she whispered to herself with an excited look. Seeing Bellatrix excited, Asterion shook his head and called Narcissa through the cursed spirit he had placed to protect her. The doors of the room were almost immediately opened, and Narcissa entered with a worried look. Looking at her sister so severely injured in bed, Narcissa's heart almost burst in her chest. Who hurt her? Narcissa asked, her tone tinged with a coldness capable of freezing the Arctic again. Frank and Alice's son. He was quite strong for a magicless abortion, Bellatrix replied excitedly, ignoring the atmosphere hovering in the room. But you should see the state I left him in. Dumbledore is probably burying him at this exact moment. Bellatrix smiled brightly, recalling the maximum bombarda that destroyed the organs of the filthy abortion. Giving Bella a kiss on the cheek, Asterion got up from the bed, walked over to Narcissa, and also gave her a kiss on the cheek. Sissy, don't fully heal Bella, I'll be returning to the battlefield. Narcissa nodded and watched as he disapparated out of the room. You seem like a child, always causing more and more trouble. Looking at her sister in bed, Narcissa sighed as she sat beside her. I was under orders from my master, Bellatrix retorted, very dissatisfied with being called a child. I know you, Bellatrix Black, Narcissa rolled her eyes at her sister. You just want to cause more chaos and destruction, it's always been like that since you were little. Bellatrix pouted hearing this, but didn't deny her words. It wasn't exactly a lie. Fortunately, her master knew she didn't like boring missions and always ordered her to the most fun missions, like being a double agent or starting a beautiful massacre to start a good day. I'll get the potions, how much do you want to heal? Narcissa asked, frowning as she looked at Bellatrix's wounds, especially the large burns on her skin. If Bellatrix were a muggle, she would have to live marked with these burns for her entire life. Fortunately, nothing that a potion couldn't fix. Leave the burns and some dozen broken bones, Bellatrix replied indifferently, as if she didn't care at all about her own injuries. Narcissa nodded, kissed Bella's cheek affectionately, and got off the bed, walking towards the door. She stopped and turned to look at Bellatrix with a serious look. Don't die, Bella. I don't want to bury another relative. You don't need to worry about me, Miss Perfect Lady. You should be worrying about my enemies. They will suffer while I kill them one by one, all to fulfill the orders of my lovely master. Bellatrix flashed a smirk and replied with an increasingly excited voice. Narcissa let out a tired sigh upon hearing this. Take care of yourself, Bella. With that said, she left the room. Bellatrix silently watched Narcissa's back and then turned her gaze to the ceiling, where she pondered many things before closing her eyes to rest for a while. Battlefield, Clock Tower Camp. As Asterion returned to the camp, successive explosions reverberated in the sky accompanied by strong tremors. They were level 1 wizards officially appearing on the battlefield. Lord Black. Asterion turned and looked at his future father-in-law, Aurelius Greengrass. As he had imagined earlier, with the support of the neutral faction, Aurelius had currently become one of the 12 lords of the Clock Tower, the lord of the Department of Botany. Lord Greengrass. The Black Heir greeted him back with some respect in his tone, after all, he was his father-in-law. But even though he tried to respect the man, Asterion wasn't someone who flattered people, it was quite the opposite, people flattered him. Asterion began to walk and gestured for Aurelius to walk beside him. With the entry of level 1 wizards into the battlefield, we are gradually gaining the advantage, the Death Eaters are increasingly cornered. We estimate that the Dark Lord's forces won't hold out for much longer. Arriving by his future son-in-law's side, Aurelius began to explain the current situation of the battlefield. You don't need to worry about Voldemort entering the battlefield, the man absolutely won't initiate a direct confrontation with me and Albus Dumbledore present in the camp, Asterion spoke, after a brief silence, but as he was about to finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a gigantic needle coming towards him. But before the nearly 30-meter-long needle could approach Asterion, Aurelius beside him simply created a gigantic chain of wind, changing the trajectory of the huge needle, causing it to collide with the ground. When the needle collided with the ground, it created a huge crater accompanied by a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the camp. A cloud of dust spread to the sides. Naturally, all this commotion caught the attention of countless people in the camp. What is the meaning of this, Matriarch Longbottom? Aurelius asked with a voice full of authority mixed with a touch of anger. Anyone would be furious to be attacked so suddenly, and Aurelius was no different from anyone else in this aspect. He looked at the old lady, her eyes red from crying so much, with a confused look. He didn't understand why Lady Matriarch Longbottom had attacked. Augusta didn't even bother to look at Aurelius, her swollen and almost crazed eyes were fixed on Asterion. In that gaze, fury, resentment, hatred, and malice mingled, creating a look that sent a chill down Aurelius's spine as he stood beside her, facing that gaze. What would someone need to feel to demonstrate such a look? Aurelius didn't know, and he didn't need to know. He wanted his sanity intact for a long time. You monster, your cursed family, my dear Neville, Augusta murmured, looking at Asterion. She bit her own lip so hard that blood stained her lips. She raised her wand and pointed with her trembling hand. Augusta. Before the matriarch could start her attack again, a small figure appeared beside her and unexpectedly snatched the wand from Matriarch Longbottom's hand. Asterion looked at Professor Flitwick with a surprised look. He thought the man was dead, as he hadn't seen him for months after the attack on Hogwarts. But seeing the half-goblin alive and well in front of him, it was obvious that Phileas Flitwick had survived Voldemort, which was a great achievement. However, looking at Professor Flitwick's empty left shirt sleeve, it was obvious that a price had been paid for him to survive an attack by a level special wizard. Which was an insignificant price compared to life itself. Turning his gaze back to Augusta Longbottom, looking at her state of hysteria, Asterion wondered, had Neville Longbottom died? Chapter 96, Chapter 94, Conflicts on the Battlefield, 2. More and more people began to gather around, all looking at Asterion and Augusta with curious looks. Asterion presumed that Neville had indeed died from Augusta's reaction. This made him feel mixed emotions, of regret and sadness to be more exact. He felt regret for not killing Neville earlier, and how he would have liked to have Neville on his dissection table. As for sadness, he felt sad for not seeing Neville's reaction when he destroyed the Longbottom house. Although I don't know the reason behind this attack, you have to face consequences, especially for attacking your commander. Casually dusting off his shoulders due to the attack, Asterion spoke calmly, his red eyes staring directly into the eyes of Matriarch Longbottom. A tense atmosphere spread among all those who were watching. No one spoke against Asterion's words, not because he was the strongest, but because he was right. There is no army in the world where a soldier can try to kill his commander and walk away without consequences. Lord Black. Seeing things getting increasingly tense, Phileas intervened before things got even worse. Asterion looked at his professor and nodded in greeting. It pleases me to see you alive, Professor Flitwick. I appreciate your words, but please, do not punish Lady Augusta severely. She is suffering from the condition of her grandson, who is on the verge of death because of his fight with Bellatrix Lestrange. Phileas spoke with a serious tone and looked at his brightest student with an almost pleading look. Phileas himself knew that it was impossible for Augusta to get out of this situation without consequences. After all, if such a thing were not punished, it would set a very wrong example to all the soldiers on the battlefield, who could break the rules and not suffer the proper consequences. Listening to the words of the half-goblin, everyone around understood the root of the conflict. They looked at Augusta with pity, but no one spoke up to help her. After all, instead of attacking Bellatrix herself, Augusta attacked their commander. Asterion had quite a bit of prestige in the army, just his presence on the battlefield made everyone feel safer because with Asterion present, Voldemort wouldn't attack the weaker soldiers on the battlefield. So everyone had a lot of respect for the 13-year-old. With Phileas's words, Asterion himself knew that Neville was alive, although still in critical condition. Remembering the grave state Bellatrix left Neville in, the Black Heir felt it was a miracle Neville was still alive. Dumbledore must have paid a hefty price to keep the young man alive, despite Neville having half of his organs due to Bellatrix's maximum bombarda. Looking at Phileas and then at the people around, Asterion pondered. Everyone could hear Phileas's words, so if he were too harsh with the punishment, it would affect his image. Something he didn't want, especially after gaining so much prestige and gradually clearing the infamy of the Black House. Lady Augusta will have to go to the battlefield and prove her worth. If she refuses the assigned task, she will have to face the tribunal with serious consequences for attacking the acting commander, Asterion spoke, after a brief silence, delivering the verdict. It wasn't a very severe punishment, but due to Augusta's advanced age, it was a particularly dangerous punishment. When everyone heard, no one found it excessive, although Lady Longbottom's advanced age was a particularly serious issue, nothing that reinforcement magic couldn't help with. Phileas also relaxed with the words, in his mind, he was already prepared to hear Augusta's death sentence, but any reduction in punishment was a victory in his eyes. Throughout the process, Augusta Longbottom never took her eyes off Asterion's figure, as if she wanted to engrave his image in the depths of her mind, so she would never forget him. Asterion didn't care about her gaze, he wanted her to remember him, as he would be the last face she would see before death came to reap her soul. That he would ensure happened with much pain and sadism. Good job, Aurelius, who had been beside Asterion the whole time, murmured with a look of satisfaction on his face. His son-in-law did an excellent job with Augusta, not letting anger cloud his judgment. Although severely punishing Augusta would have a better impact on the pureblood faction, it would bring a certain infamy to Asterion. Even if small, it was such things that made people not trust you. A stern and fair image was much more well received than a cold and emotionless commander, which would greatly help his son-in-law's future and consequently Daphne's. Let's start pressing the battlefield, Lord Greengrass. If we continue in the stalemate, morale may begin to decline, especially when there is no significant victory. Asterion, walking towards the main tent of the camp, spoke to the men beside him. Aurelius nodded. Asterion was right, This war had been going on for almost a month, during which time seeing the death of comrades had brought a tense and heavy atmosphere to the entire camp. They had to achieve a significant victory to boost army morale, otherwise, victory would be an uncertain factor in the future. I will speak with Dumbledore so that the semi-special grade wizards can enter the battlefield, Aurelius replied with a serious look. The Pureblood faction didn't have many semi-special grade wizards compared to the Light faction. The Pureblood faction was only more powerful because of Arcturus, who was worth 3 or 4 semi-special grade wizards with his cursed spirits. In comparison, Dumbledore could mobilize at least 4 semi-special grade wizards like Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, Aberforth Dumbledore, and Alastor Moody, all prestigious wizards and witches in the British community. Asterion nodded at his words and entered the tent. Inside, the space had been expanded with an expansion spell, making the interior of the tent as large as a mansion. Inside, almost all the wizards and witches working in logistics were working with a serious and concentrated look. In the center of the tent was a rectangular table with dozens of chairs. Of these dozens of chairs, at least half were occupied. 2 main chairs were at the end of the table, and in one of them, Albus Dumbledore was sitting, calmly sipping tea. Seeing Asterion sitting beside him, he spoke with a curious look. It was very noisy outside. Asterion rolled his eyes at the man's acting. It was obviously his fault, but he was acting all curious as if he didn't know anything. A truly hypocritical man, that was Albus Dumbledore. A grandmother saddened by the critical condition of her grandson, Asterion replied calmly, looking directly into the eyes of the Hogwarts headmaster. A pity what happened to young Neville. Bellatrix Lestrange was extremely cruel and insidious. Dumbledore sighed sadly, his voice low and full of sorrow for Neville's cruel fate. Asterion again rolled his eyes at the man's shameless words. Neville had been even crueler to Bellatrix, not only breaking hundreds of bones but also stabbing a dagger into his cousin and subordinate's neck. If he hadn't arrived in time and used a rare healing potion made from phoenix tears, Bellatrix would be dead by now. Will he survive? Asterion asked after a brief silence. His gaze showed curiosity about Neville's condition. He didn't believe Dumbledore's words at all. The men owned a phoenix. It could be said that as long as you had a phoenix, you were practically immortal. Yes, but with serious sequelae. Dumbledore nodded with a serious and sorrowful expression. Asterion internally scoffed at his words but remained silent. He turned his gaze to everyone sitting at the table and spoke calmly. Let's begin the strategic meeting. Chapter 97, Chapter 95, The War Intensifies, 1. The atmosphere of the war had not spread throughout Great Britain. The clock tower had controlled the course of the war to prevent it from spreading too far, so almost all of England seemed unaffected by this civil war. Well, partly because Voldemort was losing and did not want to divide his already scarce troops. Hogwarts. Rose, wait for me. Hermione quickly caught up with Rose, carrying a second-year spellbook in her arms. Don't be slow, Mione, let's get to the library, Rose said without looking at her friend, continuing toward the library with hurried steps. She was swamped with homework due to her private lessons with Dumbledore. The man was not going easy on her, especially with the tons of homework he was giving her. Honestly, if she didn't have the 6 eyes and the ability to process information extremely quickly, she wouldn't be able to keep up with Dumbledore's insane teaching pace. Sometimes Rose thought Dumbledore was in a hurry to teach her as quickly as possible, as if he might die at any moment. Upon arriving at the library, Rose and Hermione found Ron studying. This made both girls think they were under some illusion spell. Ron Weasley studying in the library. This would certainly be surprising news that would spread throughout Hogwarts. Rose no longer felt the animosity toward the boy she had at the beginning of the school year. She saw that although Ron was somewhat tactless about certain matters, he was a decent boy with a good heart. Hermione, on the other hand, upon seeing the boy, snorted coldly, glaring at the redhead. Throughout her time at Hogwarts, Ron was the person she argued with the most. Besides being insulted with nicknames like Bookworm and other degrading names, she was insulted only for wanting to help the boy speak some spells correctly. After that, Hermione and Ron were officially mortal enemies. They didn't like each other and didn't hide their animosity. Rose just laughed at her friend's reaction. She knew Hermione didn't like the boy, so she didn't greet him despite his obvious attempt to approach her. Despite her wishes, as soon as they sat down at the table and placed their books on it, Ron approached them, undeterred by the death glare he was receiving from Hermione. Rose. Ron said but hesitated to continue. He finally mustered the courage to ask, "Can you help my dad get his job back at the ministry?" Rose was truly taken aback by the red-haired boy's request. She really didn't expect Ron to ask her something like that. Clock Tower, Hermione corrected Ron's words. Ron was surprised by the correction and glared at the girl with thick brown hair. No one liked being corrected by others, especially a teenager. "No one asked you, Bookworm," Ron said almost instinctively, his tone irritated, not caring about Hermione's particularly calm gaze. After experiencing a real war and seeing people die, Hermione had matured a lot. Perhaps in the past, she would have been upset and hurt by the insults, but now she saw how childish and extremely spoiled Ron was. "Do you think I'm offended by that?" "You need to read the dictionary more, Ronald." Hermione opened the second-year spellbook and subtly returned the insult, calling him stupid for not coming up with a better word to insult her. Ron's cheeks flushed with Hermione's words, anger and shame making him look at her with a gaze full of rage, ready to draw his wand at any moment. Let's not fight, the librarian is looking our way. Seeing Ron's face turn a shade similar to his hair, as if he were about to explode, Rose spoke to calm things down. She didn't want to be kicked out of the library again. Hermione and Ron exchanged glares in a battle of stares, but both relented and remained silent. I don't think you need to worry about your father's job. Headmaster Dumbledore wouldn't stand by while one of his colleagues needed help, Rose whispered to Ron, feeling the cold stare of the librarian on their group for a moment. Rose's words and the mention of Dumbledore seemed to calm Ron's tension, as his shoulders relaxed and he showed a happy and relieved expression again. Almost as if Dumbledore's name was a very effective calming agent. Did you hear? They say the war has become even fiercer on the battlefield. Ron lowered his voice and shared the information he had gotten from other students. Seeing Ron sit down and start talking to Rose, Hermione's eyes narrowed. She couldn't believe someone could be so shameless. Didn't he see the two piles of books next to Rose? Clearing her throat, Hermione gave Ron a dissatisfied look, growing even more frustrated as he ignored her and continued talking to Rose. We're busy, Ronald. Hermione couldn't take the whispers disrupting her concentration any longer and spoke sharply, drawing the attention of almost everyone in the library. Miss Granger, silence or you'll be expelled from the library. Irma Pants, the librarian, looked at Hermione and spoke in a reprimanding tone. Hermione, who had always been the exemplary student to the teachers, felt a wave of embarrassment as she noticed the eyes falling on her. Sitting back down, she glared at Ron with a vengeful and malicious look. Even Ron swallowed hard in the face of that deadly look, as if it promised revenge. Rose couldn't help but curl her lips into an amused smile. She felt that this was the school life she wanted, just silly and meaningless fights. For a moment, she wished that every day could be like this. Shaking her head to clear these unrealistic thoughts, Rose focused on her reading, occasionally jotting down relevant notes in a notebook. Battlefield, Death Eater camps. Everyone watched Bellatrix limping toward the main tent with shocked eyes. Although Bellatrix was crazy, no one ever questioned her strength. Seeing her in this state made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Deep in the hearts of each one, the seed of desertion began to grow. If the powerful Bellatrix was so injured in this war, imagine them, mere wizards and witches of grades 3 and 2. Even the Aurors from France and Germany frowned. They had come to participate in this war to weaken Dumbledore's forces, but the way this war was going, they would die on this foreign land before even completing their respective missions. Bellatrix didn't care about the eyes falling on her. She held her head high and walked proudly despite being in a relatively grave condition. She walked to the main tent and entered, finding the Dark Lord sitting in a chair holding Nagini. A black diary lay on the table in front of him. His red eyes, which reminded her of Asterian's, stared at her with a cold and calm gaze. My master, Bellatrix kneeled, ignoring her body protesting in pain. I see you are suffering, Bellatrix, Voldemort commented, stroking Nagini's scaly head. His gaze fell on the visible burns on her arms and legs. He, Bellatrix laughed joyfully. Despite the excruciating pain she was feeling, her lips curled into a cold smile. You should see the other side, master. I left a huge hole in his stomach. Voldemort nodded, not doubting her words. He knew his loyal subordinate well. We will be starting, he said, drawing Bellatrix's attention. Recover yourself and begin. You and 3 other grade 1 wizards will attack Diagon Alley, Voldemort ordered, a strange gleam in his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table in front of him. Fear, he needed fear to turn this war in their favor. Bellatrix nodded and didn't question him, although she was clearly confused. Removing 4 grade 1 wizards from the battlefield at this moment would leave a huge gap in their defenses, exposing their flanks too much to the enemy. Yes, my master, Bellatrix replied and stood up, preparing to leave. However, she halted her steps upon hearing Voldemort's voice again. Bellatrix, you won't betray me, will you? The cold, hissing voice sent shivers down her spine. Bellatrix looked over her shoulder with a cheerful smile. I will never betray my true master, she said, her voice tinged with insane fanaticism. Voldemort looked at her and nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. Dumbledore and Asterian, you don't want others getting involved, but this is war. By nature, war is cruel and treacherous. And war is always written by the victors, Voldemort murmured, staring directly into Nagini's serpentine eyes. The male Dictu simply hissed as if responding to her master. Chapter 98, Chapter 96, The War Intensifies, 2. At 9:15 in the morning, when Diagon Alley was bustling with witches and wizards going about their daily shopping, a massive explosion sounded. Boom. After the attack on Gringotts, Diagon Alley was once again attacked. The blast shattered all the windows and storefronts along the street, sending sharp shards of glass raining down. Terrified screams echoed through the commercial hub, followed by people running without regard for one another. In a moment of fear and desperation, humans and wizards were not so different, both ran for their lives. One of the Death Eaters pointed his wand to the sky and incanted a spell. Mors Mordra. In the sky, a gigantic green skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth appeared, making some older individuals feel as if they had returned to the hell of the war 13 years ago. Bellatrix, now healed, pointed her wand at the street filled with witches and wizards with a cruel smile. She flicked her wrist and silently cast a spell. Bombarda Maxima. An invisible spell shot from the tip of her wand, and in the next moment. Boom. Bellatrix's black hair was blown back by the forceful winds of the explosion. She narrowed her eyes, a sadistic smile on her lips. A scene worthy of being mistaken for hell unfolded before her. Faced with such destructive power, hundreds of people turned into a cloud of blood, painting the walls and ground. It all happened in an instant, no one had time to react or counterattack. The other 3 Grade 1 wizards showed no mercy either and began to bombard all of Diagon Alley. A greater pandemonium had erupted in the magical commercial center of England. When the Aurors arrived moments after the attack, they were met with a horrific scene. Even the veterans, who had seen it all, averted their eyes from the gruesome and cruel display. The younger Aurors couldn't bear it and vomited everything they had eaten that morning. It took a while for everyone to compose themselves and start protecting people and counter-attacking the Death Eaters. Rufus, head of the Aurors, even after the dissolution of the Ministry of Magic, pointed his wand at one of the Death Eaters, and a life-and-death battle ensued. The veteran Auror seemed like a deadly machine, unleashing spell after spell without giving his opponent room to breathe. Everything around them was torn apart by the magic, brutally ripping through houses and entire buildings. Other Aurors who were not as strong as Rufus gathered into a formation and attacked the other Death Eaters. Even though they could not truly kill the opponent, they could fight for hours like this, delaying the enemies until reinforcements arrived. Bellatrix was trapped by 10 Aurors. She dodged a spell and used Protego the next moment to protect herself from the enemy's spells. She did not use her cursed spirits, not because she felt sorry for the Aurors, but on orders from Voldemort. She was ordered not to destroy Diagon Alley, only cause death and chaos. This greatly limited her means of attacks. Blocking the more than 20 golden Expelliarmus thrown, Bellatrix knew she couldn't go on like this. Even though she was a Grade 1 witch, she did not have infinite magical energy. At the same time, the worry of reinforcements arriving at any moment made her quicken her steps. Dodging a Confundus, Bellatrix turned her wrist and launched an Expelliarmus at the Auror, catching him by surprise and throwing him back with force, but she didn't stop there. Reinforcing her body with 20% of her magical energy, she stomped heavily onto the ground. The ground sank 1 meter into the ground and strong tremors occurred every 20 meters, throwing the Aurors off balance. Bellatrix took her chance and apparat to one of the houses above and ran across the roofs of the houses. The Aurors followed her, still maintaining a strict military training, always casting spells to get in Bellatrix's way. While running across the rooftops, Bellatrix stopped and spun in the air dodging the spells. When she was about to fall back onto the rooftops, she spun upside down in the air and used the hand that touched the roof to gain momentum again. Using her other hand, she aimed her wand at one of the Aurors and made a half-moon movement, as if cutting something invisible. Across the street, on top of the roof of a house, the Auror didn't even have time to react before being cut in half by a Diffindo spell. His body split into 2, with his upper body slipping and falling, leaving only his lower body still standing. Blood, viscera, and organs stained the entire roof. Seeing the death of their comrade in arms, the Aurors attacked even more strongly, full of anger and hatred appearing on their faces. As Bellatrix once again continued to stall for time, the battle between Rufus and the Death Eater came into full swing. The entire street was completely unrecognizable, with charred walls and houses in complete ruin. Meanwhile, both wizards continued to exchange spells for 5 consecutive minutes. Spell after spell, blow after blow, both faced each other putting their lives at risk. Whoever made the first mistake would die. Snap. A sound resembling a car's exhaust echoed not far away. Gregory Goyle, patriarch of the Goyle house, almost instantly cast a spell towards the origin of the sudden noise. The spell pierced through the air and hit the location of the sound, but it didn't hit anyone. Without hesitation, Gregory retreated while skillfully blocking every spell cast by Rufus. Meanwhile, his eyes scanned the surroundings for any wizard. The patriarch of the Goyle house was absolutely certain he had heard someone apparating, and he trusted his instincts. There was someone present besides him and Rufus Scrimgeour. Suddenly, every hair on Gregory's body stood on end as he sensed imminent danger. The feeling that death was looming over him caused a significant change in the patriarch's expression. What frightened Gregory the most was that no matter how much he distanced himself, the sense of danger didn't diminish. On the contrary, it grew stronger with each passing moment. He wanted to apparate away, but apparating wasn't instantaneous. Though there was only a small window of time until the spell was successfully executed, 0.5 seconds was enough for an experienced wizard like Rufus to kill. Then, a drastic change in the situation occurred. Gregory watched in slow motion, unbelieving, as his chest was pierced by a spell, and his heart exploded. With widened eyes, the small figure of Phileas was revealed before Gregory, who looked at the half-blood he considered filthy with a mix of rage and fear. Filthy, before he could finish speaking, his head was blown off by a bombarda used by the Hogwarts professor. Phileas might have lost to Voldemort, but to any other Grade 1 wizard or witch, he was a deadly nightmare. Mr. Scrimgeour, I will continue hunting down the Death Eaters. Take the time to assist those in need. Phileas turned to Rufus, who looked at him with respect, and spoke with a serious and courteous tone. Have they sent reinforcements? Rufus asked, looking at the small man before him. No. With the gap in Voldemort's defenses, all grade 1 wizards and above have attacked with full force. Phileas shook his head, informing Rufus about the ongoing situation in the main battlefield at that moment. Rufus didn't ask anything further. Once Phileas finished killing all the grade 1 wizards, he would use his auras to initiate rescues and aid. Seeing that Rufus had no more questions, Phileas disappeared before Rufus's eyes. Chapter 99, Chapter 97, The Death of Voldemort, 1. The attack by the Death Eaters on Diagon Alley caused a dark cloud to cover all of England. Fear, which had not manifested since the beginning of the war, exploded all at once. People began to leave the country en masse, making the situation extremely complex. Upon seeing the low morale of the soldiers in the camp, Asterian's face became extremely grim. A pentagram appeared in his eyes, reflecting his feelings at that moment. The entire sense of security in the belief that the war was under control, which he and Dumbledore had created, was shattered by the attack on Diagon Alley. Fear and uncertainty completely reversed the morale on the battlefield. Even the victory of advancing on the battlefield did not change this feeling. Even the death of 3 level 1 wizards on the Death Eaters' side did not change anything. The death of hundreds of witches and wizards in Diagon Alley made uncertainty cloud everyone's thoughts on the battlefield, and they wondered if their families would be the next victims. This was a common concern in the minds of almost everyone. Asterian knew he had to do something to boost morale, otherwise, even if this war was won, the image of the clock tower would be one of weakness and incapacity. Technically, Dumbledore, with his incomparable prestige in the soldiers' minds, was the most suitable to boost morale, but since he was not at the camp, this role fell on the shoulders of the Heir of Black. But Asterian was not very good with words, so instead of giving an epic and motivating speech to all the soldiers, he used actions instead of pretty words. He would kill Voldemort at that moment, promoting that the clock tower was powerful and could guide England to a better future. Below Asterian, a curtain of black smoke manifested, and Nidhogg emerged from the portal with his master on his head. The enormous crimson dragon rose to the skies, attracting the attention of everyone, be it the soldiers of the clock tower or the Death Eaters. Even the war that was happening at that moment on the battlefield completely ceased. The brutal and terrifying appearance of the enormous oriental dragon made the Death Eaters feel insignificant before that brutal force of nature. With the enormous dragon winding through the sky, Asterian above Nidhogg's head slowly closed his eyes and felt. Because of his innate technique, he could sense negative magical energy, and in his senses, the entire battlefield and England were filled with negative magical energy bubbling like soup in a cauldron. Like a maestro, he extended his hands forward and moved them. Before the eyes of thousands of witches and wizards, all the blue negative magical energy on the battlefield transformed into rivers of icy blue energy and flowed toward the sky, precisely to Asterian atop Nidhogg. He continued, molding this energy into a cruel and cold melody, where parents bury their children and children bury their fathers, a song of hatred, resentment, and fear, an endless cycle of hatred where both sides killed each other on the whimsical orders of others. War. The cursed spirit began to take shape as Asterian poured more of his desires into the core of the cursed spirit. Soon, a gigantic figure appeared above the battlefield. Piercing through its skull was the body of a gun, below which was a grotesque mouth full of teeth resembling knives. Its hands were rifles and machine guns, its chest was strong and broad with bones protruding outward, and instead of legs, it had bullet belts swaying in the wind. When the cursed spirit fully manifested in the sky, a malevolent and cold feeling spread through the surroundings. The immense amount of negative magical energy subtly changed the environment, bringing an incomparable chill. Even the Death Eaters hugged themselves, trying to seek some warmth in the immense feeling of coldness and cruelty emanating from the cursed spirit floating in the sky. Even Voldemort stepped out of his tent and looked in its direction with a calm and composed look. Despite the powerful cursed spirit, his lips curled into a cold smile. Seeing the gun demon before him, Asterian lowered his hand, making the enormous cursed spirit follow his movements and take a posture that resembled someone kneeling before their king. It can be said that this image would remain in the minds of countless people for a long time, earning Asterian his first epithet. Prince of Evil. Asterian commanded the cursed spirit to aim at the enemy camp with a calm expression. When the cursed spirit turned and aimed at the Death Eaters' camp, everyone in it felt a chill run through their bodies, trembling from head to toe. Voldemort, seeing this, showed an expression of dissatisfaction with the acts of clear betrayal of the customs of war. Pawn attacks pawn, and king attacks king. Rising into the air, the Dark Lord elevated himself to the same level as Asterian. What is the meaning of this, Asterian? Voldemort spoke, his voice cold and his expression impassive, even before 2 gigantic cursed spirits. Can't you see, Tom? I'm training. Showing a relaxed expression, Asterian, atop Nidhogg's head, crossed his legs and responded casually, not bothering to invent a better lie. He even called Voldemort by his real name on purpose to irritate him. Hearing the name he was called, Voldemort's face contorted. If you want to fight, say so, don't hide behind obvious lies. That was extremely rude. I'm obviously training, can't you see? To prove he was telling the truth, Asterion made the gun demon fire millions of shots at a nearby mountain, deliberately passing over the Death Eater's camp. The mountain, which took the full impact, ceased to exist the next moment, and a powerful explosion reverberated across the horizon, shaking the entire battlefield as if an earthquake had struck. "See, I'm training." Showing an innocent look on his face, Asterion spoke with a firm and determined tone. "Ha ha ha ha." Voldemort began to laugh, a cold and hissing laugh, his gaze filled with anger at Asterion's obvious lie. He raised his hand and murmured. "Innate spell manipulation, corruption of evil gods, universal decay." A halo of dark energy appeared in both of Voldemort's hands as he took a fighting stance, looking coldly at Asterion. Seeing Voldemort's actions, Asterion laughed and pointed his finger upwards, murmuring calmly, his voice spreading across the battlefield. "Innate spell manipulation, creation and manipulation of cursed spirits, summoning." Above Asterion, 10 gigantic vortices of the purest darkness manifested. The enormous amount of negative magical energy drastically changed the environment, making the world seem to take on a darker hue. The witches and wizards below, seeing the two leaders finally about to clash, quickly disappeared from the battlefield. No one wanted to be killed casually by the shockwaves when the battle officially began. Asterion wanted to laugh but restrained himself. Unlike the fight against the special grade wizard using Mustafa's body, today he could fully manifest his cursed spirits without being drained in an instant. "You die today, Tom Marvolo Riddle." Asterion spoke, his voice cold as a pentagram appeared in his red eyes. A full suit of armor with the crown floating above his head manifested on him. Today he would go all out against Voldemort, and the Dark Lord who had terrorized the British Isles would die today, like a sacrificial animal for his future. "We'll see about that, Asterion Black." Voldemort pronounced coldly, his eyes like those of a snake staring at its prey. When he finished speaking, the Dark Lord disappeared and reappeared in front of the Crimson Dragon, punching it with colossal force. Boom. The punch smashed Nidhogg's entire face, splattering a large amount of purple blood. Voldemort didn't stop, he spun in the air and kicked towards Asterion's head. Asterion raised his arms and blocked the kick but was thrown backward, sliding through the air at great speed. After stabilizing himself in the air, Asterion looked at his arms where the kick had landed. His black armor with numerous terrifying red eyes was falling apart, and he could feel an aura of decay corroding his armor. Pouring more magical energy into the armor, it fully regenerated in an instant. "That was a good kick," Asterion murmured, touching his armored arm. He would have to worry about Voldemort's attacks now, he wasn't a cursed spirit that could regenerate infinitely. If Voldemort's attack hit him without his armor, he would suffer significant damage. Nidhogg, whose face had been completely distorted by Voldemort's punch, regenerated in the same second and became utterly furious, storm clouds covering half of England. The thunderous sounds reverberated in the sky, with red electric lights dancing like snakes in the black clouds. The gun demon also didn't remain idle, letting out a cruel laugh and pointing its weapons at Voldemort. In the same instant, both special-grade cursed spirits attacked. Bullets the size of houses and gigantic bolts of lightning assailed Voldemort, who showed no concern for the attacks. A black halo covered his entire body, enveloping him like a flickering flame. All attacks, no matter how powerful, were forced to decay when they touched the black energy halo, turning into nothing. With his hair fluttering in the fierce winds caused by Nidhogg's stormy weather, the black pentagram in Asterion's eyes began to spin, analyzing everything and anything related to Voldemort's innate technique. In Asterion's mind, countless mathematical forms, graphs, and scales began to appear. The overwhelming amount of information distorted his face with agonizing pain. Various other black pentagrams began to appear in his field of vision, a nearly insane, crazed smile forming on his lips. "Analyze and destroy." A whisper escaped Asterion's lips. A tiny dark red lightning bolt shot out from one of his eyes, tearing through the air with a buzzing sound. Voldemort, who had been calm until a moment ago, felt all the hairs on his body stand on end at the imminent danger, every cell in his body screaming at him to flee as quickly as possible. He only had time to move slightly to the side, attempting to dodge the attack, but a dark red energy bolt still hit his shoulder. When the dark red energy bolt struck his shoulder, all matter disintegrated, blood, muscles, bones, and flesh, all turning to nothing, leaving a massive hole from the base of his neck to his shoulder. Voldemort's eyes widened as he looked at the enormous hole in his shoulder with a horrified and incredulous gaze. The fear of death, hidden since he was a child, exploded all at once. Voldemort's red eyes turned to Asterion, and he finally noticed the pentagram in Asterion's eyes, his own eyes widening even more. "You're insane. How could you perform that suicidal surgery?" Voldemort screamed hysterically, feeling death approaching. The fear, terror, and envy made him look like a madman at that moment. "That look on your face is good. I'll put it in an animated portrait at the entrance of the Black Mansion," Asterion said, showing a wide smile. Despite feeling his entire body writhing in pain and his head almost exploding from the sheer amount of information, he felt that all the price he paid was worth it at that moment. He wondered if this was how Rose felt when using the six eyes to their fullest extent. This feeling of omniscience was almost addictive, as if everything was within his grasp. Voldemort's face twisted grotesquely at Asterion's humiliating words. Joining his hands and making a seal, he opened his mouth and screamed, full of anger and fury. Domain expansion, final decay of the universe. Asterion was not to be outdone and also used his domain expansion. Domain expansion, dark side of the primordial universe. Both materialized their innate techniques, their souls exposed in the barriers forming around them. Asterion's expansion emerged behind him like a dark vortex, a cold and lifeless abyssal vastness, swallowing all the malice and sins accumulated by humanity, a pit of all conceivable evil. Voldemort's expansion emerged behind him like a universe at the end of its life, devoid of any sign of life, atoms so still that the already cold universe remained eternally frozen in time. When the two worlds collided, a mushroom cloud rose to the skies. The ground was torn and shredded, large chunks of earth were hurled upwards, and a violent shockwave swept across the land, dragging everything and anything with it. Chapter 100, Chapter 98, The Death of Voldemort, 2, and End of the First Volume. After the explosion from the collision of domain expansions, what followed was the purest brutality tearing through the fabric of reality. The sky changed completely in color, becoming a mix of darkness and redness. Black sparks like somber snow fell across the battlefield. Within the domain expansion, Asterion and Voldemort faced each other. While Asterion maintained a calm expression, Voldemort stared back with a crazed and fearful look. He felt his domain expansion losing in the battle, not due to a difference in techniques, but because of the amount of magical energy used. The opposing side had poured an incalculable amount of magical energy, and he had not done so. In less than a blink of an eye, Voldemort's domain expansion shattered before his widened eyes. He saw it fragment like shards of glass passing before him, and before he could articulate any word, Asterion's expansion enveloped him. Voldemort found himself in a pit of pure malevolence, where all the resentment, hatred, and rage of humanity converged in one place. Millions, billions, trillions of voices overlapped, creating an infernal angelic choir echoing in his mind. His deepest fear was infinitely amplified, a sensory experience no human had ever witnessed. The avalanche of sensations flooding his brain was so overwhelming that he couldn't move or speak, only his eyes widened in indescribable horror. A thick, black liquid akin to tar began to cover Voldemort's body, starting from his feet and slowly creeping up his legs. The liquid seemed to have a life of its own, pulling him down into a steaming, viscous sea. As the black liquid enveloped him, Voldemort's expression became increasingly terrified. He raised his hand in a desperate plea for help, but it was futile. Only his head remained above the tar, his eyes reflecting the absolute terror of an inevitable fate. When the domain expansion dissipated, Asterion observed the Dark Lord, who had terrorized England, kneeling on the ground, gazing silently and madly at the sky. Saliva dribbled from Voldemort's mouth as he could no longer express any emotion on his face. Taking a step towards Voldemort, Asterion materialized a long black sword in his hand, adorned with several red eyes. The sword measured 2 meters in length and 5 centimeters in width. Approaching the kneeling man, Asterion shifted the sword's position, holding it point down, with the blade's tip just inches from Voldemort's eye. Asterion's red eyes gazed calmly and serenely at the man. Not at all relieved to have defeated Voldemort. After all, if he hadn't managed to win even after awakening his second innate technique, Asterion might as well kill himself in shame. The soldiers of the Clock Tower and the Death Eaters appeared on the battlefield as silence fell over the scene, everyone watching Voldemort kneeling before a 13-year-old boy, about to be killed by him. The battlefield went completely quiet, interrupted only by the rapid breaths of all present. "It's been a displeasure knowing you, Tom Marvolo Riddle," Asterion said coldly, devoid of any mockery or disdain, perhaps granting the minimum respect a monster like Voldemort might deserve at the end of his life. Without hesitation, Asterion fortified his body with magical energy and swung down his sword with force. The blade pierced Voldemort's right eye and continued downward, cutting through him from top to bottom. The man, who had become deranged after Asterion's domain expansion, did not react even as the sword passed through his body. Until the end, his gaze remained fixed on the sky, as if imagining something that no one else would ever know. A barrage of applause erupted from the Clock Tower soldiers. No one was happier than they were to see Voldemort finally dead, the same monster who had killed their loved ones and friends. Asterion retrieved the sword from Voldemort's body, splattering blood on his face and clothes. Despite the applause, his face showed little emotion. His red eyes reflected a surprising calm. Perhaps what he truly felt was boredom, even the satisfaction he thought he would feel upon killing Voldemort did not come, as if he had done something mundane. Asterion's gaze focused on the lifeless body lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the Death Eaters' camp, all Death Eaters fled without a second thought, abandoning the cause they had fought for. The witches and wizards from Germany and France who had been involved in the Civil War also retreated after Voldemort's death. Bellatrix was sitting in the main tent with a large snake in her hands. Not far from her, lying on the ground, was the body of her ex-husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, the patriarch of the House of Lestrange. His eyes had been gouged out and his tongue cut, numerous torture wounds covering his body. Nagini's gaze in Bellatrix's arms at that moment was entirely different from the look the snake had before. This was a cold and somber gaze. "Let's go, Bellatrix," a cold male voice came from the snake's mouth, which was utterly shocking. Each Horcrux had its own life, so what happened to Voldemort was not transferred to this Horcrux. But Bellatrix didn't move a muscle despite the order from her apparent master. Instead, she looked at the snake with a mixture of anger and disgust. "You've ruined my master's plan," she said, continuing unabated by the snake's shocked gaze. "I was supposed to redeem myself in the eyes of the people and rise as a heroine who killed the dreaded Dark Lord. But none of that came to pass as my master intended, all because of you. But it doesn't matter anymore at this moment, my master will become a hero in the eyes of the people." At that moment, Voldemort didn't need to hear any more. He knew Bellatrix was a traitor, and her betrayal came at a terrible time when he had no means to protect himself. Before Voldemort could say anything, he saw Bellatrix stand up and walk over to his diary, his other Horcrux. With calm eyes, he watched her take a vial from her bag and carefully drop a drop onto the diary. He was confident in the durability of his Horcruxes, mere liquid wouldn't destroy them. But he couldn't maintain his calm demeanor as he saw the diary emit green smoke and a mournful scream echoed in the tent, accompanied by a face resembling Voldemort's own. Impossible. Impossible. Before he could finish his hysterical shout, he felt Nagini's body begin to stiffen. He knew what was happening. This Horcrux too had been poisoned by Bellatrix's strange liquid, and he was about to die. The most feared and powerful Dark Lord to ever set foot on the British Isles would die from mere poisoning. "Basilisk venom," Bellatrix spoke, shaking the vial containing the poison. "My master gave it to me to destroy all your Horcruxes at the right moment." Voldemort widened his eyes and realized that all his other Horcruxes would be in Asterion Black's hands. Even at the end of his life, he still couldn't understand how his Horcruxes were discovered, especially by Asterion Black. Full of resentment and hatred, Voldemort's eyes closed for the last time. The Dark Lord, Voldemort, was dead. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Watching Rose writhing in bed, her face showing a pained expression, Dumbledore's face grew dark. He knew Tom was struggling to take over Rose's body through the Horcrux. If Rose lost the battle and Voldemort won, Dumbledore couldn't imagine what Voldemort could do using Rose Potter's body. Though the chance was minimal, Albus Dumbledore firmly held the Elder Wand, ready to end Rose's life the moment she showed signs of losing the battle. Suddenly, Dumbledore noticed Rose's face relaxing, and the girl soon opened her eyes to his surprise. The most powerful man in the world hadn't noticed, but Rose's eyes seemed different, reflecting the universe itself. From the girl's body emerged green smoke that took on the face resembling Tom Riddle. This face roared reluctantly before disappearing completely. "How are you, Rose?" Dumbledore discreetly stowed away his wand and asked with a concerned tone. Finally free and enlightened, Rose whispered, still looking directly at the ceiling, her pupils glimpsing the vastness of emptiness and a cold, boundless universe. A crazed smile outlining her lips.